Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Game Saturday. We're back on Saturday again, and if it's 7 p.m. on Saturday, or whenever day we have to have the show, if it can't be Saturday, this is where we want to be for classic gaming goodness. Tonight we're going back to the role-playing game we've been playing, which is Sailor Moon of the Story for the Super Famicom. Last time, we took a trip through the past to get all the heat crystals, and we are on the Black Moon's UFO now. And on my practice, I'm realizing, oh boy, we got a rough road ahead of us. But, yeah, there is Sailor Moon right there. And you're wondering, there's supposed to be a merchant around. Yeah, he walked all over here. I basically had my system on for a while just to get everything in line. But yeah, his random movement did bring him over here. In fact, you know what? I'm going to talk to him. I want to check my item layout as far as what I can buy. Because, yeah, I'm going to want as many items as I can get. I guess on the money I'm running, but let's see. Okay, so I do want to make sure that I'm running manicures because it increases my attack as well as, if I have them in here, facial cream. But yeah, I want to make sure of my items, and I'm really focusing on that more now. In fact, for this part, I'll give you a topic to a certain degree, which is that the Holy Roman Empire is neither holy nor Roman. Discuss. Well, actually, no, just kidding. But anyway, the real topic is going to be RPG grinding and leveling up. Because we're gonna realize in just a few minutes that we're gonna want to do that before we go to the boss here, which is something that's gonna be looking pretty familiar to you for you Sailor Moon, I guess right before R or right on R fans. Yeah, I want to check my items as far as my recovery of health and EP because, yeah, I got 16 EPs, or 16 lipsticks, which are individual usages. I'm gonna be running more of these colognes, which are full recovery of all the EP in your party. I want to make sure everything is set, and also make sure about the items I can't use in battle, because I realized when I was doing tests this week, there's some of these items you can't use in battle, but some of them are for a reason, such as, I don't know if I have it here, maybe you can't sell it. Okay, actually, no, there's some you can't sell. Okay, I did not know that. Alright, but yeah, I'll talk to him one more time. I want to make sure my items are in place. So let's get some nigiri. Actually, you know what? We're getting to the point where we can have, full HP recovery. It's only 500 yen more. Let's get a couple of Beno sets, oral medics, which it seems like a lot of the cases I'm going to be running, I'm not going to be able to use, where are the life waters, because I don't think I'm going to be having enough of those, but I'm going to go around, let's see what we can find on that. Bath medics, of which I have 21, I want to buy a few more of those, because that will cover any status ailment. There's some nasty ones we've seen tonight. And you know what, fine, let's buy a couple oral medics. It's not that great, because what happens is it's a recovery when your character falls dead, but it only recovers him with 30 HP, so you gotta be careful with what that is. But just because it's something, we're gonna be updating, and there we go. Alright, with that, I think we can get going. We have to go in here, and I also want to show you one more thing. I did this briefly before we started recording tonight. My formations. I mentioned over the past couple of parts that this is gonna be important, and now especially it is, and I'm realizing, actually now with some of the RPGs I've been playing on my own time, that do this as well, specifically Final Fantasy IV, I'm realizing, yeah, you want to have your positions correct. And for the purpose of what this is, I want Sailor Saturn out there. Although, I also kind of want to balance between her and Sailor Venus, because Sailor Venus is kind of going to be my glass cannon a little bit. But Saturn's going to be useful because she has an attack that can hit everything, and also, it's going to be very powerful being in front, and she has defense to back it up. Alright, we're going to be battling, and we're going to be doing this for a little bit of time, admittingly, because I am nervous about the boss we're going to have going on here. And also, there is something that Sailor Pluto there has, which we'll see a little later. There's a godsend for battles, at least when I have her in the party. But yeah, that Death Reborn Revolution when I'm in front, does do a lot of damage, but right now it's not going to be one hit kill, so just let everybody defend. I'm realizing that is going to be the useful strategy. Oh, shit! Alright, great, the trouble's already starting. We haven't seen this status yet. Thank God we haven't, but yeah, it's a bad one, and even for me winning the battle, it's bad, because that is stoning. What happens is the barrier thing that came down, if that makes contact, it doesn't always make contact, but if it does, yeah, Sailor Jupiter is encased in stone. That's basically her being dead, except her health is fine, but it also means as soon as I win this battle, that experience that I got is not going to her. And if every one of my characters gets encased in stone, that's an instant game over. So I want to be careful of that, and also, that holds when you go out of battle. So yeah, there she is. Jupiter is stoned. You can write the joke yourself. What I want to do is recover her. Yeah, that's why you want those bath medics. As many of those you can get. And then she'll be back to normal, but as I mentioned, if that happens and you win a battle, she's not getting anything. But yeah, that is kind of where we're at, because as I mentioned, we've gone through this game. We're about, I think a little over halfway from what I'm gathering of this. And you know what? Fine. What I may as well do, since my, my stuff recovers in between each battle, I'm gonna pull out multi-target attacks for everybody along with, Saturn. So I'm at least getting some more damage going. Although, in the case of, Pluto, I only have one multi-target attack, which is very useful, and I'm gonna be using this a lot. This is Time Stop. And you know what? I'll show what this is, just because I'm running this, and since we come out of the battle, all of your EP's recovered anyway. Oh, and yes, use the Sonic Wave to put Saturn to sleep. Alright, well, yeah. That is the case of her. Oh, Christ, the barrier again! Oh, wow, it hit 3 of them. Okay. Yeah, already I'm having the bad luck, and we just started. So actually, at this point, what I'm going to want to do is I'm going to want to get them recovered. And this is also why, I'll let you know, we're going to be fighting these things a little before we go into the battle, or into the main battle we got running here. Not the life cannon. We'll hold on to that because it's a full recovery and resurrection of everybody in the party, and their HP is recovered fully too. Ew. And they're slicing Venus down, and yeah, she's not having a good time. Yeah, this is what I meant when I said that this game is getting hard, and I'm very nervous for tonight. Just that very reason. But at least I could use those, yeah, the 30 HP things. They had the, Oral Medic. Where are they? I know I just bought a bunch of those. There we go. Yeah, this is gonna be tonight. I'm gonna say this right now. Tonight is gonna be pretty much me going into the items, menu there, using every item I have to, you know, get everybody set and seeing even worse luck. Okay, yeah, at least if nothing else, I'm showing off the, status ailments of this. Which is right here, we have, Sailor Moon who fell asleep. She falls asleep. If she gets hit by something, she'll wake up, but, otherwise she does not. So, alright, let's get recovery going on Venus again, and then, you know what, now we're gonna use the Time Stop for sure. I don't care anymore. And use the Bath Medic on Pluto. Except now that she's putting everybody to sleep. Okay, fine, now they're all asleep, and they're just open for being hit. But hey, at least it woke them up, so... They said, we're seeing the full force early. Thank God it's happening early and not later. Alright, so you know what, now for this purpose, we're just gonna... Yeah, we'll Oral Medic, Venus, and then we will bring back Pluto. And then I'm gonna use the, Time Stop. Enough's enough. No. Okay, except I'm getting the worst luck imaginable. Yeah, and there is, Venus on the ground, very, you know, not looking good. Alright, so yeah, just, oh, wait, no. Sailor Moon, you do this, and you save Pluto. Pluto needs help. And this is also where you're gonna love the defense, so yeah, she's defending. Yeah, that's not gonna do much because she's already asleep. And then she's getting sliced, but alright. So yeah, you know what? Yeah, you stand back, and now I'm gonna show how Time Stop works. A little earlier than I wanted to show it, but, we're gonna do it. Unless she gets put to sleep. Damn it. Alright, fine. Yeah, this is the recording curse right here. It's full force. Alrighty. I don't think I have any... Oh, no, I do have something to wake them up. I have alarm clocks. Yeah, I haven't used... That's the one thing I'll say about this game, is that I'm realizing that you have so many recovery items that basically do the same... Either do different things, or they do the same thing, so it's kind of hard to keep track of them. Alright, but at least, Saturn's awake. Alright, so you defend... You do this, and this is just a random battle. Imagine the stuff we're gonna be fighting soon. She's asleep again, and she's dead again. Alright, but there's Time Stop. It takes off all of the EP of Sailor Pluto, but every enemy is gonna be ripe for the picking, except, yeah, Venus is dead on the field, and she's not getting any of this nice experience. Yeah, which is too bad, and I'm hating that this is happening already. Alright, hopefully this is not going to be a trend for tonight. I really hope not. In the meantime, I could use my items that are not going to be something for this, or not something that I can use in battle. One thing I am going to also do, though, now as far as item, I'm going to pull out, because I didn't know this until I was doing tests here, Confetti. Or it's Confetti Candy. We picked up one of these last month. What you use this for is it increases your total attack for one of the scouts, so I'm going to do it. I'm going to take a look at who could really use it. Probably Venus. Fine, I'll make Venus hit harder, or Jupiter hit harder. Because I have an item on her, the red eye, I believe it is, that bumped her attack up pretty significantly. Her defense is really what's needing work. So, you know what, I'm going to use that on Venus. Or on Jupiter. Okay, yeah, tons of attack on Venus as it is. But yeah, Jupiter, yeah. Come out and we're gonna help. So yeah, maybe this is not the good idea as far as what to do. By the way, to get to the boss, I have just sitting here fighting for the time being. Basically go in the left door of each of those. But right now I don't want to do that. I actually want to take a look of... Okay, no, I don't have... Actually, one thing I can do, I'll tell you I can do that. Use my combined attack using the attack up. And in this case, just Coconut Cyclone and Death Reborn Revolution, everybody, and you stand back and don't do anything. But as long as I'm leveling them up, that's going to be of help. And especially with this, so that everybody's attack is going to be increased. And I think that stacks, although I don't know if that's the case. I think it does from what I'm seeing with test, or saw in the test. But I'm not completely sure of that. And with that, I think, yeah, Sailor Venus should be leveling up after, you know, dying last time. Actually, one thing I will do is I will show off what happens when you go in the left door and you go in the right. It's kind of a maze. It takes you to this room that doesn't have anything in it. And it takes you basically back to the beginning, which is fine. Because pretty much I want to fight until I get to, I think, at least level 20-something. Which shouldn't take too long, but still, I want to make sure that everything is in line. Yeah, because if I'm having this much trouble on the random encounters now, yeah, I can't imagine how everything else is going to be. And hopefully I won't get hit with the Sonic Wave again. At least I do have Venus outspeeding. Actually, for my test, just to give an idea of this, since that's what this is going to really be, me discussing over battles. This could be the show tonight, pretty much, along with the story stuff we're going to run into, which will be a good amount of that. I basically had Venus in front, just to kill everything quickly. But actually, when I was doing my test of it a little later, because actually, I restarted this part a couple times when I was doing the test play. Because I was thinking, like, yeah, I'm getting my ass kicked, so what am I going to do? I realized that having Saturn in front, because she is good with defense, and she'll be able to take a hit no problem, usually. I said, you know, just put Saturn in front of this. At that point, also use the time stop, so I'm glad I have Pluto with me. Also, that's the most useful thing for Pluto that I'm realizing. Because what time stop does, by the way, is it causes enemies to stop moving for 3 turns. In this case, it doesn't matter. And we'll keep getting puzzle pieces, and actually, also, one other thing we're going to be doing tonight. We're going to be getting the rest of the puzzle pieces. You get most of them for battles, but there were 4 of them you have to find hidden, and we can miss them. And actually, in my test playthrough, I did miss them, so I knew that we had them to be collected at some point, but I want to make sure that we could get them. But they're actually going to involve us going back to places we've already been before. But we're going to have an option to do that in a little bit. We're just enjoying the time with the Sailor Scout, Sailor Senshi, just killing everything. Getting ready for the battle that's coming up. Yeah, there you go. And that's the other thing I will say as far as fighting in areas like this, is that you get a lot of experience points, so you're going to be leveling up pretty consistently. And we're going to see that especially later on. Actually, for the purposes, I actually took about a half an hour doing this before I went to the battle, but at this point, I think we should be set. Yeah, actually, honestly, even with Saturn falling asleep, I don't think it's going to be much of a concern. Oh, by the way, one other thing is that sleep does not affect your ability to get experience points. So she'll wake up at the end of the battle and she'll still get all those 900. The only statuses where you do not get experience points if you're afflicted by them is if you're knocked out dead or if you get stoned the way we did. And, hi Dollyfin, hopefully, the word of stoned, you know, that was not taken out of context. Welcome to you tonight. I am, continuing on with Sailor Moon of the Story, the RPG we're playing, and going into pretty much what tonight's gonna be, which is, yeah, status effects. Getting hit with stuff, but I meant that literally because what happened was that I'm getting hit by status ailments constantly, including Sailor Saturn falling asleep there. Yeah, Sailor Saturn, wake up, we got a show we're doing. But this has been bad so far because I need to get my levels up. I think I mentioned this when we first started playing it, when Dolphin, you were on the show with me for part 1 and for part 2 last month, which is levels. I'm at level 21 with everybody as far as fighting, which is fine for where I am now, sort of, but because the enemies are getting harder as we go along, that means that they're going to be hitting harder, and they're going to have more attacks they're going to be hitting me with, So I basically have to come up with the idea of what am I going to do with my formations of my party, and also how am I going to get rid of everybody, or how am I going to, I'll show this just in this case. Hopefully the Sonic Wave doesn't put anybody else to sleep. Yeah, it's missing. I got lucky missing the past 2 months, but tonight, so far, no. Yeah, but Sailor Venus, your favorite, yeah, is showing her skills tonight, just killing everything on the field before everybody else had a chance to move. This is kind of going to be what tonight is going to be to start, and then also, as we go along, we'll have that happening a little more as we continue our next 5 hours for the game. And just to give an idea of this, I think we'll be finished next month, maybe. If not, it'll be July. Because I know, I was talking to a medic who I work with. He and I are going to be teaming up to do Parasite for PlayStation's next RPG. It's going to be in between this game and Shadow Hearts, which Christian is helping me with in August, or not August, in October. Actually, he's playing that for us. But I want to make sure that I'm having this set for it. But based on how this is going, we should be pretty close tonight, because actually, we're on the second to last chapter. We're going to hit the last chapter tonight. So, yeah, in the meantime, as we're killing things with Reckless Abandon, feel free to let us know anything you've got more on Sailor Moon, this game, other aspects of RPGs, and I guess... Okay, let me explain also what I'm doing. I'm killing enemies repeatedly to, quote, level grind. I don't think we've talked about this enough. Basically, I'm killing things so I can get my experience up so that my team will be ready for the next battle. And depending on the RPG you play, you might run into cases where you have to do this a lot, especially going back into ancient days of gaming. So any discussions on that, if you remember playing any RPGs where you basically run around like this, get your levels up so you don't get totally decimated with a boss, which, I mean, to be fair, I've had that happen every so often with this game so far. But, yeah, I've noticed it's happening much more now with how far we're getting. And to be fair, it makes sense, because we're far into the game. We're about, okay, fine, we're in, like, 10 hours in, about. So, I mean, okay, it's getting harder, so there's that aspect, but also the question of when is it going to be too much? Because if you ask anybody who's played Final Fantasy 1, the first one, specifically the NES version, not the remakes of it that have come out, of which there have actually been like 5 of them. In that one, it was really early. It was 1988, I think it was for Japan. It was 1990 for the US. And for that, you had to do that from an early point. And at that point, it's like, okay, fine, early vestige of this genre, but something that also yeah, you gotta be careful, otherwise, yeah, you're gonna be caught off guard. Especially in this game, because if I get a game over on any of these battles I'm in, I lose all of the experience I got. Yeah, there's goes Sailor Moon falling asleep. So it's like part 1 all over again. She's like, yeah, I'm going to sleep tonight. Yeah, but Serena, wake up. Yeah, okay, that wakes her up. The end of the battle and all of that experience and level ups. Which we are getting to a good case of. We're basically at 24 for Sailor Moon, and everybody else. Actually, for my test play, I did this about half an hour. So, thank God this is a discussion show, otherwise this would get boring. So, in the meantime, feel free to hit me with anything else you've got while we, keep killing these enemies. Yeah, there you go, Sailor Venus. Just, hit him. I feel like I probably should... Okay, I'm gonna do 2 things. When I'm done doing this fighting in a little bit, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back and save, and then I'm gonna change my formation out. I'm gonna put Venus in front, which is kind of how I played it when I was testing this, or doing the test run for the next 5 hours, because just to give an idea of this, while Saturn falls asleep again, okay, fine, it doesn't matter, because Venus is just gonna blast him with fire off the screen, but I do the run of this every week, or every time we're doing a game like this where I know it's gonna be multiple parts. I run it for 5 hours, I do time it a little bit, just to get a sense of where we're going to be for the end of it, because sometimes I don't know. Even games I've played, or that I know really, really well, I sometimes get a sense of what's the time looking like as far as the 5 hours for the RPGs, or for games we're running along for anyway. So I kind of had to get a sense of it, and I was saying, okay, if I'm going to survive some of this stuff, I probably better have my levels set, and as we're going to see a little later, that's not easy to do, because as we had at the end of the last part, we're separated from the other Sailor Scouts, because I only have Sailor Moon and Venus and Saturn and Pluto. So, yeah, what about everybody else? In fact, we haven't fought with Sailor, Mercury, and Mars since we went their solo ways 2 months ago, at the beginning of the game. So, yeah, when it gets later on, you run into a case, we're going to see that too, of wanting to balance levels with them and get them leveled up, which is easier in some cases because you have enemies that are able to give more experience, but also it's harder because, yeah, if they get hit by those enemies, they might die in one shot. I bet it's not easy. Well, you were here with me when we did part 1, where I just took, Sailor Mars outside of, Rias, and I just got knocked dead. And was like, yeah, I sent back to the Luna Ball. So yeah, it's not easy. And I mean, I guess that goes to something with RPG difficulty, which I guess more than anything, with all the RPGs I tend to play or have played, really, that seems like that's where the difficulty kind of lies in a lot of ways, which is managing your stats. Because a lot of ways RPGs tend to be that. Fine, RPGs are that, in that even the games we played so far, like Super Mario RPG and Kingdom Hearts, have been, we want to manage our stats so that we won't get decimated when we go into later parts of the game. But I think it's also because of the way the mechanics work, because it's interesting then we're playing this game after playing those two, because Kingdom Hearts is an action RPG, you're moving around with full movement, free movement, and you're choosing your attacks that way. Super Mario RPG is a game where it's turn-based like this, but you have, I guess, active elements as far as your battles, where you're pressing a button to increase the damage output, whereas this one, you're managing that based around the formation of your party and what skills you're setting up, more than, time button press. Like, for example, I'm shooting out the Crescent Beam Shower. If I hit the A button here, that's not going to do more damage. It's going to be doing a calculation based upon the character's stats and also the stats of the enemy that I'm facing, because it does a massive number crunch to that. But sometimes I guess the question of where does it create a difficulty and how. And as I said, you're right, it isn't easy that way. But it's been interesting thinking that, because, in fact, I'll go into this, because this is going to be part of what a lot of tonight's going to be. I've been talking with people recently in terms of RPGs and games they've been playing, because actually they've been playing a lot of RPGs. It's been covering the gamut of a bunch of things. For example, one of my coworkers is playing Root Factory 5, which is a spin-off of Harvest Moon. It's kind of turning it into a little bit of a dungeon crawler mixed with a farming sim the way Harvest Moon was. Crochet Nerd, who I work with, as I mentioned, he's been playing through Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origins, which is a remake of Final Fantasy 1. Significantly different remake, admittedly, because it's like a Dark Souls type of game where it's like a hack and slash that's kind of RPG-ish in the sense that it's running off of stats heavily, and usually that's even harder than this one. Well, a lot of those games, Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and even Stranger of Paradise, because I played the demo of it on Xbox One, they have it on PS4, and Chasm 22 has it on PS5, and it's the kind of thing that you ever hit like twice, you're dead, and that's early in the game. And Dark Souls is the same way in terms of it being extremely unforgiving, but something very satisfying when you can get it down. But that, I guess getting over that hump to start is not easy. And although, to be fair, with this one, we were 5 hours, or 10 hours in, I should say. So it makes sense that it's getting harder. And also, in my case, because I've been playing through Final Fantasy IV on the DS, specifically as far as my work break lunch game, just really like doing a little bit each time for that. But what I realized for that is, like, even that one, like this game, it's running formation-based, and also something I'm realizing, okay, where's the difficulty about it, and how do I want to be prepared for everything? That's why I'm running around in a circle. Yeah, there's a reason for this, but I think after this, I'll take a look at the levels, and I think we should be good. Especially because Venus is outspeeding everything for now. Killing them one shot. Which is good, which I do want to have that happening. So let's take a look at where we're at. Okay, so we're at level 26. I could say I just want to go to 30. But fine, I'll do another battle, because I think I should get some more experience this way. And I get more if there's more enemies on the screen, but I've unfortunately been getting a little unlucky with, I guess, with not many enemies on screen, and before I'm able to outrun them, getting hit with statuses all over the place. Also, feasibly, because of the way I'm running this, I'm going to run into enemies on the walk back anyway. So, I may as well just keep this going. Man, I'm in a decent enough element, but you'll see when we get to the next boss why I'm doing this. And I did time this part of it as well, so, in fact, there is my, save file for near the end of the game. Yeah, which is the last chapter, by the way. There was only 5 chapters, but they do run pretty long, so even though we get to chapter 5, it might not necessarily be end of game next month. That is, unless I'm able to do the stuff with the puzzle pieces, which I'm going to be doing that with tonight, because we've been collecting those off of bosses, or off of battles, that we might have gotten in on a couple already tonight, but and just I have everything queued up as far as, the memory of your cursor, basically just hitting A when I go into battles. I'm like, okay, everything's set for, Venus just burn everything to death. Yeah, when that's been happening, I'm getting those puzzle pieces, like, let's show that. Yeah, so we're getting close to finishing this. The thing is that the last 4 pieces are hidden in the areas, and they're missable. And feasibly, we could have gotten them, past 2 parts. But we're gonna be going to an area where we can go back there and do it anyway. Yeah, but I think I'll do another run just so I can get them dead. Oh yeah, and alright, what I also want to do is I do want to put Venus in the front. She's doing a lot of damage on the back of what that was, but since I put her in the front, she'll do more damage, but it also means that she'll be in trouble if she's gonna be, you know, getting hit by something. Alright, so that should be fine. Sailor Moon can be in the back, and Pluto can be in the back. Because honestly, Pluto's more for support, honestly, as far as how I'm running this. So let's have another run of Make Up! Yeah, you do hear that every time we get a fight going on. Alright, okay, there we go. Four enemies. So I can at least maximize, you know, killing things. Yeah, at this point, yeah, now the Sailor Scout's getting bloodthirsty. Especially Sailor Venus, because she was encased in stone. And you don't want that to happen to every member of the party, because as I mentioned, that is an instant game over. And God, I hate that status in this game so much. Of all the statuses, that's the one you want to be afraid of the most. Yeah, I was lucky enough for the first 2 parts not to hit it, or get hit by it, but, yeah, the gloves are coming off. Yeah, Lord Apsu is not fucking around anymore, so, neither are we. Yeah, there we go, look at that. Almost 5,000 points of damage killing him. And I got him the puzzle piece, perfect. Alright, so Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, Pluto. Yeah, Sailor Moon, with all respect to Sailor Moon, I don't care about her right now. She's fine, as far as this. And I think with this, we should be good to go on. Alright, so we got... Everybody's in good level. You know, it looks pretty bad. Yeah, it already has been starting this show tonight. And same deal, by the way, is you go in a circle that way and come here, go to the left always, and here we go. Now, if you're familiar with Sailor Moon R, or right before Sailor Moon R, I believe. Yeah, we have Pets and Sapphire, and a lot of other people there. It's honestly been so long since I've seen that arc of Sailor Moon. I don't remember where they are. It's one of those things I wish I like first was here, or somebody else to indicate them. But alright, anyway, Lord Apsu, as we mentioned before, and we've seen that over the past couple months, is changing destinies of everything, so we're seeing all of these villains, or half-villains, is the case of Pets and Sapphire here, coming back. Yeah, their sisters got mixed up on all this, so they're back, the same way Queen Beryl was last month, and by us getting rid of them, they can return to the destiny that was planned for them, or that ended up happening. Someone, please beat me. Why, Pets, weren't you happy before? Said Jupiter, please forgive us foolish people. We want to return to that happy destiny. Yeah, the Carabarus, that's one of the names of them. And we have to fight each of these in a row, 4 in a row, which is also the reason why I want to make sure that our levels are set. I think at 28 we should be okay, I hope. I feel it. I feel my sister's love. Regrettably choose this destiny. I beg you, please stop us. So yeah, they don't want to fight us, as it is, which is interesting that way, and goes, I think, to the elements of those characters. I think they were kind of that way from the show, as far as I remember. I think so. But alright, we're fighting them one at a time. Alright, so here's Kuan. Alright, so what you usually want to do on this, I'll tell you. I've been doing those Link powers. I made sure to get the one for Sailor Venus and Sailor Moon as quick as I could. This is attack up for multiple allies. It basically is going to be used in place of the manicures. Wherever those are. But actually, I'm in here for another reason. I'm in here because, along with the manicures right there, I want to run... where are they? The facial creams. I have 22 of these. I want to make sure that I'm doing defense on Venus specifically, because she's basically my glass cannon. And I'm going to defend with her, and Saturn is able to take a hit, so... Again, facial cream everybody. So, there's Venus who got it. There is, Jupiter. And, yeah, she's going to be very useful. Pluto's going to be very useful with that time stop thing. Except in the areas where I'm not going to have her in my party. But, same deal. Yeah, let me put on Sailor Moon. Yeah, because she has, powerful magic. She's Dark Fire. Yeah, which is thankfully missing in terms of Saturn. And it did less damage because I was defending. Yeah, in that case, it takes 2 EP of both Sailor Moon and Sailor Venus to do that healing shower, but it is an attack buff on everybody. And so, alright, so then all 3 of those. Sailor Moon can kind of hold off. We're going to use her for the facial cream as well. And then Fine. Jupiter there. Yeah, still stand back. Actually, you know what? Yeah, she can just start hitting. I don't care. And yeah, you know what? We'll pull the time stop out now. Wow. Yeah, it's gonna be a wow case. There's a lot going on here. Yeah, facial cream. So basically, I'm getting my defense as high as I can get it, feasibly. I'm running a time stop, so she can't attack for 3 turns. And there's Venus, your favorite Sailor Scout, as it is right in front, ready just to decimate her. Hopefully. Well, fine. Even Saturn's doing well at the Death Reborn Revolution. Okay, so here's how this is operating. Also, Sailor Moon in the back, she's gonna be kind of dead weight. So what I'm gonna want to do with her is, I guess, either defend or heal people. In fact, you know, there's not really much healing going on right now. You know, fine, she can punch her. Yeah, your favorite. Yeah. Now you're gonna see why. I mean, Sailor Venus, she had her moment in the spotlight last month, as far as, you know, taking care of things over in Medea's village. But yeah, this month, yeah, she's not screwing around anymore. All right, now also since I'm attacking one target, I do want to hit with something with a single hit, one of my magic. So I'm on my sparkling white pressure as far as this, and with Venus, since yeah, she's not gonna move. One's not moving. Pull the Wink Sword out. It is 6 EP, but it is worth it. And in her case, just hit her with a stick. Yeah, 6,199 points of damage, which seems like a lot, and it is. But there's battles we're gonna have later where, honestly, you have to do that about 20 times. They have health bars going up to almost like 100,000. But because of the battles I had, we're good now. I tried doing this first when I did my test play without doing what we did for the first 25 minutes. I got destroyed. Or fine, I was basically... Okay, I wasn't destroyed exactly, I was stalemated. So that, yeah, Venus went down really quick, and I had to constantly revive her. And I did get a fragrance, so I can use that as far as an attack buff on everything if I don't want to do a hit on EP. Unfortunately, also, because I didn't get a level up on everybody, there's no recovery going on with them. But I can fix that with, fine, there's no health recovery, I should say. There's Baruch. Alright, so with Baruch, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take Sailor Moon. Let's have a Nagiri set. And you know what, because I don't want to waste EP for Sailor Venus, I'm gonna use that fragrance. We'll get a couple of these so we can show how these work. And then same deal, Saturn. Yeah, basically we'll be doing the same thing. And we're not gonna, you know, times... Oh, okay. I did double defend on Venus. I think it takes both of them, I think. If that's wrong, I'll put an edit in. Because I think every time it puts that number there, it's showing the... Okay, no, she's healing. The first number, the 15, is showing the increase of attack. That's the increase of defense, so... You know what? Since I'm doing okay on this so far, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna... I don't have anything else that can help, really. Oh, that's a status protection. That's healing spray. This could come into play later when I pull Sailor Mercury back in. Alright, fine. Just Moon Spiral hard to attack them. And then Sparkling White Pressure. I'm not gonna do the time stop. Okay, I'm gonna do the time stop. But I know Venus is gonna run first as far as her speed, so... I want to see how this... Okay, fine, unless she hits Saturn, so fine. I don't care. Alright, so, yeah. Alright, I'm doing okay with this so far. Alright, now the time stop. Or to go into Sonic Adventure 2 territory. Time stop! Yeah, it doesn't do much damage, but it doesn't matter because she's not going to move for 3 turns. And it works on everything. It even works on bosses. And yeah, now she's dead. Okay, and thankfully I think I'm getting the level up. Okay, fine, I got one in Sailor Moon. Fair enough, but, alright. Yeah, so see, now you're understanding why I did the fight for this. Just so this would go a little smoother. Alright, there's Carabarus. So, same deal as before. As I said, it's kind of, I guess, getting a little, you know, repetitive on what I'm doing. Although one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to use the healing shower. I mean, this is making it go faster. If I didn't do this, it would be a little different with how I was running this. And also with the facial creams. I'll be able to buy more of these later. So I'm set. And yeah, Sailor Venus, stand back. Yeah, I can also afford to do stuff with Saturn there because, yeah, she has high defense. Yeah, you. Yeah, you sit back. Yeah, because that hurts. Whirlwind cut. Yeah, I did 50 on Jupiter, but on Venus it would probably kill in one hit. If it was not defended, and usually we're at a point now where the enemies are going to outrun even Sailor Venus, so... Okay, so... Yeah, well, Sailor Moon doesn't really matter what I do. Yeah, Sparkling White Pressure. Yeah, you stand back. I'm not going to take that risk. Actually, you know what? Fine, let's take the risk. I don't care. and then we'll time stop. Yeah, every time I have Pluto in my party, I'm doing that. Okay, thankfully she just sliced Venus. Alright. By the way, the reason that Venus is as strong as she is because I have the red eye. We got that last month. I realized that gives me a hell of a buff to a lot of her stats. Although her defense is naturally weak. So in that case, it's not going to completely help that. Okay, and I'm out of it, and I don't have enough EP for this. So if you do run out of that, use the Venus Love Me chain. And yeah, she doesn't have any more, but who cares? Which, fair enough. That is the idea of like what Sailor Venus is doing. And now at this point, sometimes I want to do, and we'll do this with some of the later battles, is do an EP recovery, so I can basically continue the process. But for now, what I can feasibly do is just keep doing this, and then with Venus, just kick her. I'll still do a lot of damage with that kick, yeah, almost 2,600, a little over. Alright, there we go. Got another puzzle piece, some soup, and more experience. Jupiter, Venus, Saturn, and Pluto leveled up. Alright, so we are all set for the last one. Yeah, forgive me, Sailor Moon. Alright, Sapphire, let's take care of her. Or pets. Okay, fine. Alright, so let's do the same deal as before. This is where it's really kind of coming into, but as I said, I was struggling pretty massively with this when I was doing test play. And the other thing also is, since I'm getting items here that are individual usage for EP, one thing I'm going to do later on is I'm going to go back to areas where I know we can buy these things. I'm going to buy a bunch of them. And we'll be getting a lot of money because of everything we're killing. So yeah, it's like basically it's Sailor Moon, Things Are Gonna Die edition tonight. Alright, so... Okay, yeah, I'll start again, Healing Shower. I mean, it is repetitive strategy, but it works. And then we'll facial cream her. Basically, that's the idea. It's like, yeah, I'm just, making Sailor Venus, run better, pretty much. That's how this is operating. And then also Venus, because Venus is the one that hits hardest next. And... yeah, no, because I want to maximize my time. You Christ, no! Alright, there goes Saturn. Which is fine. Oh, okay, that's the other thing. It's not fine, because what that means is that since she's in stone state, she doesn't get anything. So I can't use items on her except for, something to recover her. Number one. Number two, she doesn't get the effects of that healing spray, which is fine. I think I can manage that, but I do want to get her out of that. Because there's nothing worse than, either having all my party members turn to stone, in which case we have to do everything we just did over again, or losing out of experience, which is about as bad. Alright, so sparking white pressure, you stay back, and, yeah, you just do a time stop. Oh, there goes Sailor Moon. Yeah, this is the full force of barrier, and why it is something you want to be very, very careful of. Actually, no, yeah, because of that, I was not able to recover everybody. So, yeah, you know what? They fight. Oh no, not with that. Use the Wink Chain or the Wink Sword, and then you recover. Sailor Saturn. Also, by the way, when they do get into a stone state like that, they come back. The attack up I had put on them is gone. So, yeah, thank God that didn't happen to Venus. Venus or Jupiter, because otherwise it would have been trouble. Now, fine, you do that, and then you use Bath Medic on Sailor Moon. And honestly, I hope she doesn't kill her too quickly. So I probably shouldn't have put it onto Venus, or onto Pluto, or used the item with Pluto. In that case, I gotta take into account speed. You know what, this should be fine, I think, for now. Although I'm gonna want to do a recovery of some of the stuff, so... do this, just punch her, you punch her too, that, and... yes, hit her. Because even the regular attacks can work, but, yeah. Alright, so I think I am going to want to try and use my EP recovery. Okay, so since I'm running it on a bunch of characters, I want to get rid of, I want to get back all of the EP of, of Pluto, specifically, well, Pluto and Venus, and Jupiter. But also, Pluto specifically, because that time stop, as useful as it is a, it uses all of her EP. And, yeah, you know what? You recover it, buddy. I hope that it doesn't hurt. Okay, thank God it missed and everything. Yeah, you're happy to see that. Okay, I don't need it then. She's dead. We're dead again. Alright. Alright, Sailor Moon leveled up, thank God. So that part's done, but we got a little more stuff going on. And yeah, Sailor Moon is feeling a little, you know, upset about that because of what happened going back in the series. She promised not to hurt anybody she loves, not to let anyone get killed. Well, finally, we killed him again, so this also goes back to what we sort of saw with Serena. Actually, the past couple parts, we're just kind of feeling a little bit of a, kind of a post-traumatic stress concept, really, of the idea of all these foes or friends, or foes then friends, maybe, coming back and us having to, you know, do what we did to them before again. I didn't want to beat them here on the Black Moon's UFO. Yeah, because that goes into what, Sam we had going on with the Black Moon. Time goes by, people's lives are ruined the way Kuan and her sisters were. I don't want to fight to do stuff like that to people. Which goes to the idea, I guess, of Sailor Moon. I like that this is going into this game, and it goes with the anime and the manga, which is the idea that, yeah, she'll fight for what she needs to fight for, and she won't run from a real fight, but at the same time, she also would like to not fight, specifically, to some degree, but I think it kind of handles that idea of, like, she's not necessarily pacifistic, really, but she's also someone, and there's a lot of shading, I think, really, with that. And in some ways, I'll say this, now I'm thinking about this, the way that it works for this game, and maybe for this character, it's almost what people tend to say with the Mega Man X franchise, the idea that Mega Man X is constantly wondering why do Mavericks have to fight, or why do Reploids have to fight. But especially later on, it kind of became overbearing. Whereas in this one, I think they kind of balance it. But yeah, we're getting a phone call from Luna. Sailor Moon. Yeah, Luna's calling me on the communicator. What's wrong? Found where the Sea of Serenity is. Yeah, because last time we did split off and said, we're taking care of this UFO business. Where's the Sea of Serenity for everybody else? Yeah, we're out, so we can get out of here. How do we get back down to the ground? That room over there is a doorway that leads to the ground. You return through there. I understand. We're not returning through there yet, though, because I want to go save, so we don't have to do this again if I die, and also because we have a long period of story. And actually, probably on the way back, we're going to fight something anyway. Yeah, I want to make sure this is set, because actually, okay, alright, here's the thing. Along with the battles we're seeing, and how we just saw that, tonight is also going to be a lot of the story stuff. More than we've already had. I mean, we've had a lot as it's been, but we're getting further into that. Learning more about the Apasuto Senshi, and also understanding what's going on with Apsu, because we've only heard a little about Apsu, seen Apsu a little bit, but we're going to get more going on with her now. Or soon enough, anyway. Just keep walking, and we'll be out of here. Turn on the ground, yes. So back at the docks. Alright, follow me. Alright, thank you, Luna. It's right here. Alright, we're going to the past. So yeah, we're getting our Chrono Trigger on, specifically, which is fitting because these games came out about the same time. And it's also about time travel as well. How should we do this, though? Gotta find Zero's power, and so Pluto, no, because she's the one who handles, you know, time and space stuff, usually. Alright, so Venus, Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, Saturn, Pluto, which is not a planet anymore, but yeah, it's still a planet to us, damn it. Moon, Prism power, and Musen Cosmic power, and we're off. And we're floating to the sound there that sounds a lot like the slashing of Strider, the Capcom game from the Sega Genesis. I'll have to try and see if I can't, like, put it out and edit into, like, what that sounds like, because it's almost exactly the same. Alright, with that, we are going back to the past. Alright, there's Lord Apsu, though. Damn. My breast. Okay, so she's, I guess she's got, oh no, she got health problems, I think is going on. And without what's happening here, I think she could feasibly be dying. Alright, yeah, her breast is hurting, which is probably maybe the sign of something worse than that, but Point is, she's in trouble, but she's the villain here, really. She's controlling the Opposite Senshi, and even in this life, the never-ending thing that's following me. Of course, she also has Anshar, the brother of Sin, under her, talons that way. Call me? Yeah, Demando of the Black Moon. Yeah, we're gonna get into that a little later. He's gone scrambling the past of the bars we show, which we've been looking for, right? Got stolen, feasibly, from him. Also, the Sail Scouts are about to go to the past, so yeah, Apsu can see everything, pretty much. And Apsu doesn't want us to get our hands on the bars we show, because otherwise they'll be in trouble. They can't do their destiny changes. Alright, so yeah, we don't have to get back to the Genzui show, so you can meet up with Small Lady, talking about Rini specifically there. Isn't the Genzui show powerful and unstoppable? Well, not where Sin and the other Opposite Senshi are going. Because basically it's still in pieces there, and they're saying like, hey, if we pull one of them, the 7 pieces are called the Ninji Zuisho. If they pull one of them, that it's gonna be no problem as far as the destiny, changing. The 7 pieces there revived, but 6 of them they can still control what the reviving is going like, and the problem. As power become weaker. And the social difference between Small Lady and Anshar would be separating out. So basically the idea here is that, yeah, they have a future where you can have new lovers, basically. I understand, I'll tell Sin about this. Remember, Anshar's a little bit conflicted, as we saw, because like, wait a second, why is Apsu bringing the Black Moon back? Also, what's going on, the thing with Rini, because like, hey, he stole the bars we show from her, but then said, you know what, I don't want to fight you. But then also he stabbed her in the back after helping her, so he's kind of going a bunch of different elements of this. Yeah, 7 Demando's more than a match for Sin and her friends, perhaps. Now, whatever happens, I'm separated for this time. Here's your power. Yeah, but unfortunately, the thing for Apsu, or fortunately for Apsu, but fortunately for us, she's not able to do time crossing the way that the Opposite of Senshi are, or we are able to. And of course, he can do it. Ansher can do it. Yeah, you should go see a doctor feasibly or something. You just get the Genzui show, though, the pain would disappear. Okay, fine. Doctor or getting the Genzui show, so that's part of why she's doing it, but also because she wants to do the destiny changes. Alright, so off he goes. What power? The power to go across time, specifically. That's because Apsu's controlling everything as far as everything but that, because Apsu is basically saying controlling the changes of people's destinies. And we saw that a little before, and also we'll see a little more tonight. But the idea is that you can't do the time cross to do that. Sailor Pluto can do it as far as us, and then the Opposite Senshi have that power because of some of the stuff they've got running around. Found your own thought so far as to change my destiny, basically changing what her destiny is, specifically to be in this case where she can basically make things as she wants. Thank you. Sure, no problem. Oh, I mean, to be fair, there are a lot of moving parts in this plot. And as I said, I don't have all the memory of everything from Sailor Moon, the anime, and the manga, which just connects with pretty heavily. So in some ways, it's not 100% on my part. But alright, this is going back to a little bit of the thing here, is that they mentioned the Black Moon. So, the Black Moon came back, but what happened with Black Moon before? They awakened. So here is Crystal Tokyo in the 30th century. There's Sin and Anshar. Basically what happened was that when the Black Moon invaded, their parents were killed. And remember, in Crystal Tokyo, the idea is that Queen Serenity runs the place, along with Endymion, and then also... No. Queen Serenity runs the place, and it's Prince Endymion and Princess Serenity, so that's Serena and Darien, and the Sailor Scouts are around here. Basically, they're the protectors, but then the thought now is they're saying, like, wait a second, the Black Moon came, they didn't do anything to help. They have power to fight them, but they didn't, and they're not here. So, they're basically explaining what Sin's reasoning for, I guess, being as she is, and also falling underneath the voice of, Shaman Apsu. So yeah, Apsu, there she is again. But yeah, this is basically explaining how that happened, going back to the future, and then the past again, and then sort of back to the future again a little bit. So yeah, it's the time travel case. As I mentioned, if you played Chrono Trigger on the Super Nintendo, it's another case where you're kind of jumping around all over the place. Although, for the time travel case, this game does it pretty well. I mean, I can think of other games that have done it really, really badly. Stuff like Sonic 06 is an example. But I'd say this and Chrono Trigger do it pretty well, especially Chrono Trigger. That one especially. That game's a great one. Alright, so Opsu's saying, like, yeah, do you hate the Black Moon? Yeah, it isn't that obvious. But you hate the Sailor Scouts because they didn't help. Yeah, why didn't they come to help us? And they help Mom and Dad still be alive. So basically, Opsu's pretty much wrapping her finger around Sin on this one, saying, like, yeah, that anger is going to be doing good for this, and they're presenting the goodness we show for that. And that's more important to them than the lives of the citizens here. Do you think that's allowable? No one could allow that but them. And I was like, yeah, that's the last straw. That's unforgivable. If I had powers like theirs, I wouldn't allow my parents to die. But yeah, she's saying, like, yeah, I can give it to you. And she's saying, yeah, absolutely, but... yeah, this is the power that the sailor said she'd have. And in exchange, join me and we'll take over the galaxy. And you better avenge your parents, you didn't get a sliver of help from the scouts. And the source of the battle is that crystal. Okay, decided, but on one condition. Which is... Antra to come along as well. And so, Opsu granted that. But when, he came along... Opsu realized that, yeah, there's an untapped potential and power inside of Anshar. There we go. Oh, here we go. Was that its destiny as well? Yeah, it was, feasibly, but then the idea is that, you know, everything else that goes to it. Alright, before her life disappears, she needs the crystal, but yeah, we gotta get it ourselves to keep that from going. And yeah, we are back in the past in a familiar place, actually. Is everyone alright? Yeah, Saturn's looking not too well for wear, but yeah, she'll be okay, I guess. Yeah, she just shake it off. Yeah, we're in the past, but this is somewhere that we've been before, as Venus is gonna tell us. Yeah, but she knows who we all are. And so does Venus. She knows exactly who this is. And we saw her last month, Radina. Yeah, we got her spirit last month when Venus came here. But this time, since we're in the past, it's actually Radina herself. I'm waiting for you. Please follow me to my house. Got a lot of energy changing time-space. Good idea then if you rested. Yeah, I mentioned this is a lot of story for sure. But what we do, let's follow her. But we don't know her. Yeah, Mom always told me don't follow somebody like that. But she seems gentle. Except, yeah, because Venus already met her, or met the spirit of her, she's like, no, she's on the level, don't worry. I met her before she was a ghost. And of course, since Uranus has the skill of feeling evil energy, fine, they all do, but her especially as far as this, like, yeah, fine, let's go. Yeah, but Serena has her head up in the clouds a little bit, so yeah. Let's follow him back. Yeah, but the Opsu Senshi and Sin are here as well. Surely he got away. Got Mondo, wonder where he ran off to. Alright, so then don't change destiny because we fool's errand. More gonna be, you know, a case of being too difficult to do. If we were to change destiny's time, we disappear. So, and this is going, I guess, to one thing, which is the thought of, hey, wait a minute, if they're going back in the past, couldn't they, you know, totally screw up the future? Which is what Opsu's doing, admittingly. But then the idea of, you know, ending their existences. And there's one part that's gonna put that into question a little bit, but they do have an explanation for it, that makes sense given, like, the idea of, you know, the questions of time travel paradoxes. But anyway, alright, you're responsible to get the bar sweet show, so let's get it. We don't have time to argue like this. Alright, so they're looking for Demondo because they think he can help out. Alright, so, yeah, Medina again, she's, or Ridina, I should say. Yeah, rival here as we prophesized. Yeah, basically, here's the thing also about her is that she's gonna be around and we can come and see her, and she'll give us help if we need to get a sense of where we're going. Yeah, Beryl can do that as well, along with being a sage, but yeah. The same one. Well, I mean, we are in the past, so actually, maybe so. This is gonna be our home base for the rest of this chapter. Don't understand something, you can come ask me for help. I'll show you the way where to go. That's the duty of a sage, and I'll be in the Temple of Venus. Farewell with a farewell as 2 words instead of 1. Let's go look for this crystal. But as we always have been saying, you know, if we move around all at the same time, yeah, we can't do that, and also we have to rationalize the idea of, you know, there's only 5 people to a party. So, Luna agrees, and we have to do the split off the party. Same deal as before. Choose the 5 that you want to go with. You have to form a group of them. Sailor Moon, who are we taking? Well, Rini's insisting that she goes as one of them. It is her duty to find this. Which is fair enough, because she went out to first find it, and we were a couple parts ago. But yeah, we gotta take her along with us. You sound much like Sailor Moon. Yeah, of course, they're mother and daughter, after all. What are you saying? We're saying that your mother and daughter is like, yeah, that's their, kind of, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, some degrees. Alright, so, same deal as before. Hey, Mars. Alright, so yeah, we get to choose our 5 party members. Yeah, here's the thing about this. When I was doing tests on this, I wanted to choose my party members to get some of the ones that I haven't fought with much to level up a bit. So I wanted Mercury and Mars here, and I guess feasibly, if we could also do that, Neptune, Uranus, but honestly, given where this game is gonna go later, and since I don't have the choice in the matter with Rini, she has to come with me, and she's a lower level, she's gonna get this benefit to her anyway. I think I'm pretty much just gonna take my most powerful scouts, or as many as I can. I can only take 3. So yeah, Venus is gonna be pretty much in the party pretty much the whole time, except we're splitting off for some things. Saturn, because she has the defense, and also because I do have, Link moves with, Rini with the Muse. And then Pluto, because the time stop thing is going to be extremely useful. And as far as them, I'll be able to level them up later. In fact, these 2 I'll have to level up probably next month, honestly, to look at this. And Jupiter's set that way, I think we are good. But here's the other thing, if I want to change my layout, I can keep coming back here and do it. Honestly waiting. Yeah, he wants to investigate, but, yeah, he didn't hear what, Luna said. He said, like, yeah, I'm gonna be staying here and, letting us do a party switch. Like, yeah, well. Yeah, she knows how to put him in his place. He's totally that, so fine, I get it. Yeah, he's not gonna argue anymore anyway, but alright, fine. So he did his, data scouting, which is what Artemis tends to do, but now at this point saying, like, no, stay here so that we can do our party swapping if we want to do it. Alright, take care. Yeah, Luna is gonna join us because we do have Sailor Moon on the docket as well. Okay, so we are back in town. Okay, so Wheel Girls asked about this crystal. Okay, so we are back where we are, and the layout here is gonna be the same as when we were here last month. The only thing is that, yeah, just the items are here gonna be the same, so I'm gonna check that, make sure of what we can buy. Actually, no, this is gonna also be a good place to buy a ton of these things, so I can do individual EP recoveries. Let's get about 50 of these. No, this is not overboard, trust me. A couple of facial creams. A couple manicures just in case. Yeah, since we're getting a lot of money, I'm just gonna use it to buy stuff. The toilet, which I believe that was a full recovery of everything, I think. The bento sets, a couple of those just for good measure. And we'll cologne the rest. Okay. Okay, also I want to take a look at the items I have, make sure I don't have anything to do, upgrades of stats right now. I know there's something I got when I was doing test play that I could do that with, but I don't remember. Topaz, okay, no, that's good. Alright, that's fine. And the other thing I want to do is after that, story element, I want to go save, so let's go to the hotel. Who's right here? Yes, we do. Well, let's see how the puzzle's looking. Yeah, getting closer, and as I said, one thing we're gonna do in a little bit is I'm gonna take a little bit of a detour to go and get the 4 hidden pieces, because you get most of the pieces from fighting battles, but there are 4 that you have to find hidden. And I did get a sense of where they are, because actually I haven't done this before, but I want to make sure I do it, because there is a really nice item that's gonna be coming off of us doing it, and something I can put on every, Sailor Scout. Alright, did Venus go to see Kunzite? Or Kunzite? Yeah, Kunzite, that's right. Alright, so same deal as before with that, but, okay. We're going out of, town. And same deal as far as fighting, but in this case, we're gonna be fighting the same enemies we fought before. So, actually, they'll be just as weak. Okay, one thing I also want to do, I'm gonna do this when I get out of battle, is... I don't want Rainy in front. I absolutely do not want her there. Because otherwise she's gonna get herself killed. So yeah, defend, defend, defend. The Crescent Beam Shower, though, should decimate these things, because it's running the same stats we ran when we were first here with Venus last month. Unfortunately, it also means the same experience output, so this is not a good place to do experience grinding. Well, fine, unless you're really low level with some characters, then it probably is. Alright, let's change the formation. Alright, so, same case as Arrow, but I want to put... Yeah, you know what, fine, we'll keep... Yeah, we'll keep Saturn in front. I do want Rini in the back. Yeah, fine. Rini in the back over there. Yeah, Pool's gonna be more support anyway. That's fine. I mean, I could put her in the front, but I kinda... I don't know. It's either that, or I'm gonna have, her... I think it's fine, because when I was doing test on this, she'll do a lot of damage in front, and she'll take the hit fine. If I put her in front, she'll be destroyed probably in, like, 1 hit for certain things. So I have her up here, she'll be hitting hard enough, but with slightly better defense, so she won't die in 1 hit. As great as Venus is as far as battling with this one, defense is not her forte. Attack is. So what we want to do is we want to make sure that she's going to live. Actually, there is a boss battle coming up here that I do want to get set. Also, I do want to check my item layout before I go on that boss as well. Wild Spine Heart Attack. Yeah, she's not going to do much damage, but it's fine. Actually, at this point, yeah, Venus is going to outrun anybody. Okay, so actually, let me check my, my accessories, because I do know that there is one accessory I had that was for a specific character. Okay, no, it's for, Sailor Neptune, but I don't have Sailor Neptune in my party. So yeah, this is the Diamond Tiara. Yeah, that's for, oh, that's for Uranus, never mind. Oh, fine. The Amber one for Uranus, and then the Aquamarine one for, Sailor, Neptune. Although, weird enough, they don't say for Sailor Neptune on this one, which is very weird. Alright, that should be fine, and... yeah, I think for everybody else, I think I'm all set. So honestly, there's not gonna be much for grinding here, so, okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try and go to this side, just to see if everything's good. Yeah, just kill stuff in between is fine. And since I outrun everything, and Venus is strong enough to kill in 1 hit... oh, and Saturn as well. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, just get free experience and free money. As little of both of them as it might be. Okay, fine. There's the other side of the village, because remember, this village is the male-only side on the right, and the female-only side on the left. And we started. The difference now is that we're starting in the female side of the village. Or fine, the female village, because it's 2 separate places, technically. And in this case, that's how it's run. Alright. I mean, hey, if I can manage at least 1 level up as I go along, probably for a mini-moon, honestly, we should be good. Because there's a boss coming up, and it's one that does take a bit of damage as far as, you know, hurting me, and also me having to destroy them quick. Though it was not quick on my test play. It took me quite a bit of time to do this one. Yeah, in that case, I did at least get a Nagiri set, so at least I have some ability to get health. Oh, feasibly, okay, here's the other thing. I could feasibly go level grind if I wanted to, or if you want to, if you play this, by going to the castle. Because since this is the same level layout as before, I can go over there and just fight stuff. But I think the way this is working, this is probably just going to be the best way to go. Because what we're trying to do is actually, you know what? I forgot to show one thing, which is that I need to go to the temple. Because the idea is like, hey, how do I know where I'm going? To which I say, A, because I did the test play, and I figured out where we're going for the next 5 hours of this play, and also because I talked to Radina, or Medina? See, it's weird, I'm forgetting her name already. Alright, fine, after this one battle, then we'll go see her. Because she's at the temple, and if I ever get lost, I can go there, and she'll tell me where to go. Well, fine, she'll tell me where I could go, while I can actually be there. So back in town, she's at the temple up here. There, she is. Hi. Yeah, first I have to look for the Ark. So we saw the Ark last month, which was actually what Venus found. And it is in the same place as it was, but on the way over there, we're gonna run into a boss. Not tell you where to go in a mean way. Well, I mean... That's true. I mean, I guess that's an interesting thing. Now I'm thinking about that because, the idea of saying, you know, I guess to an idea condescending to you, which I mean, I guess that's an interesting thought. I never really figured that as far as like whether it's an RPG where it really kind of, you know, indicates, you know, making fun of you for not knowing where to go. I mean, this is an RPG exactly, and this is a hidden mode. I know Wave Race Blue Storm on the GameCube has an option. There's a code you can put in. You have, like, the pit crews in that, where they give you information as far as the race, saying, like, hey, you need to place in this position in order to advance. There's an option you can unlock where you have, like, the sarcastic guy going, like, ooh, you got a turbo. But that's something that's unlockable and is kind of intended as a joke. Whereas as far as, I guess, in something like this, whereas an RPG, I guess, that they're, you know, berating you. I mean, I'll tell you, I guess the games like this, I can think where that happens, don't tend to be stuff with, I guess, with giving information and telling you where you need to go. I mean, actually, I'll regale this. When The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword came out on the Switch last year, a lot of my coworkers bought it, a lot of friends I know bought it as well, and they're playing through an Imp in that game. We're playing through Ocarina of Time. We're finishing that next week, by the way. They're saying, like, hey, Imp is really hard on you as far as, you know, the story element, saying, like, yeah, Link is not the hero of time, he's not doing things right. Actually, we sort of had that with Ocarina of Time, with the idea that, hey, you're the boy without the fairy, but... I mean, that wasn't really telling you too much, like, hey, how to condescend to the player. I mean, I guess there's a reason for that, sometimes for story reason. I guess in the case of something like Skyward Sword, there is a story reason for that. There's also the kind of thing that, wait, are you going to necessarily feel demoralized, or for that matter, for a game like this, just dying like I might have been, or getting hit with the stone stuff, that's demoralizing enough. But what you're saying, that's an interesting thing. I mean, let me know then, chat, Dollyfin, anybody else out there, what you think as far as, I guess, the idea of guidance where it's kind of meant to be, I guess, I don't know, a backhanded compliment feasibly on that, because I'm not thinking too many on the top of my head, so I would just thought, alright, so here's a sort of familiar face. Yeah, is that you, Rabbit? I think she's talking about, yeah, me. Oh, no. Oh, she's talking about, Sailor Mini Moon. I think this is going into, oh, Christ, I don't know which one this is. I guess it's Sailor Moon R or S. I don't know where that is. I'll put an edit, as far as where this character's coming from. Yeah, but he's not going with the opposite of Senshi. He's going his own way. And by this time, instead of chatting, you were to die. Yeah, this is gonna be a hard boss and a long one. Yeah, this is Rubius. I remember this character somewhere, but as I said with part 1, it's like all these things are coming back with Sailor Moon. This one isn't. Okay, so he takes a lot of damage. I know that. It's like, I think almost 100,000 points of health. So, what I do want to do is I want to... Yeah, fine. We'll defend with her. Do the heal shower. Yeah, you can just hit with the Death Reborn. That's fine. Then in your case, I'll use facial cream on Venus. Yeah, Mini-Moon, stay out of the way. Okay, so at least Venus has some defense, and Saturn has enough defense. I don't think she's gonna get killed in one shot from this. At least I don't think she will. But then again, I may as well make sure of that because... Okay, now I got those items, I think. Okay, yeah, I got the cereal flowers. Yeah, so I got tons of these. So this is actually going to be better than my test play because in that case I ended up running through the colognes that much. But I said, fine, I'm test playing. It doesn't matter what I do. For the purpose of running this now, it's like I have a one-use item for one character. But if I have to run with everybody with cologne, I'll do that. But not now. Okay, so what I'm going to do is let's facial cream everybody. I'll facial cream everybody who is not Venus. And Venus, you defend. You can hit because you'll still live. So... yeah, facial cream Sailor Mini-Moon because she might die. And hope I don't get hit by this. This is illusion. I'll find out. Saturn was hit by this. Yeah, when she's under illusion, she'll attack, somebody randomly. It might be the enemy, but it might be me or some of my characters. And if I have, since I have an attack buff on her, it takes that into effect. So, feasibly, like, for example, if I had that happen to Sailor Venus, she could hit Serena in the face, cause like 3,000 points of damage, and she'd die in one hit. So I want to avoid that. Well, so in that case, what I'm going to do is, just because I don't know how much... Actually, no, here's the thing. With Sailor Saturn's case is that she is more of a magic user. And I'm going to use this because it's for enchantment specifically. And you know what? Fine. You know what? I'm not going to do that. We're going to... Time... Oh, no, we will do that. We use the application medic. You'll defend... You know what? Put the lipstick or use the cereal flower on Venus. Yeah, thank God I'm defending too, so that I don't get hit by the whirlwind cut too bad. Yikes, yeah. The whirlwind cut is bad, especially how that runs. But, I mean, the thing with, it also depends on some of the things with the characters, though, and this is also where the statuses are really coming into play in a bad way. And to be fair, that's constant in RPGs. You do get that idea as far as how status is running. It's going to be really bad when you get hit by some of it. But sometimes, some games have it running worse than others, I'll say that for sure. And honestly, in her case, she's not going to be much use to me now. Alright, fortunately, okay, I'm in bad shape because Venus did get hit by that. I did time stop, so that's going to be helpful. Hopefully Venus will hit the boss. Okay, fine. Rini kicked Venus in the face. So, okay, that was fine. I'm okay with that, only because that means that Venus isn't going to get hit by this. Okay, so you use the Death Reborn, and then you take care of your daughter when I find the item. Yeah, and since this is an enchantment, technically, I want to run the enchantment item. Okay, thank God, she did hit the enemy. Yeah, it is random what it picks when you're under an enchantment spell like that. And then, though I used the item, it doesn't look like the star went away. It's going to go away when the turn ends. Okay, no, fantastic, good. Okay, so now let's try the Venus Wing Sword and this. And yeah, you know what? I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll do the transformation. Let's pull the moon. Actually, no, wait, no, I don't want to do that. I want to see. I didn't try this. Let's see what that is. And then also see what she has. Restoring allies. Everyone's restored. Call for restoration. You know, what the hell, let's give it a shot, see what happens. I'm gonna time stop with him anyway, so it should be fine. Okay, that's a health recovery. Because I know there's one, the healing spray. When I get, what's her name, Mercury in the battle, I do it. Okay, I don't think I had enough, actually, EP for, one of those things, so I actually couldn't do that. Let me see. Yeah, I should have to keep hitting her. Oh, fine, I'll send her off that way. Even though I'm doing a lot of damage, it takes much more than that to get rid of him. honestly, with her not in front of the party, that actually is making this a little harder. Yeah, because she's at the back, that's not gonna do much. Yeah, 1 point. Yeah, sorry, Rini. We love you, but it's not gonna, you're not helping too much on this one. You know what, fine, I guess I'm gonna have to use the cologne. Fine, use the cologne and I'll hit her in the face, and yeah, she doesn't have any more, so yeah, hitting in the face that way is not gonna do much good either. Oh, no, I want her to do recovery. Yeah, 300, that's fine, stand back. Oh, crap. Fine, at least, Venus didn't get enchanted. I'm trying to remember if that wears off. I think it does. Yeah, okay, it does. I think it does, but, it also means that I can't do anything with them. So I think what I want to do is, fine, you know what? Venus, you take care of that. You just have Sailor Moon take care of this for everybody else, and start with Saturn. I got lucky that it didn't do that. Because you won't instantly lose if it hits everybody, or if this hits everybody. For the stone, it does. Or if everybody dies, which, hopefully won't see that happening. And yeah, hit her. Yeah, sometimes I'm trying to wonder where my item is. Oh, here we go. Okay, alright, you actually didn't do too bad on, Venus. See, that's because she's not in the front. If she's in the front, she would die and would hit from that. Okay, so now all I'm gonna do is... I'm gonna use the cologne, because that'll be a full EP recovery for the party, and then... You know what, I'm gonna try and double up on this. I'm gonna run the fragrance. And I'll get more of these as I go along, so I'm fine doing this, I think. And Sailor Moon, you know... Fine, let's... This isn't doing much, but just because I like how it looks. You know what, fine. You hit back. Yeah, you kick her in the face. Yeah, you try and dust him. It's not gonna do much, but, there you go. Yeah, 19 points. Yeah, I remember the day when you tossed that and the enemy dies with one shot. I was like, yeah, it's not the TV show that way. Well, unless I had Serena in front, then it might be more helpful. Okay, with that said, I can do another time stop. Just keep doing this with the Wink Sword. And Deathborn. Yeah, this is what this battle is gonna be. You know, oh no, you know what, fine, we'll Moon Cup, Moon and Mini Moon. So yeah, you drink from the chalice, and you drink for yours. Okay, yeah, Greenie just barely survived that. And by the way, when they do use that, there's a full health recovery for them, and then they get a new, element of moves. Now this is really gonna help too much in Rini, but hey, at least it's something. Okay, so let's take care of these guys. Keep in with the chain, you hit him that way. Actually, wait. Oh, right, when you have both of them under the Moon Cup thing, you get Rainbow W Moon Heartache, so you know, let's show that. So fine, we'll both punish him. There you go, yeah, mother and daughter taking him down, and yeah, that does look nice, so I don't know if it's gonna do much damage coming from the back. No, actually, not too bad, actually. Ooh. Also, the top of the screen glitched for some reason with the visuals. I hope that's not something wrong with my tech. Okay, actually, even from Rini, that's not doing too bad. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna... Yeah, let's give her some, EP recovery. You hit. You know, you also give, EP recovery to Venus. You know what the hell, you do it. Because at least I can get her up to her max again, which is 12. And it is 12 max for every character. Because basically I just want to have the, I want to have that attack running on her as much as I can do. Alright, hit it that way. Yeah, I want to run that Venus Wink Sword as much as I can, and you know what, because it's only 2 EP for both of them, I may as well, so I can at least do something. It actually is doing more damage than I thought it would. But if I did have them closer in formation, it probably would be better. Alright, so yeah, just keep going. This is pretty much going to be what the battle's going to be. And if I run out of EP for everybody, I'll probably then do another recovery with Cologne. Okay, yeah, even with her in the front, she's getting hit with 1 point. So actually, that's not bad. So honestly, at this point, it's going to be more of a war of attrition, which is good because I thought it was going to be me getting killed easily like I was when I did the test play. It's like, this is also why I do test play. Yeah, I may as well go into this since, I mean, look, because we've already played a good amount of this game, explain how it's operating, it means we can kind of extend it out more. So I may as well go into some of the philosophy of the show, particularly the idea of, like, why do I do a test play? I do it to time out how long the game is going to run when it's multiple parts, number one, but also because I want to make sure that I'll be ready for something and I won't be, you know, completely caught off guard. Because sometimes that might not make for necessarily a very interesting show. Okay, fine, I got him. But that's the reason I'll do that, just to make sure that, okay, I'll have some kind of preparation that way. And some people ask, like, yeah, you don't need to necessarily do that, potentially. It's like, yeah, to some degree, I agree. But I also do want to be at least a little prepared, even for a game I've played a lot, because sometimes I can't do the time perspective out. And with this one, I'm really glad I did it, because I want to make sure everything's set. But yeah, he's gone. Pluto, Venus, Saturn, and Me Moon leveled up. Alrighty. Damn. This time I thought the Black Moon would make it. No. And he is gone. Now we can go get the Ark, which is right over here. Alright, so we're gonna save there. Oh, no. Actually, hold on. Before I do that... Okay, no, he didn't give me what I was thinking. Alright, so we're gonna get on the Ark. So, Venus knows what this is, but everybody else not quite yet. Alright, so we're on it. It is the same one that we were on before because of the empty boxes. Alright, but in we go, and let's see if we can't get this thing to fly. Okay, there's a control room in the Ark, which Venus knows because she saw it last month. Yeah, but Serena's not sure how to get it running. We can use this for Crystal, though. So it says Venus. Yeah, you should pilot the plane, or the, Ark. I can pilot this thing. It's okay, just touch the crystal. Look, I can't do this. I just can't pilot this kind of thing. Alright. Well, it's starting to move, at least. Yeah, the Ark is coming out of the ground. Alright, yeah, if you ever played Final Fantasy before, remember the airship in that? Yeah, you got it here. For this part of the game. And I hope you like Mode 7 scrolling and rotations of Super Nintendo, because that's what this is. Now, with this, you can fly around to where we need to go, which, go back to Ria's, Medina will tell you where to go. But before we do that, I'm gonna go around. Here's how this works. You move left and right to turn the ship. You go up and down to go forward and backward. You do want to kind of, yeah, you have to do a turn like that. Sometimes it's weird, but you hit L and R, you can kind of strafe with the, Ark as you fly along. And you also hit the X button for something else. But yeah, we can go to Rias, we can go to Canis. So basically all the areas we went to when we were trying to get the heat crystals. And where we need to go is... okay, there's Medius. Let's hit the X button, you can look at the map as far as where you are. So yeah, this is the ancient past of the world. This way. So yeah, there's a site there for you. There's Canis, Rias, which we are at. Iaga. And then where we need to go finally is... And the map will loop around itself, so you'll be able to get to where you need it to be, if I can find where it is. Where am I going? I think, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm going the right way. You have to go here, the North Pole. We're not going there yet. We're going 2 places specifically. We are going to Canis, and we're going to... Okay, we'll go back to Riz. We're going to Canis to start. Yeah, the, area in, I believe it was, Switzerland that we went with, Sail Mercury Part 1. Yeah, we want to go back to the villages. There's Dragon in the Northern Cave. Legend has a habit of collecting crystals. I guess we could feasibly go there for stuff like that, but what we want to do is we want to go to the other town. And I'm doing this because I want to make sure I can get all the puzzle pieces that are left. Yeah, at this point, yeah, just punch them in the face. Remember, they do have the same stats when we fought them before, so yeah, it's just this one flip kick and they're gone. Now, you can miss this feasibly if you don't do what I'm doing, and I did miss it when I did test play, but I'm making sure we're not going to do that. Because the reward is too great to, ignore. There's the, ski robot. Give even Serena kick in the face, and they're fine. Alright, so when we get over to the other side of the village on the east, there are 2 items. I think I said when we did, I don't know if it was part 1 or part 2, I said that you're not going to run into cases where you have to search, like, non-movable objects or anything for items or anything. I sort of lied to that, and, okay, that was weird. I just walked 1 step, and I went into battle, which usually doesn't happen in this game. But either way, it's fine. These enemies are nothing to be worried about. And I am getting puzzle pieces off of these, which is good because, let me see, where are we with the puzzle pieces? Okay, we got a couple more pieces, but there are 4 we have to get lying around in some of these areas. So the first 2 are over here. These 5 barrels here, you hit the A button on one of these, you found a puzzle piece. It's in this one. And then the other one that's here is right under here, you hit A on this barrel. Found a puzzle piece. You have to find these specifically. You usually get them through battles outside of that, but these other 4, you have to get them this way, otherwise you will not be able to complete this puzzle. But there we go, we're good that way, and we're getting closer to finishing it, and there is a reward, as I mentioned, for finishing that. And when I learned what it does, I said, absolutely we're getting this. Okay, so we are done with, this area, so let's go back and... go back to the airship. Okay, fine. The Ark. I call it the airship, but it's the airship in Final Fantasy. And what I'm going to do is, when I edit this in a couple of days, I'm going to put a picture of the airship from Final Fantasy, specifically, I guess 4, because I'm playing through 4 now, specifically, or going through it. And the reason, by the way, as I mentioned, is because, hey, I need a game to just go through, like, work breaks with. And it's on DS, so I can play it that way on a portable unit. But also because, confession time. I have a bunch of games in the Final Fantasy franchise, but I've never beaten a single one of them. And when people found out, particularly the Crochet Nerd, God love him, found out, I said, like, you have to beat one of these at least. And I'm like, yeah, you're right, I should. So I said, which should I start with? I said, fine, you tell me which one I should be beating first. I said, how about 4? I said, which version? Because like, I have 3 of them. I have the one on the PlayStation in Final Fantasy Chronicles. I have it on the Super Nintendo. And it would be one of those 2 we'd be able to show off if you want to see that or when we get to Final Fantasy. And let me know, chat, which Final Fantasy game you'd want to see first. And then the one on the DS, you have to do the DS one. It's like, yeah, fire enough, because the DS version is great. And it's specifically about running, you know, the airships in that one. Alright, we went to Canis. We're gonna go to... the area in Canada, Medius. Alright, so we're coming down. We're back in Canada where Sailor Venus was, or Sailor Jupiter was. There's a puzzle piece hidden here. Hidden here, hidden here. It's hidden here. I think he gives you one, although, okay, I don't know if he actually gave me that from saying that. Alright, I have to go into the trees like this to get out. But there are 2 that are in, Mishi Village, so go to the east and we can go, get it. By doing this, this will guarantee we get those nice items. And pick up the other puzzle pieces along the way, because as I said, you usually get them for battle, but eventually the game runs out as far as giving them battle. They just said, like, hey, there's 4 hidden. If you're the game, doesn't really give you much of an indication that they exist that way. So that's one thing, just to go back to the idea of, you know, not being mean to you. Fine, it's not being mean exactly. It's more of a, I guess, the sin of omission, really, of saying, like, hey, you got these puzzle pieces. Sometimes you think, like, what's the reason? I mean, I guess it's a secret, really, which is fine to that. So, I mean, that makes sense. I can't just say, like, oh, yeah, you know, they're being mean by not telling me something like that. It's probably one of those things that, in a lot of games like this, kind of had this perspective going. The sense of saying, okay, here's the hidden secret stuff you wouldn't necessarily find on your first play. And we've played games that do that. We played oh no, we didn't play Final Fantasy. We played Super RPG. There are a bunch of things I showed off that are not inherently obvious about how to do it. And also same with Kingdom Hearts. Alright, so there's two things. They're both by the item shop. So the barrel here, stand in front of it, point right here, hit the A button. Or don't, oh fine, no, look in the barrel, never mind. And now do the same with this one. There we go, that's the 4 of them. Now it's empty. Okay, so those are all of them. Yeah, because there are only 4, every other one is there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, I think. Unless I miscounted. So more battles we run into, we'll finish that puzzle in no time. And that picture, by the way, is going to be the thumbnail on the YouTube version of one of these parts. Maybe this one, unless there's something else that comes up that is of interest. Alright, so in this case, now we can leave. I mean, I can still keep going around here, talk to people. You can kind of get a sense of, I guess... You know what, fine. While we're here, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll have a little bit of a greatest hits. Sorta. Well, I'm gonna go back to Mishi Village. I'm gonna go back to the house of Mary's mother. Or Mary's father, I should say. Because, yeah, in the present, Sailor Jupiter got punched in the gut for trying to go in the door. Sailor Jupiter isn't here, so we're gonna try and just go through the door ourselves in the past. They probably don't know who we are. Oh, no, we don't want to go in that house. Oh, fine, I'll talk to him. Creator goes as far as the moon. Oh, no, I don't want to go in the house again. Oh, looks like you need a key. Okay, fine, it's locked. Alright, so I can't go in the house that way because it's locked. Alright, we're fine. Let's, go. Because actually, there's one other place we're gonna go before we go to the North Pole. And somewhere I don't think I knew where to go for this when I first played this game, which I mentioned. I played it on an emulator back in, well, almost 20 years ago, because as I mentioned, this game never came out in the US, so there was really no other way to play it. But when I got to this point, and I think I got to this point, I didn't realize that there's a specific button you have to press when you're on the screen with the Ark in order to go somewhere pretty unique. In fact, we'll go there next, because there's some nice items over there. And also some good story lore stuff going along. Yeah, in this case, just keep running enemies, and... yeah, they're nothing, so it's fine with what they're going on now. There's more in the way, and at this point I'm like, fine, I'll kill them because they're there. Okay, so back to the Ark we go, and... I mentioned what various buttons do, and also when you're over an area, you hit A and you disembark. But if you hit the Y button, you go up into the sky, you get that great Mode 7 rotation. Alright, now we are in the Silver Millennium. So, yeah, remember the idea of the Silver Millennium from the show and the manga? Basically the idea that this is what, you know, the Moon Kingdom was back before, you know, Sailor Moon and everybody came to the current day, or what was then the current day. And, you know, but basically they came that way after Beryl destroyed the place. But what happened before the place was sacked? Well, we can come here and see, but yeah, we have to use our disguise as a pen. So yeah, the Luna pen. We saw at the beginning of the game, I said, are we going to actually use this? The answer is yes, we do. So yeah, got our disguise pen. So yeah, we're going to use the Luna pen for something useful now. So, alright. So, Disguise power! Turn me into a beautiful servant. Although I think this is really the only thing she can do with this thing. Unfortunately, you can't really choose what you want to transform into. Which would be a great mechanic, but, yeah, whatever. Alright, we're gonna save now, because we do have those puzzle pieces. And I don't want that to go to waste. Alright, so we're in the Silver Millennium. There are a lot of places we can go and get some nice story, background, and might as well do this. Also get some items here as well. New Earth, yes? Is the Silver Millennium wonderful? Yes, it is. There are also houses and, places of interest you can go in, like here. This is the ice skating rink. Jupiter comes here often to skate, which also goes to the anime itself, because Jupiter is one about skating. But yeah, in this case, yeah, I can just walk on ice and not slip. So, like, yeah, I don't think Jupiter can do that. So it's like, yeah, Sailor Moon's really showing up Jupiter on this. But, alright, yeah. So just to walk around the town, just talk to people. You use Venus-sama's arc. Okay, so they know the arc concept, looking for Venus. I didn't even know it could fly, but yeah, we made it fly. Thanks to Venus, actually. Alright, this is the inn, so you can still sleep here, same as before. And as is always the case, there's also a save point in the inn, so we may as well use it. Also just get some pages running on the save case there. At the end, it's going to be interesting how many pages we have running. And there are items all around, so that's why I'm kind of just wandering around here. There'll be boxes, we'll see. Also get in this nice, peaceful thing. Like, yeah, we were having all these fights going on. We have some other things that will be happening later. We got, bad stuff's gonna happen in this place, which we know because of how the series is. But then what's gonna happen is we're gonna see, what was happening prior to everything that's gonna go on. I want to be friends with people of Earth. Our queen should think so as well. Alright, we're gonna have that happening. And actually, as I said, I don't think I came here beforehand, because actually, you don't come here now, you can't get the items that are around, and you also don't get some of the story clues. Alright. Queen's a really good person. Yeah, that is true. I'm getting stuck. Okay, this is my problem maybe with holding R to do the running, or the dashing. You just hold the B button around to do this. Some time ago, Endymion-sama came to meet with the princess, and they're so loving of one another. So, yeah, going into that idea, and Dolphin, what you said when we first played this, which is the idea of what was going on with Queen Beryl, and we're gonna get some more answers to that. Wonder what that is. Yeah, it's a Luna Ball. So yeah, there are 3 save points in Silver Millennium. I'm just realizing that now. Alright, so one place I do want to go is the castle, because there are some unique items I can get off of the areas there. Alright, this place is akin to heaven, which I guess that's, let's think about that. Yes? Yeah, it is, definitely so. I mean, let's go to that. I guess that's the idea of, like, maybe the potential faith perspective, the idea that, okay, this is the, paradise specifically of everybody, but then it gets destroyed, and then they're leaving. Or maybe, like, the Garden of Eden concept, potentially. I don't know if they had that thought in their minds as far as Sailor Moon, the anime, the manga, or this game, but it is an interesting idea. Alright, one thing I do want to take a look is what they sell here. Yeah, because they sell a lot of the Silver Millennium stuff, like the Moon Pudding, Moon Drop, Moon Shard, Benno sets, cologne. Nothing I really need that's different that I can only get here. Let's see. Queen's very kind and gentle. We're gonna see the Queen in a little bit. Okay, yeah, I talked to him already as far as, this place is heaven. Which I guess goes to the perspective, as we mentioned, that, this place is gonna be, oh, come on. We know what's happening because of how the series went for it. I'll be a Sailor Senshi too, and I guess the idea that the girls in the place want to follow the Sailor Scouts. Because, and that also goes to what we saw with Sin and Anshar earlier, which is that this was a great place, and then Black Moon came, the Sailor Scouts either didn't help because, I don't know if those, look, I don't think the idea is that the Sailor Scouts didn't help because they didn't want to help, but they didn't help, and she said, hey, that's a slight, they don't care about us. Alright, so he's busy, so that's fine. Actually, before I go in there, I want to talk to this guy, or her. You want to see in the Earth Palace? Yes. Alright, so here are the Earth, or the Moon Warrior guys. Worry about the princess's flying horse. Yeah, so were we when it came to, our discussion last month in regards to the idea of Pegasus. Like, yeah, you know what? Whose side is Pegasus really on later? But I was like, okay, fine. Pegasus is not a factor right now. But here's something we're going to see that sort of is. Yeah, here's Queen Serenity, and this is definitely a little bit of a bittersweet case for Serenity here. Because, well, okay, here's the other thing, is that Serenity understands who her daughter is just by looking at her, knows we're in disguise, or maybe she doesn't. Yeah, so we have to kind of hold our element to this. Oh, she knows. Alright, so yeah, fine, alright, there you go. There are the Sailor Scouts. It's like, yeah, we can't hide from this. This child's my daughter. Nice to meet you, I'm Chibiusa. You're just cute. Thank you, this meeting shall stay only in my heart. Queen Serenity, take care. But she ran away for a very specific reason. It's hopeless she's gonna die as well because she knows what's happening to this place. We know this, yet we can't do anything to stop it. But she's my mother. Fine, she's her mother as far as from the Silver Millennium. Sailor Moon, Queen Serenity certainly knows this too. We can't change destiny, which is going to this idea, and I guess fascinating thing with the story, I guess, with this one, which is the idea that we're trying to start Apsu from changing destiny, but they're realizing, wait a minute, we could get into a case where, you know, we know something bad is going to happen. Oh no, indeed, I agree with that Dolphin in that way, and the idea that then they have to pretty much let what bad things we know are going to happen. So it goes to that idea of, I guess, what happened with Sin saying, oh, the Sailor Scouts didn't help us. I guess maybe even now it's even weighing on Serena really heavily, of the sense of, I want to help, but I know I can't because otherwise the destinies are going to change. It's basically that idea of, I guess if we're going to go biblical this further, as we were talking a little earlier, the idea that why do bad things happen feasibly? The idea is like, if we had the power to stop it, would we stop it? But the idea is something like, no, she would want to in her heart, but she's saying, I can't. Also, yeah, Luna is right, because Queen Serenity did choose to sacrifice herself. And said, none of this is spoiler because it goes to the TV show, because at the beginning of the show, the very first episode of the show, and right at the beginning of the manga, they went into the idea that Queen Serenity sacrificed herself to basically send everybody off to Earth, save Sailor Moon and everybody there, so they'll be able to, you know, reincarnate and pretty much continue the legacy forward. But yeah, whatever happens, she'll end up sacrificing herself to save everyone. So they're destined to happen here. Alright, so yeah, she's gonna unfortunately shrug it off. I guess put the disguise back on, even though like everybody else knows, like, no, they already saw that. It's important to have friends. Well, we do have friends. I mean, Sailor Moon does have friends. I mean, and she herself, like, the theme song indicates she'll never turn her back on a friend, and she's not. I think, if nothing else, this perspective of her saying, I don't want the queen to, you know, suffer this way, is her basically saying, I don't want to turn my back on them, but she knows that she has to. Which, honestly, there is kind of something tragic about that, and there is something to be said about the fact that, yeah, this series, when you were on this show, when we did part 1, I'm glad you released it in the chat. Sorry I couldn't have you on the show physically, or we couldn't get our schedules running that way, but even so, the idea of, and I think it's explaining something, I think, of why is this series attached to people, why it's attached to you, why it's attached to me, why it's attached to other people who've come in on the show, on chat, or however, and that is that it is kind of going a little deeper, and so in a lot of ways, they put a lot of thought into this for this series, so in that way, it's like, alright, I can see that, and this game kind of reinforces that. Alright, so yeah, I'm coming in here. This is, Princess Serenity's room. Got the diamond bracelet and red rose. Yeah, the diamond bracelet is an accessory for her, which is going to be right here, and that's gonna be a nice buff to a lot of my stuff. It's, 5 points to my attack and defense, as well as 4 to my evasion and 2 to my speed. And I also got the red rose, which is going to be, that's a recovery item. I use that in battle. It's a full recovery. If I lose a party member, I can use them to recover them with full health immediately. It does, and so does anime generally. Yeah, and that's the interesting thing. I mean, we talked about that. Let's go into that, since we're going to be pretty much walking through the Silver Millennium for a little bit. Not too much longer, but still a little bit of time. So yeah, there is a Sailor Moon's room, but let's also go in the room of the Inner Senshi and see if they have anything. Okay, they don't. Actually, you do see the indication of there is Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, and Venus right there. So yeah, they do have their room. Yeah, people can sometimes discount anime as cartoons, but there's a lot of ideas that they will tackle. Yeah, and you could say that in a lot of ways with a lot of animation, but look, I said this when we first played this game a few months ago. Definitely not Bugs Bunny. Well, I mean, something like, that's another one, right? I mean, so I'm saying, well, Bugs Bunny, definitely something like that, where there are a lot of ideas that we'll tackle, and same with an anime case, and you were saying, the first part of this, you said specifically, it's a way of talking about certain topics, or, look, I said, any animation could do that, really, but Japan, I mentioned this, was kind of at the forefront, because as I mentioned, whereas in the US, there's a little bit of a growing pain in the sense of, is animation always viewed as children? Yeah, double entendre for Bugs Bunny. Yeah, no question. I get that for sure. But you're right, that too. So it can kind of play at that different level. Where in the US, as I mentioned, the thought was that, hey, is it for children? That was the first thought usually. And it wasn't really until, I would say, the 2000s to a certain extent, where I think that stopped being kind of a question in a lot of cases. We're also getting another thing. Yeah, we're seeing Princess Serenity and Prince Endymion right there. But is it going into something like this? Yeah, sage barrels and brainwash the people for Earth. Planning to conquer both Earth and the Moon. I see. By having randoms, we can't hold back. Yeah, but also, Serena's knowing that, yeah, if I walk into that, or if I know Luna is, let's not disturb them, because otherwise they're going to see that, and she might potentially disappear. But as I said, with the US, there was kind of an adjustment in saying, like, when we get to the point where we could say that something like this, as I mentioned, they released Sailor Moon, initially something for families, I guess, while it's also having more adult things to it in its initial element. But in Japan, that didn't happen. I mean, as I said, it kind of goes both ways in some ways, as we said, as far as whether that's a good or bad thing or what that necessarily is meaning. But it also is fascinating for something like this, where you're right, and kind of look at stuff. Actually, I didn't even come out here during the test play, so actually in that case, that might be potential for the thumbnail that way. But I've liked that idea of being able to look at this and just looking at this and saying, like, okay, no, this is actually... It's like when we play Kingdom Hearts to a certain extent, that I kind of like that game better after we played it, just because I realized, okay, it's looking at some deeper things, but it does look like they put a lot of thought into it, even if with something like Kingdom Hearts, you could kind of say, did they necessarily maybe go overboard with it with some of the later editions? And with Sailor Moon, I think maybe the same way, but with this one, I don't get it. I think it goes to the idea of, like, look, we're answering really one question with this game, which is, why does this Enterprise have such a connection with people? I guess also, why, of all the Sailor Moon games that have come out, even though we've got very few in the US, why is it this one? It seems like it's the one people like the most. At least I think that's the idea of this one. And I think, if nothing else, we're answering that, because it is tackling the story interestingly, and tying with the anime and the manga to do that. So in that case, that's the idea, and that's why I've been enjoying doing this. And to that, Dolphin, thank you for the request of this one, because as I said, it gives another element to look at with something like this, and also another story to tell as far as the game with the story it's telling, but also the story we have for the Enterprise in the case of this one, but also kind of looking into some of this stuff deeper, and I love doing that, and I love that you love doing that, and chat, you all do as well. So thank you very much for that. And going to the Bugs Bunny case, just to think to that, you're right, as far as something like that. At some point, we definitely have to, when we mention this, we have to take a look at some stuff for Looney Tunes that way, or Bugs Bunny stuff. And actually, one of those games, for the, I've decided we're going to do, for the showcase for Thanksgiving, the genre showcase, I'm going to take your suggestion, Dolphin, you want to see this, what I mentioned at one point, which was, you wanted to see racing games. I said, like, I'm going to get a bunch of stuff on the Dreamcast, which I have a bunch anyway. Please, no problem. One of them, actually, you know what, fine, I'll give away what one of those is going to be. One of them is going to be, it's going to be Looney Tunes Space Race for the Dreamcast. That's going to be one of the games I'm going to show off, and it does go into that very effectively for it. I don't know if you ever played that one. It was also on the PS2, where really enough, they did not name it Looney Tunes for some reason. It came on the Dreamcast first, and they ported it to the PS2 a couple years later, but they didn't name it Looney Tunes Space Race when it came on the PS2. They named it Space Race, and I looked at this on the store shelf, saw like, it's Space Race, but I said, like, wait a second, there's a Bugs Bunny on it still. And I looked at the back of the box, like, wait, this is the game I own on the Dreamcast, which actually is kind of expensive to find on the Dreamcast, so that'll be a case of us being able to show that one. I haven't played it, but I've seen it. And it's actually, of the kart racing games the Dreamcast has, it is the best one. Of which there's, I think, only really 4 of them. But that's, and I have 2 of them. I'll see about some of the other ones. Actually, the Crescendo is going to hook me up with one of the games we're going to be showcasing. But I'll at least say that is going to be one of the ones I'm going to play. Alright, so we went back to her, and she said, we have to go see what's going on with Queen Beryl. She's at the North Pole. Alright. But as I said, it's also something that we can get discussion going on with some of these enterprises on top of that. Alright, so, with that, we have to go to the North Pole, but first I'm going to go save. Oh, okay, fine, now I'm going to go save, because when we go to the North Pole, we have enemies that are very powerful, and we have... Okay, yeah, we have enemies that are powerful, and we have instant cases of enemies that we have to fight. And thankfully I am in a better shape, sort of, with, everybody, but I do want to be careful of this. Actually, I'm at a little bit of an advantage this time compared to when I did the test play, because when I did the test play, I had Uranus and Neptune out with me, just because I want to get their levels up. Because I'm looking at them like, hey, they're at level, 20, and I'm almost at 30 with some of the others. I want to equalize them out, but I realize, okay, no, they're getting killed too quickly. And there is a part later I'll be able to normalize that a little easier. So in that case, I'm just going to do that. In the meantime, just kill everything here, and we'll go back to the Ark, and we'll go to the North Pole. Which I guess also goes, as I mentioned, to the anime for this, because that's where we ended up killing Beryl, as it was. And that's not spoiler, because that happened in the show at this point, and we know that, but we're basically going in the past to kind of, I guess, get a little bit of a mirror into where the events in this Enterprise were really going. Okay, and we're almost there with the puzzle pieces. Awesome. I think we finish that thing later tonight. Alright, so let's get on the Ark. And hopefully I'll be able to get my way over there this time. Alright. Yeah, the only problem also with the map is that it's not really showing which way the Ark is pointing. So you have to kind of just look at the idea of it, and I guess also look at the ground a little bit just to get a sense of, alright, where are you going? Alright, so there is North Pole. Let's disembark. Alright. So we're here. But this is not going to be easy. Because we have random encounters all over the place. Yeah, and these enemies are going to hurt. So much so, I'm going to use the time stop right now. And, yeah, you know what? I don't think she'll die in one shot, and I know she won't die in one shot either. Yeah, fine. It doesn't matter what I do with her. Fine, let's try Dusty and why the hell not. And picture heart attack. Let's hope the Tempest thing doesn't kill me too quickly. Well, alright, actually, no, it's not too bad. Maybe because of the level ups I got. Oh, well, no, the charge is doing okay for that. You can see in there, even though I did 900 points of damage on them, yeah, they're not dying. Actually, I don't even think this is gonna do it in one shot. Like, actually, yeah, that was even less powerful than everything else. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna, oh, you know, right, I can't time stop with her. I'll do the crescent beam thing, you do that, and then I'm gonna join up with, her to do the healing shower, and yeah, you just hit with that. Yeah, because even with the levels I'm having, I'm not killing them quickly. So yeah, this is where we're getting to the point where the enemies have very high HP, even as far as just normal enemies I run into random encounters. They're going in the thousands now. Alright. Oh, I don't have enough for that. Alright, so fine, I'll have to just kill one of them really quickly with something, and then I'll not do that. Let's use the Spiral Heart Attack, and this just because. Yeah, okay, it still hurts that way, but I have to hit him more times in order to get rid of him. Yeah, fortunately, in her case, yeah, the time scythe, whatever it is that, oh, no, it's like the scythe thing that, Saturn has, but I'm thinking what it is for Pluto. I'll put in a name of what that weapon she's holding, because I know there's a name for that. Alright, so let's, keep this going. Actually, I'll say one other thing. When I was doing the test play on this, I basically was just trying to run away from all these battles as much as I could, but honestly, for this, it's probably better. You know, that's probably not going to do much good for me now. I may as well just do the time stop thing still. Get the heal shower, hit that. But as I said when I was doing the test play on this, I basically was just running from everything. And I said you can do that by walking a few steps and hitting the X button to go in the menu, because it'll do the reset of the timer for the random battle thing. Yeah, won't be able to do that when we play Skies of Arcadia eventually, because I thought, oh, I could do it in that game too, but no, you can't. But nothing else could be good for getting levels up for now, and also for Mini-Moon specifically, just so he doesn't die easily. Although actually, except for the beginning, I've had pretty good luck, you know, not dying, so I'm gonna take that for now. In the meantime, keep hitting me with anything else you got. Chat about anything else you want to go into on this game. RPGs. Anything else we've talked about feasibly, because I said run the gamut on this program. As it also mentioned, to go back to the thing with the showcase for Thanksgiving. Yeah, as I said, I kind of started that. Actually, now I'm realizing it, I did start that because Proto is going to be back on the show next week for the finale of Ocarina of Time. He wanted to see flight shooters, or he wanted to see Life Force specifically. And I said, let me look at a bunch of games in the genre, and it kind of came from him that way. So at that point, I kind of like the idea of, you know, chat saying, like, hey, I want to see either look at genre, or we could feasibly do another thing, is eventually we run into a case like, hey, we're not going to do genres, or can't, or we've done genre before, we could figure something as far as, like, how to show more of a smorgasbord. I mean, we're going to have that in a few weeks when we do the compilation showcase show, which is for Memorial Day weekend, which is going to be for Midway Arcade Treasures 2. Definitely looking forward to doing as well, and to show off those games in a little bit of a rapid succession, or fine, a full look at that compilation. Alright, so let's get some more attack, just to kill these things quickly. Yeah, fine. Sorry your thing missed Rini. I mean, I could put Rini in the front to fix that, but I was like, well, no, I don't want to. I don't want her dead. Yeah, I don't want them dead. Oh, well, fine. Alright, fine. Rini did die because I wasn't paying attention to her health. Actually, she's not gonna get health because I think we're gonna kill everything doing it. Oh, well, even Venus is in trouble. Okay, maybe not. I mean, if I can... know, that's good. As long as Saturn doesn't kill her, buddy, I can at least get Rini back and get her some health, or get him some experience. Okay, perfect. Alrighty, so let's pull Rini back. Actually, at this point, it also doesn't matter if I just resurrect her for 30 points. And you know what? Fine. You know what? Yeah, I don't really... Yeah, fine. Everybody else defend because... Yeah, just make sure she comes back. And then we'll use Cure here for health. Oh, you know... Oh, no. Okay, I probably just start killing now. If I get a level up, they get health recovery anyway, so either or. Okay, yeah, you defend. I just love that attention to detail when they're in their low health area. They have the red by their number, and also they're like looking like they're crying, like, oh god, I'm gonna die. Alright, Mini-Moon got leveled up, so she's recovered with health, so that's fine. Also, I do want to make sure I'm getting the items here, because there's some nice stuff that is in here. Also use my items that I know I can't use in battle, so that. That's fine. Alright, that's a life can, which is a full recovery. Yeah, let me look at that. I think it's a full recovery, it's a full restore, or full, revival, and it's a full recovery for the party if I have it. Yeah, right there. Yeah, you resurrect in battle and all your HP is cured. So I want to hold on to that. I'll probably use that for some of the later bosses we run into. And where we need to go, by the way, is to the northeast. But there are a couple areas we can hit on the way. I do want to hit those specifically. Alright, so let's do healing shower. Death Reborn, and then you guys stand back. Actually, I think I realized then with the formation thing that I guess I kind of came up with the best way to run this for the time being, anyway. Alright, so yeah, you time stop, and yeah, everybody else, yeah, kill him. Okay, no, I can do the... Oh, wait, no, I can't, because I need to do this first. I'm gonna... Fine. You know what, it's probably a waste of time, honestly, in this, so yeah, just Moon Spiral him and do that. Yeah, just hit Sailor Moon and Sailor Saturn. They're gonna take those hits fine. Yeah, I love that time stop. That time stop's so useful. But as I said, but it does only last for 3 turns, so you're gonna eventually have to run through a lot of EP in order to run it more than once. For this should be enough. Yeah, I think these things are taking a bit more damage. That's why I have Saturn out. Alright, thank you, Saturn, for your services. Alright, so there's another item over there on the ice floe. So yeah, I want to get everything here, and then I want to go to both of the areas. Basically the southwest and northeast of the town, or the area here. Final time stop, and then we'll do the same thing. So yeah, it's basically going to be the same thing. I guess I'll say this about, you know, the tactic perspective of this game. When you find something that works effectively, you kind of want to run that. When you can get away with doing it. And hopefully I'll get lucky again, and I won't get hit by anything with illusion. Okay, perfect, awesome. Alright, so yeah, they're not going to do much damage, but as long as I keep this going on, and I can kill them quickly, we should be set. You know, they're not going anywhere, so that's the best part of it. So, I mean, I guess if nothing else, I'll say one thing, I guess, is that feasibly you get the sense that, yeah, you could feasibly spam some of the attacks in this in the way this game is designed. That's the idea, but then again, it's like, hey, I'm earning the ability because I powered these characters up enough, and basically coming up with the strategy of what's going to work. So, I guess if nothing else, I'll just go to the sense of this with this RPG and RPG in general, really, which is come with the idea of what is your strategy going to be for attack, and how is it going to change based upon your party layout and also around the enemies. So I think there's also sort of a weakness element to this, I think, but I don't know how obvious it really is in this. Something like, hey, there'll be all metro weaknesses, like, hey, that will hurt for fire, or something else will hurt for, like, electricity or something. Alright, yeah, in that case, it's going to be just enough, because then they'll die to that. Oh, actually, yeah, my team is leveled up enough that it's not going to, you know, help them much. Alright, there we go. So there's Bendel set. And you know what I think I'll do is I'll go to the, okay, at least it's these things, because I know how to take care of these. Alright, so heal shower, and then just kill everything. Yeah, if nothing else, it's also good for you to have a drink of water as you go along. Actually, feasibly, here's the other thing, I guess, with an RPG, really, is that since you're only managing the menus in that case, you can feasibly, I guess, do other stuff that way. It's like, hey, like having a snack or something, say. I mean, in my case, I'm not. It's like, well, I'm just running it this way. But I feasibly could do that if I wanted to. Like, yeah, if they're attacking, like, oh, I have snacks or, like, something to that on the side. It's like, in this case, no. Also, like, the rustling of stuff might be a case of it. Although, fine, you hear the stuff with the water bottle, so yeah, not much of a difference there. Alright, they're gone. Sailor Moon leveled up, and Mini Moon leveled up. Alright, so at least I'm getting a little bit of that, so that I'll be set as we go along. Although, honestly, you know what? I want to see if... You know what? Fine, I'm gonna run away from the battle. Yeah, you know, so, yeah, Sailor Moon never runs from real fight, but yeah, we're making a run now, just because, like, yeah, I don't want to fight this. Well, fine, I'm gonna take 2 Tempests on the way out, so that's not gonna be good for me. Yeah, we do run away. Actually, I don't think this game has a mechanic where you fail on a runaway. Fine, you know what? I'm gonna do what I said I wasn't gonna do, which is do that exploit, because I always want to get all the items, and then we're gonna go to the town on the side. And I'm leveled pretty effectively. I think we should be fine. Alright, there's bath medicine. Yeah, up there's where we need to go. In fact, you know, I probably should go down here for the purpose of talking the story. If we go up there, that's where Beryl is. Oh. I was like, wait, I thought I hit the X button to go back in the menu. Alright, fine. Oh no, it's the same enemy, so yeah, let's run. Okay, fine, Mini Moon's illusion, whatever. How do you know where you need to go? Well, for this... Okay, fine. Medina will tell me to come to the North Pole. As far as where you need to go here, you basically have to kind of feel around. Well, fine. Sort of feel around. There's an Amber Tiara. That's for, Sailor Uranus, I believe. Let me take a look at that. Just confirm that. Or... Yeah, it is. Well, fine. It is, but and the only reason I know that is because all the Sailor Scouts are in connection with Burst Stone. To answer the question of where do you need to go, fine. I'll fight this enemy while I answer that. Well, fine. Do that and then get everything set for the purposes because, like, hey, it's free experience this way. I may as well, you know, have it. And actually, yeah, Rini, recover it, buddy. Let me use this. Okay, thank God it didn't hurt, Venus anymore. But yeah, I would guess just move around. For this, yes, and to be fair, with this game, when you kind of get in these areas, it's small enough as far as the environments that you'll kind of find where you need to go. Because for the most of it, it's going to be talking to Medina, saying to her, hey, where do you need to go? She said go to the North Pole. Because actually, I'll level with you. When I did the test on this past week, I didn't remember where to go for this. Oh, shit, why am I using my item again? Okay, fine, maybe because they didn't get fully recovered. But, I kind of was feeling my way around. I was like, wait, where am I going? I basically just went where I need to go until I either found people or found a story thing going. So at that point, I kind of felt my way through. And in this case, it's... I mean, when it comes to this RPG, and a lot of RPGs, honestly, it's not always a case of, you know, being confusing on where you need to go exactly because of a large level map, if nothing else. It's more just gonna be like making sure you go to the right place, and in some cases, especially for an older RPG like this, either being in that specific place or talking to that one specific person that will let the story continue. And there's some RPGs that do that better than others. But in this case, yeah, you kind of feel around, you're right, to move around, and then use the hints they have, and sometimes the traveling merchant will say like, hey, go here. So for this one, that's how it works. But yeah, we're in the Southwest Village here. Yeah, we'll become friends with the people of the moon. So, on a decision the Prince of Earth will hand down. Alright, so, this is the base of the people of Earth, or the Earth Kingdom. Actually, you know what, since I haven't had stuff with, you know, recovering much, because I haven't got many levels up, or level ups, I should say, we're gonna take a nap at the end. And we'll save. So, yeah, to answer your question, then, it's pretty much just kind of figuring out where you need to go for something like this. It is moving around. It's basically just kind of taking advantage of the fact that it's not a large level map. And then using whatever in-game hints. Although there's some games where it doesn't always, you know, give you much of a guidance to where you need to go. And the question of sometimes, is that a good design? How is it a product of, like, when the game came out, say? And also, how much are you willing to be okay with that? And there's some other RPGs I know that do that to some degree. I know a lot of the Phantasy Star games, especially some of the earlier ones, they're kind of limited with the guidance, although they were early or late 80s. Those are from Sega, that series. which, from what I understand, apparently Sega's thinking they might want to do revivals of a bunch of stuff. Maybe that one included. Alright, I want to get Bathmetics, though, while I'm here. And, yeah, let's get a couple Beno sets. But it is an interesting thing for this, and honestly, with this game, it's not too bad as far as that idea, and they do guide you decently. Now, I'm not letting, and as I said, if nothing else, just to kind of make this clear this way, I don't necessarily think that, hey, if this game didn't have that, that would be a bad game. But sometimes, like, hey, how much would you be adjusting that or not? Alright, this is the Earth Palace, so yeah, we are in the Earth Palace area. Yeah, but they know that we're here, like the Moon Princess, they saw us here, like, why are you here? I thought you were on the moon right now. Yeah, Linda doesn't know what to say to that. She's like, yeah, let's run away. Actually, maybe canonically this is where we're supposed to be getting the indication of, yeah, we shouldn't be walking around with people knowing exactly who we are. Yeah, so they know who Princess Serenity is, so yeah, we have to use the disguise pen again. Alright. Yeah, and she's gonna keep turning into servant. Yeah, that's the only move she has in her repertoire for this one. At this point, yeah, we can go in here. And Damien, yeah, he was mean with the Moon Princess again. Yeah, we saw her. Or we saw him and we saw her. So this is where we also get some indications of what's going on here. Yeah. Yeah, the future of the Earth-Moon Alliance. Yeah, because that, I guess, is going to what really happened here, and then what was going on with Queen Beryl. Things off limits past here, but yeah, I'm gonna say screw that, we're going in there. But first, yeah, there is Luna Ball, because there's some stuff I could find here. Alright, yeah, I can talk to, yeah, all of the, I guess, warriors of Beryl's. Yeah, so there is Kunzite, or Malachite, Princess with the Moon Princess again. Alright, so there is Zoisite. There are 5 female soldiers here. They said they were searching for the Black Moon. So, okay, so Zoisite knows who the Sailor Scouts are. Yeah, they must have heard of it from Beryl. Yeah, she's very calm and wise, and I guess it goes to the idea that, I guess, Beryl sort of was at a time, but, well, you mentioned, she snapped, and we know why, and we'll find out more why. They're going to reiterate that. Right, there is Nephlite, which is our place to build the bars we show. Did Endymion put it there, and if he did, it's too important to leave lying around. Alright, so yeah, Nephlite understands what's going on that way. It's like, yeah, questioning the idea of, like, what's going on with that. And, finally, Jedi. Endymion is away again, left without even telling us. Yeah, because, as you mentioned, and I believe it was you who said this, the idea that, yeah, they're led by Endymion, or Darien, or fine, Mamo-chan. Mamaru-chan, I should say, as far as, that, and of course, it becomes Tuxedo Mask. Alright, but yeah, we were getting a sense of that, and actually, you know, fine, we'll go there last. Let's just take a look at the meeting about the Earth-Moon Alliance. Yeah, it's really neat for us guarding the Moon family. So yeah, Earth perspective is asking, like, is there a reason for us to protect them? Yeah, okay, that's true to that. Alright, so I'm friends with them, wondering if we should continue the relationship we have. But if they broke it off, there would be the problem of living in peace. So it looks like this is the idea of, you know, it being a mutual partnership that way. If we feel Beryl, no problems should arise. Let's be worrying about Comet to Beryl. Yeah, that's the other thing. So our energies deciding whether to continue a relationship with the moon. Alright, I don't remember if I can get the chests here. Yeah, we can't go through them. Yeah, we could never break off relations. So you say, but you know what, I'm gonna try something. Yeah, he's saying, like, no, they don't, he doesn't want one, or doesn't want the relationship with them. Okay, you know, I'll try one thing first before I try to come back here. Well, fine, a couple things, because there's stuff up here, there's a place to go over here. Damien once again on the moon to meet with the Moon Princess, so they know what's going on. It's a secret, but everybody here knows it. and then we'll go down the east wing, and that will be the case of that. Alright. Barrel's looking rather strange as of late. I do hope nothing's the matter. Alright, so what are they talking about? Let's go find out. Alright, so yeah, down the east wing is where we're gonna find this guy. The Borg sorting here says the beer is terrible. Or, no, never mind. Right, because I need to go... It isn't... Oh, wait, no. Actually, no. I'm thinking ahead. I gotta go to the other area to talk to Barrel. Alright, yeah. Actually, no, I'm going back in because I want to see if I can't get those items. Yeah, turn me beautiful servant and nobody's seeing that we did it, thank God. Because I know something Sailor Moon Bridge went into, saying like, you know, like... Why did you transform in front of where the enemies can clearly see you? It makes you feel better, okay? Alright, so fine. We did everything we can here. I can't go those boxes yet. So what we're going to do is we're going to go the other side of this. Okay, so that's to the southwest. So in the northeast is where Barrel is. I'm thinking ahead. I was like, okay, I know we got to find where Barrel is, but Barrel is over there. And you know what? We can run. We've done enough leveling. Actually, feasibly, I probably should just run with one of them, and then... Okay, fine. That'll be alright. Okay, fine. You know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna hit the X button on this. Actually, I want to take a look at one other thing, though, first. Okay, Mini-Moon's at 22. I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, I'm not gonna be using Mini-Moon that much. She's, in a way, kind of just there to help with recovery. Well, recovery and not getting killed... And also because I have to have her. But as we saw when her and Sailor Moon drink for the chalice, they have a pretty effective double attack. Alright, so to get where we need to go, it is northeast. But I think I need to go down this way. Alright, fine. You know what? I'll run with Pluto. So I think you only have to run with one of them, and you'll be able to get away. So everybody else will just defend with. Yeah, it's right here. But before I leave, one thing I'm going to do is I want to see if I can get those chests back in the Earth Palace. But I think I might have to go here first to do it. That is, if I can get them at all, unless they're just for show. But there are chests over here I can get right now. Alright, fragrance. Okay, that's going to be useful so I can get my attack buffed up. Alright, so there's Luna Ball, let's save. No, I said research is allowed past this point. Yeah, this is the castle of the Great Sage Barrel Sama. Yeah, at first you sound like, yeah, let's try sweet talking our way in. Yeah, we're not letting anybody I don't know in. Tightwad. Alright. So what do we do? Can't get inside. Yeah, we'll use the Luna Pen again. So yeah, we were breaking a record as far as how quick we're using this thing. Yeah, no, this, as I said, yeah, she's just transforming. At least we know to get out of the way this time. Alright, so yeah, they're gonna just stay here. So like, yeah, sit over here, friends. I don't know, just have some snacks or something. I'll be right back. Who were... Okay, yeah, oh, it's weird. I know I tested this the other day to check this, or to go through this part of the game. It was like, yeah, I know that's Hooer, but I was like, okay, maybe there's a reason why it's that, but alright. Yeah, they definitely are getting the hots, which goes back to what we said in part 1, the idea that, remember, she is... Fine, she's within the age of consent for Japan, but everywhere else, no, she's not. But yeah, they will at least let us through. So we're set to that. Alright, quick cleanup. Oh, you talking about me? Oh no, I'm not the servant. Okay, then again, I am looking like the servant, so fair enough, they think that. Okay, Beryl has the strongest power in the North Pole. She's also a mage. Alright. Which is fitting, I guess, for the RPG case. Alright, let's go around. We're gonna find her, and I think there's some items in here as well. Beryl's looking a little odd. She follows throughout the world. Which I guess would make sense given everything we know about her. So, alright. I'm gonna walk through the houses, or the rooms, because I want to make sure there's not an item I'm missing. Barrel looks odd somehow. Well, we'll get an answer to that soon. Oh wait, there's a box over there. Alright, so that's fine. Alright, that's holy water. I'm trying to remember what that does in this game. I know what holy water does in something like Castlevania, but in this one... Okay, so health recovery. Yeah, Castlevania, it's a weapon. Veil looks odd. Alright, so they basically are just saying, like, there's something weird with her. Just staring at the sky. Alright, so let's find what's going on with that. And I think I either go down this way or I go down the center. The point is, we're gonna find her. We're also just gonna loot the place. So it's like, yeah, if there's anything item-wise here, it's like, yeah, we're taking it. Yeah, so basically still saying the same thing. Alright, so they're worried. Yeah, given how we know where the story's gonna go, like, yeah, they're right to be worried. Oh, okay, it's here. Alright, so yeah, bye-bye party members, but yeah, I'm just on my own. Alright, so there's Fragrance, and there is Queen Beryl. So yeah, we saw her last month in a different context, but alright, so... She is lusting after Endymion. I think I'm pronouncing that right. But yeah, she's very sad because... Yeah, Endymion she wants Endymion to be hers. Not even let away with the evil power of that comet. Tell me if people don't want to come mine. Alright, and... Yeah. Yeah, yes, she did. And that's one of the interesting, I guess, to go into with this, which is the idea of, okay, is she just doing this because she didn't want Endymion to go with Prince Serenity, which is true, but then again, also in this case, it's putting in a little bit more of a context in that she's saying that, okay, they're so blinded by the idea of what's going on with the comet, that this is also the case of, like, hey, they're not in good shape to be, you know, the potential heirs to the throne. Because you could say, like, because look, I'm not gonna, you know, deny this. Somebody could look at this and say, like, hey, is this a sexist idea that Beryl is just going after them because it's her love that's not being requited to her? But I think it's a little more than that, honestly, as far as this character for it. I think, again, because of the way that they set all this stuff up, as far as this entire enterprise, I think that kind of makes it more interesting. And as I said, it gives it a little more depth that way. Alright, but here is, me. I have to pretend that I don't know who she is. I'm a new servant. Is that so? You look like someone I know. Would you talk to me for a while? Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, just looking out. And into the nice starry sky, if nothing else. Yeah, the evil comet's approaching. And because of the evil powers become breaking out here. So yeah, that is kind of what's going on. The idea that not only is the question on the Earth-Moon relationship, but also the idea of the evil powers that are here and are coming out, which I guess explain all the monsters we're running into. As soon as the meteor shower will happen. Must be a lucky sign. Now the god of darkness shall awaken. And if so, and if it's not captured, it'd be better if we're all destroyed. Yeah, and so basically, on top of everything else, like, hey, Beryl sees an opportunity for power on top of this. That's what I think the dark power shall do. Can Mir's power perhaps be used to influence everything? Capture of the power is not true. So, actually, in a way, Serena's trying to talk her out of it. To a certain extent, but... And then again, it's like, well, it probably isn't going to work. Thank you. I thought you'd say the same thing as that person I think you look like. Alright, so there we go. She says you can go. Alright, we will. Thank you. See you later. Fine. See you later differently. But I'm going to loot her, her room. So White Rose and, Filmus Cake. I believe one of these is an item to increase stats. I think. Yes, the White Rose is. You use this on any member of your party, and it increases their defense by 10. I know who I'm using that on. I'm using that on Venus. I think. Yeah, that I knew I got that from somewhere. Now, knowing now that I got it, but before we leave, along with saving, I'm gonna go down the other room I didn't go down. See if there's anything over there. Because I don't believe I can come back in here after I do this. Fine, after I talk to her and I leave, I can't come back. So yeah, let's go down the hall. He's trying to influence the comet, specifically. Hope nothing bad comes of it. She won't listen to anyone. She's lost spirit, and we aren't worried for her. But we're worried for the people of the moon. So yeah, they're kind of questioning, wait a minute, what is Barrel's harnessing of the comet, if they thinking that that's what she's gonna do, gonna be a problem. Yeah, she's loving Endymion, which we mentioned. But they pity her because said that he's already in love with the Moon Princess. And a painful position because how could you look at them with a smiling face and hold, I guess, the relationship between the Moon and Earth Kingdoms? Alright, so there's nothing over here. We got what we came for. Let's get out. Alright, hey guys. Not much. Beryl doesn't seem to know anything about the bars we show. Yeah, because, okay, fine. I guess we've been kind of bearing the lead here. Saying, like, okay, that's why we're really here, but we also know what's going on. She talked to me, though, about something else, which is, yeah, if we could stop her, but, yeah, so this goes back to what we said earlier, and as I mentioned, what we showed over at the Silver Millennium, you can miss that if you don't hit the Y button when you're in the Ark. Well, fine, if you don't hit the Y button when you're in the Ark before you come here, because by doing this, that changes things. So all that scares me. We can't let anyone change what Destiny's guided people this time into. We this time struggled so hard to change stuff. If we get anything Destiny's be changed, we surely have sad consequences. Yeah, also, I wanted to give a sense of, like, hey, you're hearing the music that long, that hold that for the string. It's like, yeah, the game didn't have a problem with it. They just hold that so long, and all those things like, wait, is there something wrong with the soundtrack? But no, there's not. I don't think she's really an evil person. Well, okay, fine, Beryl is an evil person, but the idea of, like, how did she become that way? And to be fair, with Saturn, she didn't know who Beryl was. She came in the picture way after that, so she probably didn't have a perspective. Yeah, and Pluto as well, because she only watches over the flow of time. His job for those are protected. Upstairs said she are only going for their wishes from their time. It'd be wrong not to struggle with all our might. Alright, let's go. It's heartbreaking, but unfortunately we can't do anything. Alright, we'll come back, everybody, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that white rose on... I'm probably going to use it on Venus, but I just want to check something. Alright, her defense is 61, which is pretty low. Hers is 92. Hers is 77. Oh, no. I would say look at Mini Moon. Fine. Okay, hers is lower, but honestly, since I'm going to be running Venus so much as far as the power stuff she's got, I honestly just want to use this on her. So, alright, we're going to use the White Rose. I'm using it way earlier now than I did when I did the test play. Alright, so there is that. And just show that... Yeah, she has a defense of 71. Okay, so that's better, at least. Not great compared to some of the other characters we're running, but still okay. And one thing else we want to do is we're going to go to the southwest again, because I just want to see something. I didn't check this on my test, and if I can get the items there, that might help me out. And as I said, I don't care about the battles, so yeah, just skip them. Fine, I don't care about them now, but I'm going to have to care about them a little bit. Alright, so thankfully, yeah, that didn't do much, so let's get going. Alright, I'm almost at the edge of the town, because when you do go in the town, the random encounters stop. But understanding where the tell for that is kind of something you have to figure out. Alright, so let's try again. I just want to get those boxes if I can, and then we're gonna leave. Alright, fine. I guess the boxes are not gonna be happening. Alright. which is fine. And honestly, as far as like time on this game, this is kind of about where I was expecting to be after 2.5 hours. So, alright. Yeah, and by talking to Beryl there, we have to go back. Oh, fine, we have to go in a battle. Yeah, and then we'll run. Okay, so almost there, and then when we get out, we actually have to go back. Okay, that's not the way there. Okay, so to answer the question as far as figuring out where to go, sometimes it's just the idea of like looking at the curve of the area and think like, is there a path there? And then realizing, oh wait, no, there's not. Alright, fine. So, what we're gonna do now, we're going back to the Ark. Yeah, and by going back there, if you go to the Silver Millennium... Yeah. It's being sacked. So there is Queen Beryl taking it over. The moon being completely annihilated. Yeah, and then that's also why we went to the Silver Millennium before, because if we didn't go here before, we come up here now, this is what happens. This is the end of the moon. This way, two of us can live in our own world. There you go. There is the Beryl we know, and love/hate, I guess, as far as the villainess. Yeah, this is her taking over the Moon Kingdom. Us coming to town, realizing the place has been destroyed. Serena knowing we couldn't do anything about it. Yeah, this is but of course we're running it. Yeah, this has to happen. Alright. So let's save and... oh no. Alright, so next we're gonna go into town. Wait, there's also... alright, even though the place has been ransacked, there are still items. Or some items, anyway. Though most of the place has been blocked off because... yeah, because everything's there. And yeah, I can't go on the sidewalks anymore to go into the shop, so they are gone. And there is, my old self. I don't want to see this. Yeah, I don't think we should see this, because if we do... yeah, we might be wasted for resistance. Alright, well, she's gone. Oh, I'm gone. Well, but Luna's feeling the power of the Jakokuzuishu. I'm trying to remember what that is. It's probably a crystal, but yeah, here's Prince Demando. Oh, they're feeling the presence. Yeah, there he is. I'm trying to remember where in the show he comes around. I'll put an edit as far as that when I edit later. So I got this far this time. Yeah, leave me alone. My name is Sailor Moon, come to me. No, Sailor Moon, don't. But, okay, here's the other thing, because, yeah, this is something that happens to Serena. She knows that. She's saying, like, we're not changing where Destiny's going, so I'm going with them. Alright, so, yeah, there goes Sailor Moon. Yeah, unfortunately, there you go. Yeah, the prince is in my hands, sort of, but yeah, Serena went instead. Alright, and this is the opening of the show, because yeah, there we are. It's like, yo, we're being sent to Earth by Queen Serenity right there. She uses her moon healing escalation to do it. And that's how we get put in those bubbles. But, yeah, in this case, yeah, we're just, fading away. Yeah, there are the Intercentury being sent off to start the series that we know, as we know it. Yeah, this is how it happened. I love that they recreate that in the game, so the idea of them twisting the story around for this actually did make a lot of sense, and makes it so that regardless of where you came into Sailor Moon, you'll kind of get a sense of, oh, right, I remember this, and it kind of plays that. It feels, I'll tell you above anything else, it goes to stuff with licensed games. I think we brought this up sometimes. What does it really do to make you feel that the license that it's part of is being represented and made into something that, if you're a fan of it, you'll really like it, but also something that's a fun enough game, you come into it without knowing, you'll still have a good time. But alright, the Apostille Senshi and Sin are over there. Yeah, and she knows that, yeah, that's the Genzui show that, Queen Serenity used to get everybody safe. And they fell to Earth, as we ended up knowing with the show. Should we fight the Sailor Senshi now? Options already finished your plan, though. If we get a shard of it now, we become powerless. Yeah, they just need to get one. Yeah, the characters are interesting. And that's true to that as well. How do they... Well, they're interesting as far as the characters we know, but then also, what do they do new as far as new characters? Yeah, the Opposito Senshi are characters that were made for this, Opposito's made for this specifically. And how does that intertwine with it? I know there's some games that... I guess that's been something interesting as well. You realize the characters acting as they do in the show, and that's another thing as well. And I think that's come up in some cases, which has been the idea that when you have characters that are represented somewhere else, or from another medium, and they translate into something like this, the idea of getting that sense of, oh, this is these characters that we know, and then also contrasting that with the newer characters like the Oppositos over here. And also remembering the thing about the rainbow crystals, which you mentioned that. So as I said, it's not, and sometimes we run into this, sometimes you'll get games based on licenses where they don't have this kind of dedication put into it. Sometimes it can be interesting to some degrees, even with that, but other cases, like, yeah, the thought of, like, the licensed game being made to sell on the back of the license above, you know, it being a good game. And this game, as I said, the fact that the people who made the show were working on the story of this and saying, no, we have to kind of keep this in line as the show was going on at the time, kind of reflects the idea of how much effort they put into it, and the idea that you can look at this, and even you can, if else in chat, you can look at this as well if you know the show and say, like, no, this seems completely on the level with that. Alright, but yeah, they're off, and yeah, so goes Queen Serenity. Alright, so yeah, open my brother's eyes. Yeah, we're in the basement of the Moon Castle. Yeah, it's over there, but we can't go there yet. Yeah, that is Sapphire. Or Saphir, I think. Yeah, they're brothers that way. I'm trying to remember what arc of the show that is. I remember seeing them at some point, but it's been forever for that. Alright, we have to go tell everybody else. The Sailor Moon is gone. Well, fine, she's gone for now, but the idea is that, yeah, she did what she did so that the changes to the history of the past have been averted, but we have to get her back. Just now, Sailor Moon is not one that we want to have. Sailor Moon didn't exist, the present me wouldn't exist either. Yeah, and, you know, Pluto would know. I was like, hey, she's the time control person, so the idea is like, yeah, if she's not here, there's gonna be a problem. So we have to help her. Because Sailor Moon, all of us are friends and know each other. We have to help. Yeah, because after all, Sailor Moon wouldn't turn her back on her friends, and her friends won't turn their backs on her either. Although, yeah, Mina's kind of being a little bit of a bitch on this one, honestly, which I'd expect more out of Ray than I would out of Mina. But alright, the girl wasn't too great, she was too careless, and she was a dunce. Plus, she wasn't the smartest of all people. But yeah, so fine. But, of course, yeah, like, look, she wouldn't trade that for the world, and to be fair with Mina and Serena, the relationship they have, you realize that. If someone was with us, I can't return my original time. And remember, my mother, as far as the idea of Sailor Mini Moon. Yeah, none of us imagine a future without Sailor Moon, even though, you know, Mina's twisted the knife a little bit. Yeah, we're gonna help. She's basically back where we were, but there's a very difficult boss that's coming up that I want to be ready for. So go back to that symbol where Queen Serenity was. We can get over there. Yeah, this. So in this case, they're telling you where it is. So that's kind of how you can help, but you can also go look at Medina. Alright, so same deal as before. You can select your scouts to have on your party. I am going to be taking as strong a party as I can run. And don't worry about, you know, Uranus, Neptune, Mars, and Mercury. I will get them leveled up. As I said, if I have to do off-screen level grind for some of this, I will do that. But we'll see how that goes. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna take Venus and Jupiter, as well as Pluto. I want Pluto, I need her for this one. And yeah, I'll take Saturn as well. Oh yeah, by the way, also, when Sailor Moon's not around, we'll get Rini walking. Okay, so I do want to check my formations for this specifically. I should probably have her in front, but I Yeah, I'm not sure how I want to run that. You know what? I'll hold her in front to start. And we're gonna run to a save point before we need to do anything for that. And I have enough items, I think we should be good. I'm honestly better prepared for this than I was for my test play. But, okay, we're gonna fight them, because, hey, we can. Why not? Yeah, and they're weak enough that, yeah, we can kill them one hit. Okay, so what we gotta do is we gotta go back to the Ark. Yeah, just anything that gets him away, yeah, kill anything that moves. Is there easy enough to that? We can just keep doing that. Oh, let me just check the puzzle as long as we've got a little bit of downtime here before we get to that boss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 5 more battles of that we should be set. And if I'm probably gonna get them as I go along. So that's good. Okay. Alright, so yeah, actually there is one right there. Since I got the hidden ones were good. Actually, one thing to that is that after we go where we go, we can't come back here. So if I hadn't gotten those hidden puzzle pieces, they would be gone. Yeah, let's get on the Ark. Alright, so bye-bye to Earth of the Past and in the North Pole. Let's go up to the Silver Millennium and take care of this. But I'm a little nervous on this one. And also, because Sailor Moon isn't with me, I can't use that magic thing, so I have to use my fragrances, but that should be fine. Alright, so Chapter 95 for Hostility and Friends. Let's get going. Alright, so let's keep walking down the street. And there's our way in. As soon as I walk in there... Okay, I was about to see there's no items over here. Okay, there aren't. So as I walk in there, we're gonna have a battle. Or fight, we will after I start walking a little bit. Alright. Oh, we're hearing that laughter again, so... Alrighty, let's talk about this. Black Lady, or Evil Lady, as she was known for the US continuity. I remember this part, because it was a pretty massive part of Sailor Moon R. In fact, it was the end of Sailor Moon R. The idea that Rini, there, is basically looking at herself again. The idea that Rini was turned into Black Lady, or Evil Lady, and the idea is that she was causing trouble for everybody, and they were trying to, get her back that way. So yeah, now Rini is looking at her evil, monikered, and I guess sort of aged more version of herself right in front. Yeah, this is what Wise Man, yeah, because the Wise Man turned her into this and destroyed all the love inside her, and if not for Sailor Moon and everybody else, yeah, she wouldn't come out of that. Actually, at that point, it was also before Rini became a Sailor Scout. Yeah, but how is she there? And how are we also looking at ourselves without, you know, Rini disappearing? Alright, so yeah, Apsu has changed destiny as we noticed. Boundaries can't be set, but this is the truth here. At any rate, Sin and her friends have stolen a shard of the Ninjuisho. I just want to pronounce that right. That's what's stopping on this. Maybe still the Ginzuisho. I've said that enough, I can do that. Okay. Now the power is steadily becoming weaker. So, yeah, in that time, Rini is going to be disappearing, or Chibiusa. Because what Apsu decided will become history. So yeah, and for her, yeah, Rini's going to be killed feasibly. Yeah, we're fighting an Evil Lady. This is insanely hard. And I hope I'm ready for this. Alright, one thing I... Actually... Okay, I think I kind of fucked up a little bit, because I think I should have had, Saturn in, the second position there, instead of, Pluto. Yeah, alright, we'll see how this goes. If I get a game over, I'm not gonna care, because it's gonna take me back to where I was. Okay, so first thing we're doing... I'm pulling out the fragrance. And then... everybody else is gonna fend, except for, yeah, except for Pluto. I'm gonna start doing, facial creams. At 19 of these things, I think it should be good. So put on to Venus for sure, and also on to Jupiter. Yeah, the whirlwind cut's gonna hurt. We'll see how this takes. Evil Lady has massive health, so I'm a little nervous on this fight. Okay, so now for everybody else, yeah, I'll just get them all ready as far as that. So, Rini, you can do that. You know what? Fine. Just let them go. And then you, yourself, and yourself. Okay. It's fine. At least you punched her in the face, which is fine. She'll live that. There's a facial cream. Okay, so we have full setup for our attack and defense. Alright, let's go nuts. So, what we're gonna do is we're gonna get recovery going. Yeah, Rini, run the recovery. She's in the back. She should live feasibly. So then also what I'm gonna do is let's do the sparkling white pressure with Jupiter. I hope I survive this. And we'll do the time stop. She just had the Deathborn Evolution, which ain't gonna do much from behind. We'll see. Okay, fine. Yeah, Jupiter's kind of... Okay, well, that's good. And she did hit Evil Lady, thank God. So, we're in a good shape, sort of. Alright, so there we go. There's a time stop, and I just have to get a Fascination Case off of, Zelda Jupiter. And I think I can do that with you, so we'll use the enchantment there, and then just keep hitting her. Actually, I'll just check something else. Do I have... Oh, no, I don't think I have the combo needed for that one. Alright. Okay, even from the back, you know, Saturn's doing okay as far as the hits. Alright, fine. Okay, fine. Now we can do the sparkling white pressure, and I'm out, actually, of this, so I'll just hit her. Now, in this case, I think what I'll also do is I will use those cereal flowers. Okay, you know what? Since Saturn and Pluto really kind of make nice support for this one, just pretty much give everything so I can have a Venus hitting like a truck, pretty much. Which I mostly did the test play. But for this battle especially, I want to do it that way. Or, wait. I think I put the facial cream on her instead. Okay, that was a mistake. But, you know, that might be okay. Right, there's the ice shard. You hit her with that. Okay, I can run the Venus Love Me chain at least, and then I'll keep using these. So cereal flower, and yeah, there you go. Oh, Jesus. Okay, she survived that somehow. Okay, I'm glad that happened. That she survived. Alright, so at least get her EP up so I can just keep hitting those Venus swords. But I do need to get recovery going. And at this point, I just wanna... Yeah, where is the Benno set? Yeah, we'll do a full recovery for everybody. Hit that. Stand back. Yeah, don't attack, please. Venus, do not do anything. And yeah, Pluto's not in a position to do anything either. Okay, this is going a little better than I thought it would, but I just gotta be careful. I don't want to lose anybody. And also, at some point, I probably want to... Okay, yeah, we could do the Wink Sword if nothing else. At some point, I'm going to want to run the Cologne. So I can do another time stop. And even with that damage it's doing, it's still going to be something that... We're going to have to do this to her a lot. We could be here probably for half an hour. That's how much this boss has to it. Alright. Now, so we're also getting to a point where I'll be able to rationalize running, what is it? Running, Cologne. In fact, I think I'm getting to that point right now. Okay, so, yeah, we'll Benno set, you hit her, she'll survive. She won't. Okay, so she'll survive a whirlwind cut, thank God. without dying. And I think if I hadn't done some of the stuff I'd done with that, that wouldn't be happening. So yeah, keep her down. You use the cologne, because that has a full EP recovery for the party. At this point, I can use it. It's gonna be worth using it. It's better than the test play where I basically didn't have those individual usage items. I was just using cologne for every EP recovery. I'm like, yeah, I don't think I should do that. It goes to the idea of what success in a lot of RPGs, this one especially, is managing your stats, managing your items, and managing your recovery of everything. Okay, so for this, let's see. Okay, that's a double lightning attack, the link thing, that health thing with, her. At some point I'll try that, but yeah, we're set. You know what? But I don't know if that'll work if I do the chalice ring. Okay, you do that. You stand back because I don't want you dead, and we time stop. And we do this. And hopefully the toxic mist won't hurt as well. All right, so okay, we missed that one. That's the one status we didn't see tonight. I think we might have seen it once, which is poison. If you get hit by that, you lose health each turn until you get rid of it. Okay, so now we can just keep hitting her. Let's use that. And you know what? I'm gonna use the other fragrance just because I want to see how it stacks. I will get more of these later. It is weird having Arini fighting herself, basically, here, but, yeah, we're making it work. Because I think these stack. I'm pretty sure the attack thing... yeah, it must. It has to, because the Death Reborn didn't do nearly as much damage that way as it did before. And in her case, yeah, you know what? Give her the, Cereal Flower, so I'm gonna use another run of that. And, you know what? Fine. That's gonna do some damage, but not a whole lot. Just give her more. Okay, maybe it doesn't, because, yeah, it's still the same amount of damage. Alright, actually, the other thing I could probably start doing is also use the Cereal Flower on Pluto so I can get time stop running. I think I'll survive this. Yeah, because she just came out of it, alright. Ooh. Alright, so there goes Saturn in Enchantment State. Yeah, she attacked Evil Lady, so I'm fine with that. So that, and then, yeah, at this point I could just hit with both of them. Alright, I did recover her. So I hit the weak sword, and then I'll get Saturn out of that. Here we go. Ooh. I just hate when I see the number big like that. I'm thinking like, oh no, she's gonna die in one shot. And you guys are so used to her from the test play. Alright, so what I'm gonna do now is... yeah, Rini will survive all this. Let's pump her with this. Okay, you hit. You stand back. You also give her the EP. Alright, I could use the cologne, but like, well... I kind of just want to focus on Pluto and Venus, honestly, on this one. Oh, fine, okay, I have the Nakayoshi, that's 2 points. That's 2 she didn't have. And then we'll do a recovery of health. At this point, we'll use the 300. Okay, I'm going lucky not having the poison, only because, like, I don't want more damage on top of everything. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is... it doesn't matter really what I do with her, but... fine, you know, sit... oh. Yeah, sit back. You hit with that. Get with that, and then we'll time stop. And actually, you know what? I'm gonna use the cologne again just because I want to make sure everything is set that way, because then I'll get another time stop running afterwards. Where is that? I had tons of these things. Yeah, so at this point I can just go nuts with my magic. Yeah, and I'll time stop with her later. I won't do it now. But I will recover everybody now. Because Deatherborn does a decent amount, we'll run that too. Yeah, I told you this is... Oh, okay, got her. Alright, I was gonna say, this battle does take a lot of time, but yeah, for your trouble, you get 15,000 experience points and a good amount of money. Got her. Alright, so... Yeah, and I guess Mini Moon leveled up a lot, because, yeah, she got HP up of 64 points and speed by 13. Well, with Jupiter, and Venus, and Pluto, and Saturn, because everybody leveled up. Awesome. Okay, so Evil Lady is out of the picture, again. Hey, people, now's the time to repent for opposing Apsu. And I'll tell you what I'm doing immediately, I'm going back to save. I don't want to do that again. I think there is another fight I would have to do, or we have to do for this part. Yeah, we got her. Okay, honestly, I'll tell you, I'll say this, despite what happened at the beginning of the show, where I was getting hit by, you know, all the statuses in the worst way when we were on the Black Comet UFO, or the Black Moon UFO. I don't know, I was saying Black Comet. Oh no, I'm thinking, like, I'm conflating that with Sonic, I think. But, yeah, I've conflated that with Shadow the Hedgehog. But, despite that, I'm actually doing a lot better now than I was earlier, so, okay. Alright, I'm trying to think about these characters. Okay, I could also show this. Actually, I didn't show this. You know, let's do that. This is a, all-Senshi attack. Basically, you have every one of the Sailor Scouts on field. You have to have 5 of them to run this. And then you can pick an attack from this, and depending... I think it depends on what scouts you have with you. And you have to pick the first one in your line to run this. And it takes EP away off of each of them, but it creates a really powerful attack. I think. So let's give it a shot. I think feasibly, I guess they should survive. Okay, and I can't time stop actually doing that. So you know what, let's show her other stuff off. Let's show the Dead Scream, and then that. And I don't think the illusion... Okay, no, I don't know. I was gonna say I don't know if the illusion breaks that, but alright. So there's a Crash Beam Shower. There we go. So yeah, we'll get our whole teamwork case going, and yeah. Light Arrow from Queen Serenity. How fitting, given what just happened at Silver Millennium. But even then, it didn't do tons of damage, so yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have much stuff left with her either. Actually, I didn't even show the dead... It didn't even do the Dead Scream, did it? My Mini Moon's enchanted, I don't care. Okay, I didn't do much, but maybe because she's in the front, or... I think there's something with that attack of hers, or some attack she has, that, I don't know, it puts some kind of a, what is it? Some kind of status, maybe? I don't know. I'll look into that. If there is, I'll put it in here to explain what that does. Because the time stopped time and caused them not move, so I would think that the other stuff would also have an effect that way, potentially. Alright, at this point, you know, I could probably get... Yeah, I agree. Agree with, what specifically, the idea of what the potential thing with status on Pluto, or something else. Feel free to elaborate on that while I decide what I want to do. Okay, I don't want to use the cologne on a battle like this, but I also want to kill them quickly. You know, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll, put facial cream here. Yeah, and then I'll recover her EP specifically. There. Hopefully I won't get illusioned for her. Crap, I did. Alright, well, she'll still attack. I can still put defense on her, and I can still put that on her. Alright, it's fine. Her getting enchanted isn't too bad. It's just that I need to get her out of it. Harrison... No, that's for waking up. Alright, fine. Turn that off on her, and, this off on Rainy. So I fear that they're gonna get... Ah, crap. Yeah, you traitor. Yeah, you're just hitting me. Although, she's under the enchantments. That's why Pluto's doing that to me. And you know what? I want to kill these things as quick as I can. There's one thing I will say, it's sometimes hard to keep a track on all your items. Oh, crap. Yeah, they were going after her. Alright, finally, damn. Yeah, you do get a lot of experience here for that, and I got another puzzle piece. Alright, so how are we doing on that puzzle, then? Only 3 pieces left, so yeah, we should be done with this thing pretty soon. Alright, one thing I'm gonna do, though, is I'm gonna do recovery. In fact, I think I have the... Okay, this is why I didn't see the Yaga Soup in my menu, because apparently you can't use it in battle. But that's fine, so let's use it on you. Fine, so I can't use it anywhere else outside, outside of battle, just use it now. Filmus, that's also for that. Okay, I think we're good at that. I probably should also check if there's items here. I kind of don't want to fight anymore. At least not yet. Yeah, there is Moondrop. I think it was for health. No, I don't want to fight anymore. Especially given how hard those enemies were. So yeah, we need to make a run for it. Okay, good. I was afraid that illusion was gonna hit Rainy, and I was like, oh yeah, I can't run. Because she's the only character I told her to make run. So I guess that's the other reason to make a run command on every character, or more than one. Because yeah, if Rainy was knocked out of the picture, that would mean, yeah, I couldn't run away right away. So alright, so there technically is a mechanic of preventing you from running away, but more because you get hit with the status. You know, fine. In that case, Jupiter is gonna run away as well. Oh wait, this is the box there. Rainbow Choker, right, I remember, this is something I found in my test play. This is an item for Minimoon, perfect. Which it does increase her stats pretty nicely, generally speaking, so yeah, I'll put that on. The bracelets, okay, yeah, the bracelet's the normal attack-up item, yeah, just put that on there. So yeah, she'll be in good shape now. Or better shape, although as I mentioned, I'm mostly using her for support. I think most of Rini is about support to some degree, unless you put her right in front. And I guess, feasibly, you could play the game that way, put her in front if you want to. It's just that in a lot of ways, she's not always around to be in the front. In a lot of cases, she starts initially weaker because you get her, I think, last. I think, yeah, of all the scouts, I think she's one of the ones we saw last. She started level 1, so like, okay, I have to work to build her up. Okay, there's an item there, and there is, Sapphire. Alright, stop me, brother. I can't stop him by myself. That's my wish. Alright, no problem. So let's get some moon pudding and go in the door. Yeah, because here is our next fight. Here's Demondo. Let's take care of him. How do you know this place? Yeah, Sapphire helped us. Brother, even if we do the same things again, it won't help. You'll make the princess your own. Oh, right, forgot. We're not fighting him, though. Yeah, Sapphire got punched in the gut by Sin. So yeah, Sapphire's gone, and, yeah, there we go. Alright, whereas the others are scrambling to get the bars we show. Yeah, and those across the street their deaths. Then maybe match this... Alright, so yeah, we gotta take Sin down. Alright. So yeah, we've talked about her a lot, but yeah, we're gonna fight her. Okay, same deal as before, we want to get ourselves set up. I only have one fragrance, so I gotta be careful with this. Fine, I gotta make that run, and then also, if I run into other problems, I want to use my, manicures. And also run the defense stuffs, because I don't think there's an all, party thing for facial cream, or equivalent to that. Just there, keep Venus out of, harm's way. Yeah, she has rolling cut, which can hurt. I remember she'll survive if I don't do this. Yeah, you know what? Fine, I'm gonna defend with everybody except for you. And then use facial cream on yourself. Just get yourself set up, because yeah, that is the plan of basically every battle. Get yourself set up for stats. And at that point... yeah, she'll sort of survive this, so I think... I don't think she put it on herself, so you know, fine, we'll do that. You stay there, we'll do a full recovery of health, or more of a recovery. Hope we don't run into a toxic mist case, please no. Okay, fine. Yeah, she's getting toxic. Alright, so we'll at least show how the poison works. Because I don't think at this point of the game, the status is really... Yeah, like right there, it took 70 points away from her. So in that case, I want to use Bath Medic. Fine, in this case, also then just start hitting her. And I think I can survive, assuming she doesn't hit me with something weird. And then we'll time stop, and then we will... Death Warn. Okay, good, she punched her, but yeah, she'll live. Alright, yeah, she's not going anywhere. So at least I have a couple of turns for free hits. Actually, at this point, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll use the, yeah, I'll use the, Restore Ally thing with, Saturn for that, because, yeah, she'll basically be my healer. That. Alright, at this point, we'll do an EP recovery on Venus. And, you know what, fine, you do that as well, because the, Death Reborn's not helping that much. So I can run a couple of these, Venus swords. Alright, so... yeah, I think health-wise that's good. Fine, you know, it doesn't matter what I really do with her. Also, I guess I can justify running more of, the cologne, I guess, by doing that. Yes, hit her, and use that. Perfect. Honestly, I think maybe, Evil Lady was, harder than, Sin is, but still, I want to be careful. Alright, so... yeah, you can punch her. You know, fine. I'll run a Crescent Beam, and then... you... yeah, okay, now we're gonna start pulling up the clones. I got 20, so we'll be fine. Oh, yeah, but you punched her in the face, and I don't like seeing that. Now, at least it was because she's in the front. It was like, I'm so used to her getting killed constantly. Okay, so now I can run this. So let's see. You defend, you hit her that way. You stand back. Yeah, because she won't live if I try attack with that and she gets hit that way, I'm gonna be screwed. Okay, yeah, luckily she hit the wrong, different target, so. You don't know, though, that's the thing. I don't know where Sin's gonna hit. I don't know if she's gonna do a physical attack, I don't know if she's gonna do a magic of some sort. I don't know if she's gonna go after Venus, so I gotta be careful. Yeah, she's stopped, so in this case, we're also in good shape that way, too. Alright, so, Spark Line Pressure, and, the Wing Sword. Alright. Okay, just keep doing that. Yeah, honestly, there's no real reason to use this, so yeah, fine, I won't. We'll use, the health recovery. It's not much, it's not as much as some of the items, but if you run out of items, you can also use that. If you have the EP to run it. Yeah, it takes a lot. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I'll tell you this, I mean, maybe I wasn't as well versed in RPGs when I first played this game, and even then, still not as much as other people. But yeah, you do have to put a lot into a lot of these battles. So, I mean, as I said, this battle could go on for quite a bit of time. The last battle we're gonna have tonight, I think, we might be there for an hour, honestly. That's how much it is. And to be fair, it is also 3 in a row. Basically, more than anything, I'm keeping an eye on, the health of, Venus, specifically, like Hawk. I'm making sure that, yeah, that's gonna be okay. I'm also gonna make sure that, make sure I have the Beno set ready to go. And hit with that. When she's down low, make sure to use defense, because then she doesn't take as much damage from a hit she takes. And at that point, yeah, we're on the colognes. I'll just keep running them, I don't care. Yeah, good thing I did, because if I didn't defend, yeah, Venus would have been dead. I think defending also increases the chances it'll miss, but if it doesn't miss even, you won't take as much damage. Obviously, in some ways, I just kind of want to defend everybody and just, yeah, time stop this way. I hope the illusion doesn't hit anybody. Okay, it hit Saturn, which that's okay. I can just use Pluto to take care of that due to the time stop. Or, you know, fine. Yeah, okay, you know what I'll do? I'll put on, as I go along, I'll put on, the flower, the stereo flower on her. Because, yeah, Venus will run first. So I can at least keep some, EP going. Because, yeah, the Wing Chain takes off half of her EP. In this case, we can just, get her back in commission, or get Saturn back in with the Admonic. Alright, got her. Yeah, and, 20,000 experience points. Alright, there you go. Another puzzle piece. Alright. So, Mini-Moon leveled up is Jupiter, Venus, Pluto, and Saturn. That's the other thing about this. When you do beat a boss like that with a lot of experience, you're gonna level up. What was that? It's no use. Let's withdraw. Got what we wanted from this time. Time to repay those who betrayed us. Oh, yeah, and, punch, him in the gut because, yeah, for my mom and dad. And I guess she's, you know, sticking him in the chest with the foot, then. Give me Sailor Senshi. This isn't the destiny I wanted to have. If I could change it, I'd make it so no battles would take place. Alright, so we have to go back to the future again. The future doesn't change, the present will. Alright, so we did find the Bars We Show. We finally got it. Yeah, Sailor Moon, you okay? how's the Mondo? Thanks to him, we got the bars we show. For everyone else, even the Black Moon, we have to beat up soon her friends. Alright, let's turn to the present. Alright, so there you go. And that is the end of Chapter 4. Thank God. Yeah, it's the end of Chapter 4. You've worked hard, so you can save now. Yeah, thank you. Absolutely. Alright, now we're at the final chapter of the game, but we're not finishing this game tonight. We might finish it next month. I said, I don't know if it's going to be 4 or 5 months of this game. It might be. Hooray. Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying now. And, I will say this, I don't know if it's looking like I'm making this easy, but trust me, I'm not. And trust me, I'm not in a case where I'm thinking, that this is going to be easy. I was nervous as anything during the test. Honestly, I've been so busy with stuff I have going on. I guess it goes also, to me having to do Friday last week. But I've been so busy, I hadn't had as much time to practice this as I would have hoped this week. I actually split it up into 2 parts of this. Actually, the second part of it was actually me practicing it earlier today. So I want to be ready for this. Alright. So meanwhile, back in the castle there with Sin and Anshar, the Rose Crystal, which I guess that's what the Barzwishu is. It looks very it looks very difficult. Okay. I mean, as I said, this is not the most insanely difficult RPG ever, and I don't even know if this is insanely difficult. I'm just saying that it's something, there's a lot of things you gotta keep in track. So, even though this is based on a license, they were making sure that, yeah, this is gonna give you a challenge, and it does. As I expect, we got one of the rainbow crystals. Okay. But will fate change on that one? I need to borrow Kishal, who is the, cat, dog, pet thing there. Alright, Lord Apsu, please change the fate of the young man called Shingo Tsukino. Yeah, that is Sammy. Remember, Serena's brother. Because, Shingo is his name for Japan. But yeah, like... Yeah, she's making it personal now. I guess she knows who Sailor Moon is. Yeah, she's the one named Sailor Moon, so yeah, Sin knows who Sailor Moon is, and she's gonna say, like, I'm going after your family. He's too close to the Mystic Silver Crystals, power's weakening. But as yet, the power of the Silver Crystals is great. Let me throw the fates into stability of my own power, which Shingo's needs destruction. Which, I mean, I guess goes to the idea that, you know, Shingo, or Sammy as he's known for the US, is Serena's annoying little brother, so like, yeah, take that aggression and aim it somewhere else. Perhaps you don't know much longer either, so I have to get the Silver Crystal back. Alright. So we're back in town, and this is actually, I think, the last time we're going to be able to be in town. So before we go to one of the next sections, I'm going to want to clean this place out. What's this? How cute. So yeah, he's a young boy. Mischievous young boy, but also one who's hostile to Serena. But the idea is like, hey, he likes an animal that way. Although then again, even on the show he said that, particularly in the dub. I remember when Serena wanted to be a model, he basically said, you know, and this is like the most, you know, cutting, you know, takedown of her I could think that he would give, which is pretty much the idea of, you know, I really do think you'd be a great model. He's like, what? You do? Like, yeah. See, I know this place where people take lots of pictures, you fit right in. It's called the zoo. And then he's like, yeah, you're cruising for a bruising. But I was like, alright, so, but point is, he still cares enough about an animal that way. So I was like, alright, if I take the animal in, not knowing who it is. But alright, yeah, Darien, or Mamoru, he's back to normal. And he's feeling good. And Serena's very happy to see that. Yeah, don't make that face. Since it got better, we're all good. I'm glad he's completely recovered. Now I think about it, wasn't it strange? What do you mean, Lita? Amy's targeting the silver crystal that you and Chibiusa-chan own. But why they prevent Mamoru's tuxedo mask from returning to his senses? Well, he has an idea. Yeah, that is the idea of like how that was, and that was something specific for the dub. Fine, the Deke dub. I think they changed that to something else for the Viz one. But it also shows, and we're gonna get into an idea of that, which is that, wait a second, yeah, do Sammy and Serena totally hate each other? That's actually gonna be a little more of a depth that way as we go along. Yes, because by beating me, they could change history indirectly. Okay, so yeah, they knew that he was where that happened. My dream is speaking about what Kunjite and the others told me, which was... to be a creature born with power of Mercury, drawing close to Earth in the future. The very being has the power to change fate, but they won't be able to do so directly. And they can't do it with the one who holds the mystic silver crystal, or anyone around it. Alright, so yeah, everybody is fine as far as the family is concerned. But apparently, as we saw, Sin has a way to go around that. Because Mystic Silver Crystal and my fate were apart for so long, they were able to change my destiny forever. Those two are going other worlds of the past, we were separated way too long. Yeah, one of that's happened already. Okay, so yeah, the question of, you know what, maybe something's going on in our houses, we may have a problem. Or our fate's altered, potentially. I'm gonna see you stay in my home. Serena, can I come with you? Sure, no problem. Serena, you can come with me as well? Yes. Alright, they're gonna go back to their own home. So yeah, Pluto and Saturn come with me. As is Rini. Yeah, something happens, call us, we'll come running. Alright, so Sailor Scouts disperse. Alright, see you later. Something happens, I'll get back to you immediately. Take care. Alright, so yeah, we gotta go back home. I mean, I get in the sense that maybe something's going on, but we don't know what's going on with Sammy, at least not yet. Alright, yeah, we're starting Chapter 5, the final chapter, but as I said, we're not finishing this game tonight. We might next month, we'll see. After the battle, we've got some really hard battles coming up, I know. I've heard that. And as I said when we played the first part, like Electriverse said himself, he said, I never beat this game. I played it, but never beat it, and I'm in the same boat. I've actually never beaten this game, so when we beat this, is going to be the first time I'm going to do that. So, yeah, we're going to see how that turns out. Alright, so, page 98 for Chapter 5. Let's get going. Alright, we are at his apartment complex. There are a couple places I do want to go here first before we go back home. I want to take the bus over to two places. I want to go over to where the Infinity Academy is. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, because I have to go here first to one of the places. Because I'm going to go to the collector item shop because I have a couple of rare items, I think. But first, I'm going to go down to Harumi. I'm going to see if I missed anything. Because as I mentioned, this is the last time we're going to be here for the rest of the game. And one other thing also to do is take a look at the puzzle. 2 more pieces. Alright, so 2 more battles and we'll get it. Alright, so let's go look around, see if there were any items that were dropped around here in boxes. Yeah, that dash is gonna make this go a lot faster. Yeah, just running around like crazy. I guess Serena's getting her steps in for the day. And there's a random window wall there for some reason. Okay, alright, fine, I didn't get one of these. So there's a Nagiri set. Okay, yeah, I don't know how I missed that. I guess I got the other ones, but not that. Like I said, that's why I'm coming back, just to make sure that I didn't miss anything. Oh, no, I don't want to leave yet. Yeah, not yet. Yeah, go away, bus. Ruby Tower. Can I go in here? Okay, I guess I can't. Alright, so yeah, then there's not really... Okay, there's nothing left here. Alright, so I did clean this out. Alright, so let's go back. And then I'm gonna go back to, the Infinity Academy. And also be sure to go through the shops again, just to make sure there's nothing else that I want to buy. Because as I mentioned, the shops are where we're gonna go, of what few they're gonna be. They might not have all the items that I want to have, or many that might be useful. Okay, and I don't think we... Yep. Oh, wait, we can go in here? Although, I guess, is there really even any reason to go into Infinity Academy? Probably not. The place has been pretty much deserted. And we were in here with Rini, so I think any of the items that we would have gotten here have already been collected. Alright, fine. Alright. Alright, so yeah, we can go to the Infinity Academy, but there's not really any reason to. Yeah, there's that shop. Before I go there, I'm just gonna go all around. Yes, there aren't enemies in here. You know, let's go back in here, just make sure. I don't think there are gonna be enemies here. At least I don't think there are. I said, I just want to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Although, in all honesty, I'm starting to realize after playing this game again, there aren't as many item boxes hidden around as I thought there were. Actually, well, okay, fine. One thing I do want to take a look at. I want to go down to the bottom here. Yeah, this was scary back when there was enemies and when there was Dr. Tomo causing trouble, but right now, nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. Alright. Oh, I don't think there are. Let me just take a look at that. Okay, no. Alright, I think we're good. Alright, so let's go back to that collector's shop, get some money from the rare items I have, and then we will... Fine, I'll go in here and then I'll do that. And okay, yeah, there you go. There's one of these experiments. Okay, I got those items already, so never mind. Okay, so feasibly, if you missed the items that we got, I think it was last part, you can come get them over here. And this is your last time to get them, so be careful about that. And there's nothing in this room except the Luna Ball. And there's a Luna Ball where we're going, so we'll run to that when we get there. Okay, so yeah, we cleaned this place out. Alright, so let's take a look at the collector items. What do we got? Alright, got an original card, which will give me 2,500 yen for. As well as a special dish. Yeah, it must be really special. It's like almost 10,000 yen. And then playing cards, 3,500. And that's all I got. Alright. Yeah, I think that's all I'm gonna have for the rest of the game. Because I think so. But alright, we'll save and we're gonna go home. Fine, I'll go home. I'm gonna do... Yeah, we'll go. Let me check my formations. Yeah, because I don't want Pluto in the center. Because you know what? For what we're gonna have coming up, I want to put Sailor Moon in front. Okay, so let's take the bus home and see what's going on back at home and see what's going on with Sammy. So I guess this is a little bit of a calm before the storm, if nothing else. Alright, so yeah, we'll go through town, and I'll come back to some of the stuff in town just to make sure. But first, we're running home. Alright, so here we go. Let's go home. I'm glad everything is good and nothing's happened. So let's have a save in the room, and then we're gonna see one thing. So there's page 100. Alright, so let's see what's gonna be going for our next cases. Yes, it was about Sammy going to his room. Yeah, what are you doing? Don't go into people's rooms like that. Alright, but yeah, Rini fell over. What's going on? Like the strength of my body is being sucked out. I don't have any. Shingo, what's that animal? It's Rabbit, apparently. Cheers to Sailor Moon. This young boy is ours now. If you want him back, hand over the Mystic Silver Crystal. Yeah, it's Sin. Alright, so yeah, she knows what's going on now. She has nothing to do with this. Give him back. The great Sailor Moon pales her brother's involved, huh? Which I guess is going to one other thing, which is the idea that, you know, the parallel perspective of Sin and Anshar, and now Usagi and Shingo. Alright. Don't trade him for the silver crystal, I won't give him back. Don't you have a little brother named Anshar? My brother should be important for both you and Usagi, yes? Which is why I understand affects you too. Why are you so intent on getting the Mystic Silver Crystal? Because of the story of destiny you wish for. Alright. But yeah, she's not going into Talking Killer Syndrome now to tell us what the plan is. The world we dream of would cause no battles and would have had no battles cause the Mystic Silver Crystals. Yeah, it is personal with her saying that, you know, all those battles we went through wouldn't have happened if not for this thing. So we're gonna bust it. But, yeah, is it gonna save the Earth? She's like, yeah, I don't think it is. You didn't help with the Black Moon's tribe purifying the place, yeah? Wasn't even the Dark Kingdom searching for this thing? Alright, you don't want to hand over, we'll keep him. Let me change my mind. And there goes, Shingo, or Sammy. Or he's gonna be like this. Rina's also in danger. We have to beat Kishao, which is, yeah, that thing. So let's, kill this, pet of, Sin's and Ancha's. Now, despite the appearance of Kishao, it's actually surprisingly easy. Well, fine, to a certain extent, surprisingly easy. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give, Sailor Moon a manicure. Just to make it a little easier, I'm gonna time stop him, and you know what, fine, let's do the real deal with this. Let's dust this dude. Yeah, so Moon Tiara magic, yeah, there you go. Now we're gonna dust this thing. Yeah, now we're doing the spirit of Sailor Moon in this case. In this case, yeah, just keep hitting him. Yeah, she can punch it as well or hit it to it, but yeah, we're just gonna dust the pet. Easy not to be. Well, it's easy. Okay, this one's easy because since they give you Pluto and Saturn here, Saturn is gonna be fine as far as defense. Pluto gives you time stop, and when I did the test on this, you do a lot of damage on this thing. Its defense is not that high. So in all honesty, compared to Sin, compared to Evil Lady, compared to all these other bosses we saw, this is not gonna be too bad at all. So, I mean, but I get the idea, like, it looks very intimidating, you're right. As I said, I'm just gonna use Moon Tiara magic and, you know, dust him. Yeah, I'm doing a good amount of damage then, anyway, so that's fine. And even there, like, it hit me, it's like it only hit me for 1 point of damage. So that's also the reason why it's not too bad. And you know what? Fine. You guys sit back. We're doing this the Sailor Moon way. We are gonna dust him. Unless I get illusions. Okay, good. Like, that's the only thing you really throw your plans for a tizzy. But outside of that, I was like, yeah, you're fine. That's all it's doing. It's doing the illusion, it's doing the punch, and the punch just hit me for 1 point of damage. So, I'll be fine. There you go. Dust him. Alright, so yeah, we definitely did the Sailor Moon thing. So yeah, we dusted the opponents. There you go. Saturn, Pluto, and we've got a level up. And hey, compared to the boss we're gonna have later, or bosses, yeah, this is way easier than some of those. Alright. Serena, Haruka, and Michiru are here. Yeah, and Saturn... Yeah, Saturn knows, so like, yeah. She's like, okay, yeah, she's busy at the moment, let them in. Yeah, we're not gonna say, like, oh yeah, by the way, her brother is gone. Yeah, here they come, and we're gonna get this taken care of. Hey, learn anything more? Yeah, her little brother is taken by the enemy. Nothing happened to you two? Well, their destinies are changing. Because, yeah, Michelle there is member of the race team, or racing team specifically, like track team. I believe that's something in the show. My Sailor Moon S memories are really sketchy, honestly. I haven't seen much of it, as I mentioned a couple parts ago. And she plays violin, but she doesn't have it anymore. Also, yeah, she was going to be playing her part in the musical, but yeah, that didn't happen anymore. Alright, so you have to go to Ray's temple. Look, Sailor Moon. Like, even if I meet him, I can't fight. I understand, Sailor Moon, you and Small Lady don't look fit to do so. I'll carry her on my back. Alright, let's go. Okay, fine, I'm not in a position to fight, but... yeah, I'm still here as far as the idea that, oh yeah, it's just me. Alright, so here's what we're gonna do. We have to go to Ray's temple, but before we do that, I'm gonna also check a couple places. I see if there's anything in town I want to go to while I'm out running the cars. I mean, yeah, it feels like it's been a while since we First show we could do that. Alright, let's see what's going on at school. Anything going on here? Not really. You know, fine, let's go to some of the shops in town. Let's go to... Oh, wait, out of the way, friend. Okay, I walked through the car. You saw that. Okay, that was weird. Yeah, the car is just a delusion to Serena. Like, yeah, she's so focused on getting Sammy back. It's like, yeah, no. She could just walk through that. She's got that power. Alright, so there's the game. Let's go to the arcade. Let's see what's going on. It's the same deal as before. We'll see the same deal with Game Machine Joe. He's still trying to do that. Actually, they're using, I think, the same dialogue that we had before. Same with Andrew, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking healthy, which, yeah, amazingly, given all the stuff we've been running into tonight, like, yeah, she should be potentially looking unhealthy after, you know, almost getting killed. Well, that's more of a Venus case. It seems like she's been the one taking the brunt of this. Alright, so yeah, let's go pay a visit to, Molly's mother. This isn't a place for children. Yeah, I'm not a child. There's Molly's mother. That's more for, like, accessories. I don't think I need those accessories. Is Molly anywhere here? Just to say hi. So, yeah, we'll say one last, hurrah to Molly before we, come back, or we go off, and then we'll come back eventually at the end of the game. Fine. For the story, we will. We're not coming back here for play. Alright, so... You know, fine. I'll go to the convenience store. Okay, that's clock store. Actually, no, I don't think there's anything in the convenience store that's of worth, but, you know, I'll take a look. Alright, what do you got? Okay, nigiri bento. Yeah, it's still the stuff from the beginning of the game, so honestly it's not going to be of much help. I wish you could find somewhere to, like, buy life waters instead of just the oral medic. But I don't think I can. Maybe the bookstore. Maybe the bookstore will have something of use. Alright, just manga, so yeah, there's nothing really for this. Alright, I think we're set. Let's go to Ray's Temple. You know, fine, no, I think it's gonna be the same stuff as the, you know, fine, we'll do it anyway. Just go to the toy store, Alright, toy model and the video game, which costs a lot of money. Alright, that's fine, we can go. Alright, so one last hurrah at Ray's Temple. Yeah, may as well just do a save right here just because. So feasibly, if I decided, hey, I didn't want to do that, I could feasibly reset and come back here. But I don't think we're gonna need to do that. Alright, so here's everybody. True? Was Sammy kidnapped? Yes, he was. Yeah, the Lions of the World of the Future, which is going to be it's where we're going to be spending the rest of the game. He was a trap, though. I have to go and save him. It's dangerous not knowing the true nature of the enemy. We can't just stay here and hesitate. Alright, we're going to the future, and Sil Pluto has the hookup for that. So we're back at the time-space door. But there's somebody out in front of it. It's been a while, Mamoru. Fiore. I'm trying to remember where Fiore came from, within the series. I'll edit if when I find who that is. But yeah, we do have Tuxedo Mask. He is out, fully this way. We'll meet again. I have to be grateful to someone named Apsu. Why are you presenting yourself for me again? Yeah, choosing unhappy fate. Yeah, you're being deceived. Yeah, but he doesn't care because Apsu brought him back. Sailor Moon, go ahead. Alright, so yeah, Tuxedo Mask is gonna handle this one, thank God. I'll follow you after I beat him. Gotcha. Hey, Sailorman, let's go. No, I'm right here with Tuxedo Common. Or Mask. Actually, Common, by the way, I don't know if I mentioned this in the earlier part. Common is Japanese for mask, so actually they did translate it exactly, pretty much, for the US. Except the common part they took out. Alright, don't give him away. Yeah, he has to fight him. We don't have to do it. We're just saying, like, yeah, fine, we're going away. Don't die. Okay, so we are in Crystal Palace, in Crystal Tokyo in the future. And there it is, but it is being distorted by Mode 7. And also by Apsu. Yeah, it's waving like an illusion. Yeah, so Destiny is changing because of the Rainbow Crystal Shard that they got, and also because Sammy's with them. Yeah, give him back. Yeah, if you want him back, come to the Dark Castle. Keep brothers there. But Ancho's been a little patience, maybe already too late. Yeah, so yeah, they are the Opposito Senshi, but yeah, Uranus is bringing up a good point, saying like, yeah, fight the way we would. They're like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Yeah, I'll give you two choices. Sacrifice Shingo to go after the Queen, or sacrifice the Queen and save Shingo. Or to quote Spider-Man, the first Spider-Man movie from, actually, 20 years ago now. I can't believe it's been that long. Everything goes well usually until you have someone who comes along with a sadistic choice. So yeah, which one are we choosing? You're gonna settle things with us, though. Come to the Dark Castle. We'll be waiting your arrival. Oh yeah, everybody is gone, sort of. So alright. Yeah, they're distorting the space for the inner Senshi, so I was like, yeah, they're focusing on them. Come out. So yeah, it is the Opposite Senshi doing that, because remember, they have their bones to pick with Mars, Mercury, Venus, and Jupiter. Yeah, no one will come to help you even if you seek it. You've been abandoned. But yeah, not quite. It's just that, yeah, they're playing a trick on them. And they're trying to say, like, yeah, use the illusion to delude us. Yeah, we'll prepare you a splendid fate if you don't fight. And it's going back to what we saw at part 1, and it'll actually elaborate on a little more, but also show where the cracks in them are. Yeah, so remember, Amy was going to be a doctor married to Greg. And her parents came by to visit. I guess her parents are estranged. I don't know if the show goes into the idea that her parents are not together, but... Yeah, Amy, won't you be with us today? You really should. Today's the anniversary of your wedding with that man, so... I guess her father doesn't like Greg that much. Or her mother doesn't. That wasn't very tactful. It's okay. We'll eat together. Yeah, she's brought to her knees by that one, and next is Mars. Yeah, we're going through all these again, but they're elaborating a little more than what we had. Yeah, because remember, if not for Serena, Ray would have been with Darien, or Mamoru. What's the matter? Suddenly fawning over me like that. Mars, okay? Dongo Head has been looking for you today as well. Okay, so yeah, that's the take on, Meatball Head for Deek's dub, and it was Bun Head for the Viz dub. Which makes sense, because, like, hey, it is the bun she has, and they called him Odongo, which I guess that bun in Japanese, I think? I don't know. I'll have to look at that. I'll put an edit here if that's the case. Yeah, she's fine. Anyway, where should we go? Where do you want to go? She wants to have sex with him, actually. Yeah, but he's not getting it. Which I guess also gives an indication that, yeah, if this came out here, this probably would have been a teen rating. Specifically, I don't know, maybe that's the reason why this game didn't come out here. They thought, like, hey, they'd have to edit it, potentially, but then again, they did it in the show, so... they edited the show, to some degrees, so I don't think that'll be a problem. Alright, And meanwhile, with Lita, she was having a crush on this guy. I think one of the bullies, I think it was, if I remember correctly. Also fawning over that. That girl was looking for you. Yeah, probably Serena. It's alright, I'll contact her later. Apart from that, how was the bento box I made you today? It was great today, too. Even though you're so huge. Yeah, so apparently he thinks she's fat. Well, she's not. But, so I guess this is where the cracks of each of the, elements are going. So, first was Amy, you know, potentially getting the sense that, yeah, her parents don't like Greg. It's the idea that Ray, you know, Mamoru doesn't realize what Ray is trying to do. And then, this perspective. And then lastly with Mina. So I guess in some ways we're kind of getting the perspective of, you know, Mina and Lita not having boyfriends, but what's that looking like? Yeah, because she's also in love with a classmate. Do I know you? Yeah, my name is Minako Aino. Please read this. Yeah, she gives him the note and runs away. Hikaru, I did it. Gave a love letter to Minami. Did you get an answer? Yeah, she didn't. Or, like, on the show when Serena went and told Molly that, Maxfield Stanton was no good because of Nephlite, she's like, wait a minute, you didn't just go over there, blurt it all out, and run away, did you? But yeah, Mina did the same thing. Yeah, I forgot to ask them to give me an answer. What on earth are you thinking? So how was it? Now let's stop the fighting. We have no interest to you from then to continue the battle. Yeah, perhaps you didn't become the sailor essentially you wanted to. Get back to your normal forms then. If you do so, the death you wish for will be waiting. Yeah, certainly what they'd like, even with, I guess, the bumps in the road for them. But they're like, no, we have our connection with Sailor Moon and with everybody else. Yeah, if she wasn't there, we would have been lonely, we wouldn't have been the same. Yeah, that case, you're saying like, no, we're not gonna change our destinies to make ourselves, you know, feasibly a better case that we still don't know would be, you know, perfect. Alright, we'll see them in the Dark Castle and take care of them. Hang on, what happened? Sailor Moon. And we just suddenly collapsed. The enemy attacked us. It seemed we were left wide open. But don't worry, that type of attack won't work. Taking the Queen and Shingo's hostages was a despicable trick to use. Alright, so we're gonna try and help them both. But how are we gonna do that? Yeah, Uranus is saying go after the Queen first. But we know that Serena's answer is not going to be that. Actually, Saturn's answer is not going to be that either. Yeah, something happens to the Queen during that time. The enemy may be hoping for time to attack the Crystal Palace. Alright, so we're going to split up. Alright, so yeah. Serena's going to go rescue her brother, because of course. But if I don't go, my future self will be sorry. Yeah, and, Mini Moon's gonna go where the Queen is. Harry, what are you doing? Want to settle things with Nergal, go with Sailor Moon. I think Mercury, Jupiter, and Venus feel the same way. They do, but I can, you know, totally say no, that we're not gonna do that. If I so desire, and I'll show you in a second. If I have to split, I don't care whose side I'm on, but I have to choose one. Can't for either, so I'll go with Small Lady. That's with me. Yeah, and I can choose who I want to go with either way. So basically I'm splitting them up. The way I did this on test play, and this I think is how I'm going to do this, I'm going to not have time stop going, so I need to have Mars and Mercury set. Or, no, you know what, that's fine. Alright, fine. We'll split up the way that the story said. So yeah. Inner Senshi, Outer Senshi split up that way, so yeah. Sailor Mercury, Sailor Mars, Sailor Jupiter, and Sailor Venus with Serena. We're going with Serena first. And then with Rini, we have Saturn, Pluto, Neptune, Pluto, and Uranus. Okay. So let's do this. Stay out of the Queen, and be careful. Alright. Definitely won't lose. Take care, Sailor Moon. Also take care to, Artemis and Luna. Yeah, so Luna's gonna go with Rini, and, yeah, fitting, I guess, that Artemis is going with Sailor Moon, because that's where, Venus is. Await each other at the gates of time. Take care, Artemis. Yeah, they definitely have the bond as far as Luna and Artemis. Like, hey, they don't want to see something happen to each other. Alright, the Sailor Scouts are coming. First, to change my fate. No, my wife will be gone by the morning. Yeah, it seems they're splitting into two factions, so yeah, Sin's got tabs on us. But yeah, she doesn't care. They don't turn up on a ceremony, that's fine. Just buy me some time. And, of course, we have, Fiora with the Tuxedo Mask. But we don't have to fight with Tuxedo Mask, because actually he's not a party member, so, yeah, that's all on him. And World Desire is coming soon. A world where you and your brother can live together in peace and quiet. Alright, so here's where we're at. I'm gonna save. The next hour, the last hour of the show for tonight is going to be this part. It's also gonna be me changing my formation. I don't want Mars in front because she's severely underleveled. So yeah, just have Venus in front. I want Mars in back, and I want Mercury in back, just to start. And then Sailor Moon right there. So. Actually, you know what, fine, I'll save again, because I want to make sure that that formation is set. Actually, this is where it's going to be easy for us to level up Mars and Mercury, because, man, do they need it. Actually, everybody needs it. So what we're going to do is walk around and fight everything. The same deal as we had at the beginning of the program. Alright, we'll save him. We'll definitely try to. And there are enemies all over the place. As we run, we'll just hit them. Yeah, at this point, just, yeah, stand back, defend. Fine, I'll put the Cyclone there just in case, and then use the Crescent Beam. The Crescent Beam should kill them in one hit, I think. The way I'm running Venus, we should be fine with this. Yeah, they'll die in one hit. And the experience, it's not going to be too much, but because of this, it means that Mars and Mercury are going to level up really quickly. Fine, Mars will. I think that's either the second to last or it's the last puzzle piece, I don't know which. That's it. Alright, there is the puzzle completed, and that is probably our thumbnail for this part. Or maybe I'll put it on the finale. But either way, there it is. We got it done. And there's going to be a nice reward on the back of that. I just have to remember where it is, but I'll do that next time. In the meantime, let's just keep killing stuff. We'll get ready for our next battle. I want to do this for sure, because that next battle took me a long time doing the test today. Yeah, so in that case, just to go back to what we were saying with, you know, the battle we had in Sammy's room. Yeah, it was nothing compared to what we're going to have, so I was like, hey, they're at least giving you a little bit of a breather. And then later on, I was like, no, yeah, you better be ready. Alright, so there you go. So just get them leveled up, and they'll level up quickly based upon how we're operating things. And here is Traveling Merchant. So you can buy stuff from him if you want, and if you have money for it. You know what, I'll buy some cologne. Fine, I'll just buy cologne. Because I think I got enough of everything else. We just walk in a circle and kill stuff. That's basically what it is. So basically we're ending the show, or getting towards the end of tonight's show. The same way we did before. Yeah, everybody else, yeah, just hunker down, let Venus take care of things. Because it's fitting, Dolphin, you said Venus was your favorite one. Like, yeah, she is definitely kind of the star of this playthrough, or the MVP of this playthrough, especially now. Though, as we also showed, like, hey, the other scouts have their values and their skills that are also contributing. But for the battle stuff, yeah, Venus is where it's at. But as I mentioned, since we split the team into two, we're going to have a case, actually starting next month, we're not going to have Venus to begin with. Yeah, just keep going, and with that memory thing on all our settings on the battle menu, yeah, just keep hitting A to win. At least for now. Let me just see where we're at with them. Alright, yeah, oh, they're already at level 20, so I've already went up like 5 levels with them. When we go to the next part, it's going to be a little more complicated because the enemies are going to get a little tougher. But as long as you're in here just to start, they won't do too much damage. But also, we go in the other room, they're worth more experience, so we may as well go in now. Also, to show down this hallway. There's a shield of evil energy blocking the way, so we can't go that way. So just walk around here and just kill stuff. And we're going to want to do that. I'm going to want to do that actually probably for quite a bit of time, actually. So, what I'm going to do is... Fine, everybody defend except Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon used the, Okay, fine. You know, Sailor Moon, we're gonna use the, heal shower. Yeah, these things have tons of HP, and I want to get this set so I can destroy them quick. Or try to, anyway. And I'll bring out Jupiter for this one, too. Yeah, she doesn't have any all range attacks unless I drink the cup. And she does, but she's not leveled up high enough to help. Alright, there we go. So we'll drink, and then we'll have someone else to help fight. Because, like, yeah, I need all the help I can get for this one. And, you know, fine. Let's try with, Mars. Why not? Okay, yeah, she's still getting hurt bad by the whirlwind cut. We just need to get the burning going on with her, and then also the water stuff with, Mercury. Okay, there you go. They're dead. Yeah, there were tons of experience, so in this case, yeah, I'm gonna be getting a level up probably with everybody pretty consistently. And you're gonna want to do this because the battle that we got here, as I mentioned... Oh, yeah, this is... Oh, right, I forgot. This is, part of this. Let's see. If you know, I don't want to do that. I want to defend with everybody first and just use this. Yeah, probably a good idea with that Tempest attack. Let's get your cup. Actually, you know what? No, I don't want to do that because, yeah, in her case, it's a multi-target attack. So not gonna do much. Okay, it will sort of, but when you have one target, only usually want to hit him with a single target attacks. Yeah, in that case, it took like 9,000 damage to kill it. Eventually get to a point where I can kill them in one shot, so at least I can get more consistent experience. Also, one other thing to show this... I'm not doing this yet, but this is also going to be story stuff for now. If I go in now after this cutscene, I'm going to lose, so I don't want to do that. But we'll get a sense of what's going on with Sammy. Alright, he woke up. Yeah, you keep quiet, I won't do anything to you. You think I'll do what one of the bad guys tells me? have a brother too, though, you know. Do you like your sister? Well, I mean, we said before, as far as, like, what's this bond between Sammy and Serena? My brother's cute. I think I'd do anything for the sake of him. Then again, what's Sammy think on Serena? Yeah, she's not like that. She always steals my food, uses my video games. She does those awful things. But she's there when I'm sick, and always was. And even when I'm being disobedient, she does worry about me. That's strange. If she's a bad sister, do you like her? Yeah, but don't speak badly of my sister. So here's the thing, we said this, which is the idea that the sibling rivalry of Sammy and Serena, there is also a strong bond there, and you're definitely seeing that here specifically. So yeah, he could say something as cruel as that she could only model in the zoo, while saying like, no, she was there for me despite me saying something like that. And he recognized that. In all honesty, on the show, Sammy didn't really get a whole lot of attention to him that much. There were a couple episodes he had a little bit with it, but in some ways this is kind of adding more to his character, and I do like that. Yeah, now, go to bed. I do love that idea, it's like he just walks into like, boom, you're going to sleep. Okay, if I walk up there, though, we're starting that battle, and I am not ready for this. I need to have everybody at least level 40. And even if I don't, or even if I do, this is a battle that could feasibly take an hour. Oh, no, I don't want the Wink Sword, I want the Crescent Beam Shower. Yeah, because those bosses are that hard. Okay, so I'm gonna just keep fighting and get myself ready before that battle. So in the meantime, chat, feel free to jump in on anything else you have with what you're seeing on Sailor Moon and the story, or anything else you got on your mind with that, or this anime, or anything else you're thinking game-wise. Yeah, because there's nothing else to make the battling go a little faster. These are just build them up. Just get ready for this fight. And honestly, at this point, you do need to do this, otherwise you're not going to win. So I will say this for sure, is that, hey, the question of how's level grinding, I started at the beginning of the show asking that. When do you need to do it? This is the case you need to do it. And honestly, I guess we've gotten lucky, because most of the games we've played so far, you don't really have to. And in the cases I've done it off screen. And I might do that sort of for the next part. Maybe. I'll see. It's also going to depend if we actually finish this game next month, because I don't know if we are. If we don't, though, we'll finish it in July. And actually, what I'll also do is, if the tasks come to that, we'll start the next RPG in July as well, because we need to at least have that going for. I think we can do that in 2 parts, from what Emedix was telling me on Parasite Eve, because I played it a little, but he's an expert on it, which is why he's coming in on the show for that one. I did confirm with him, yeah, he's down for that, so that's still on. So I want to make sure, like, if we need 3 parts for Parasite Eve for some reason, perhaps, at least we'll have a possibility for that, so it doesn't, you know, get in the case of going into a problem when we get to Shadow Hearts in October. I don't think it will, but I just want to at least give you a sense of where the RPGs are looking. I guess we're going into Parasite Eve is the next one, because, I don't know, chat, if you're familiar with Parasite Eve, it was from Square. Came out in 1998. I think it was their first RPG after Final Fantasy VII. And it's a weird one in the sense that it plays kind of like a top-down shooter to a certain extent, but with RPG mechanics, and it is also something that it is kind of an open battle case with itself, and that you're kind of doing real-time stuff the way Kingdom Hearts was. And actually, it has the same person as the music for Kingdom Hearts, so Yoki Shimomura did the music for that game. And it is one that, what I played of it is really, really good. It's one I've been recommended to by people constantly. And Emedix is the expert on that one, so that's why he called dibs on it. He's like, you want to do this one? I was like, yes. So, there you go. And it's really good. It's definitely a unique case of it, and even still, I can't really think of an RPG that's quite the same way as that one, or even its 2 sequels. So there's something to be said about that, as well as also just some of the haunting elements, because actually it's kind of more of a horror game on top of that, especially its 2 sequels, which are Parasite Eve 2, which is on PlayStation as well, and then the Third Birthday, which is on PSP. The reason they didn't call it Parasite Eve 3, but it is Parasite Eve 3. But it's kind of more horror-based, especially the opening of it, and you'll see that when we play in October. And it's quite a sight, that is for sure. But as I said, it is fitting, I guess, to that being the next RPG, because... Actually, no, I just realized, no, the RPGs have been flowing so perfectly. It seems like theme-wise, to some degree, because we had Super Mario RPG, which was our first one. So there was that idea, which is mixing Square with a famous franchise, Super Mario Brothers specifically. Yeah, we had Kingdom Hearts, which was mixing Square with Final Fantasy and other stuff. Fine. Square was mixing Final Fantasy itself, because it has it, but also with Disney. And then we had Sailor Moon of the Story now we're playing, which is based on a license as well, famous license as far as an RPG context. Then Parasite Eve, because it's going into the perspective of strong female character in its lead. It's for those of Aya Bryant, I think it is. I'll put a correction of the name. I have not played Parasite Eve enough to really remember that much. That perspective. And then when we get to Shadow Hearts, the horror thing carries over from Parasite Eve. And actually, same with Lunar. When we do Lunar next year, Lunar is going to kind of connect with Shadow Hearts, because it's one of those cases where Proto is concerned people don't know this game, or know that game anyway. Just like Crescendered with Shadow Hearts. So hey, we're giving it the love that way. So yeah, they're all connecting somehow, and I didn't really plan it, but I'm liking that happened. Oh wait, one other thing I probably should be doing is hitting with the multi-target hits, but okay, it doesn't matter now. I'm so used to just the one attack there. But yeah, whatever, it doesn't matter. Okay, so how are we doing? Pretty good, actually. I mean, actually, we're kind of almost there. But I do want to be a little higher than I was doing the test. Otherwise, this might take a while. Alright, so same case before, just hit her this way. Actually, with the item loadout I've got and everything set, we are in a good position. Yeah, I'm getting clone, so yeah, you do sometimes get item drops off of battles, so that's good that way too. Yeah, so yeah, you can feasibly do this, so in that case, I could feasibly stay here until we get to, like, level 99 if I want to, but, like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. As I said, I'll give a perspective of, like, what the game is running, but at the same time, I also do want to give enough of a show that, hey, it's not going to be boring to watch the same thing over and over again. Because that's the benefit. I'm thinking about this today as well, saying, okay, if I have to do this, how am I going to make it more interesting? I think the answer is the discussion case. I think in that case, that's kind of what has been a good thing of the show, the way it's turned out, the way you've all helped make it. So, like, okay, fine, if we're doing something that's the same that you're seeing on screen, we've done a million times before, it doesn't matter, we can talk about something else, and it can kind of go into multiple different directions that way. So in that way, I guess I kind of figured, like, the answer, like, how do I make something that, like this, was like, oh, it's an RPG, you're doing grinding a lot, when I can't do it off screen. In this case, I can't, only for the purpose of how this next battle is going to go. Yeah, in the meantime, we should just get rid of these guys, and we should be good with a few more. Yeah, honestly, I'm better prepared now for this show than I was doing the practice, which is why I did the practice. Sometimes that can help, especially for a game like this, or as I said, if there's cases where a game I don't know it that well, I at least want to, and this goes back to what I've been asked sometimes. Actually, it was Medics who indicated this, actually. He said, you know, you don't have to worry necessarily about, you know, dying. It's not necessarily something that I think people are going to necessarily complain about, which is fair. I mean, there might be somebody who does. But at the same time, I said, well, hey, if it's a game that you like, I want to at least show that I'm putting an effort to it, number one, and showing that perspective off. Because, like, as I mentioned, I just want to give that perspective, show the game its due that way. And same with something like this. In this case, if I have experience with this game, but also goes back a ways. That's been kind of where it's been going with this one. Yeah, well, yeah, getting the Kiss the Spider-Woman going on there. yeah, she will go down pretty quickly. Yeah, at this point, yeah, even Mars and Mercury have been upset. Although Mercury's just been sitting back. It was basically saying, like, yeah, Mercury, sit back and relax. I mean, I'm gonna assume, I guess, feasibly in her case, like, she's getting herself 10 chapters ahead for her classes. 'Cause, yeah, that is something that Mercury does. She's like, yeah, you know what, I got myself 10 chapters ahead, so yeah, we can go to the amusement park where people are always disappearing. Yeah, in that case, so yeah, she's dying quickly too. Alright, awesome. Alright, 39, okay, almost a 40, which actually is better than I was when I did test, although even at 40, or actually no, I think it was a 38, 39. Even when I was doing that earlier, I still was in trouble when I was fighting the bosses, because you have to, it's like a lot of the other ones, we're fighting 3 in a row. So, I'm going to be ready for this. And I think this is going to be the rest of the night. Should take us out to, I guess, close to 5 hours, not entirely 5 hours. And should get us set to maybe, potentially, beat this game next month. But I said, what I'll probably do is also, probably do the test play on this one for the next part, probably earlier, just to make sure that I have an answer for that going on. That, and also the next couple games that we're going to be doing, actually, fine, the next 2 we're doing are not going to be cases where I'm going to need to practice that much. Because one is going to be just showcasing the games that are in the collection that we're running, and then the other one's Ocarina of Time, which I only have, like, about 2.5 so hours left for, I think. And actually, for that reason, next week's show is going to have a couple of extra things that I'm going to leave a little bit of a surprise until we get there. But I talked to Protorov about them, and he's down what they are. So, in that case, we'll have that for you next week. Yeah, in the meantime, yeah, Mars just to hit the snake fire off at everybody and kill him. And you know what, fine, you know what, let's not be mean to, Mercury. Let's get Mercury involved in this. And fine, let's also, yeah, for good measure, let's dust him. Oh, I think probably, she'll kill her before, or she'll kill him before that happens. Alright, so yeah, we're in good shape with this. One thing I am gonna do, though, is check... Okay, Mercury and Mars are next. I think I do want to have... Yeah, fine, we'll run her magic as well. Coconut Cyclone, this... Yeah, Sailor Moon, you take a breather, and bring me on to luck. Actually, yeah, that cut is not doing much damage now, thank God. Well, fine, not from them it's not. From other things, it will. Alright, there we go. So yeah, we definitely want to get some stuff going on, yeah, for Mercury to help out. Okay, I got a fragrance, thank God. Okay, that's gonna be good, because I want to have one of those for one of the battles. Actually, how many of those do I have? I just want to check that. I don't think I can go back and buy them. Let me just see how many I got. Okay, I got 2 of them. Which is okay. Alright, where are we level? I want Mars and Mercury at least level 40, so I'm gonna do one more battle to get them there, and then we'll go on. Well, I'll go save, and then we'll go do that. Right, Shining Lock Illusion, so yeah, we're gonna do single stuff now, and the sword. Yeah, dust him for good measure, and... Oh, no, well, fine, whatever. Oh, fine, okay, that's gonna be enough, so that's just gonna be one hit, okay. So Sailor Moon and Mercury and Mars are level up, perfect, okay. So let's take a walk back to the save point, and if we find anything to fight, I'll kill them along the way. Also, yeah, let's get full stuff going on with our multi-target attacks. Yeah, that's usually the thing about it, like, I'm getting a sense of, okay, I want to change my attacks up, focus that way, but alright. Yeah, so yeah, I'm laughing at the whirlwind cut now, which is a big change from how we had it before, but I won't be when we go to the next fight. Alright, so yeah, dust him, Sailor Moon. Okay, there we go, we did dust him. There we go, all the Sailor Scouts took him down. I definitely like the look of that, the idea that, you know, we have all 5 of the inner Sailor Scouts, or Sailor Senshi, take your pick, doing this. Alright, so let's take a walk back to save point, and then we will go and fight the next boss. Okay. So we are in good shape. We're level 41, 40 about, as far as that. Okay, let's do it. I feel good about this, especially compared to how the tests play and the beginning of this. Me too. Yeah, it definitely is a good case of that. Alright, so yeah, as long as I'm running into stuff, yeah, just let it die. It's free experience, so go ahead. But it's a good show to that, and we'll also get that for when we come back for next month, because at that point, we'll have the Outer Senshi and Sailor Minimoon as leading them, because that is kind of the idea. Yeah, so Moon Tiara magic, yeah, kill it. Fine, we'll at least get close to killing it, feasibly. And it is, as I said, going back to some of the stuff, it is emphasizing the idea of, like, the team perspective of Sailor Moon, as far as how it is, like, yeah, they work individually, and for, you know, for, all the scouts here, they did work individually, specifically because they had to, for earlier in the story, but now we're all together, we're all, kicking ass and taking names. Alright, so let's get ready, we're going off on to the next battle, after we have one more random, probably on the walk over. Shining Aqua Illusion, Sparking Wide Pressure, Venus Wink Sword, Sprout Heart Attack, and Mars Snake Fire. Yeah, and at this point, she should be no problem to take down, unless I get illusions. Oh, fine, they got illusion, but fine, we should probably be able to knock them out that way. Boom. Also, do check one thing before I go in battle, because that happened, which is... Okay, no, that does wear off. As far as the stats that wear off after battle... I think that's the only one. That and maybe the sleep. Because I know the poison doesn't. I know the stone doesn't. And dying. Well, fine. Dying you sort of do, but you cover with 1 HP. Alright, we are at a good shape with this. Our luck is good. Let's hope it holds good. Let's go. Alright, so reality is being distorted. Alright, I forgot about this part. This is before we have the fight. Alright, everybody's gone. So yeah, they tricked, Sailor Mercury, Mars, Venus, and Jupiter before, but, now, Sin is, doing that Sailor Moon, saying, like, yeah, everybody abandoned you. So it's actually just like when, Queen Beryl was fought at the North Pole in the anime, specifically. That was also the thought, like, they kind of, well, fine, the thought they abandoned, but also the idea that they died, pretty much. So that was the thought, anyway. Before Sailor Moon got everybody taken care of. But, Sailor Moon, at this point, she knows damn well what's going on. They're like, yeah, that's a distortion of yours. But also, how are you gonna find this world? Well, yeah, let's go into that then. Because, yeah, we saw everybody else's, potential thing. But, yeah. Of course, Serena and Darian married. With, their child, Rini, over there. Welcome home. Where's my cute lady? That being, yeah, Rini. Yeah, she was Momo. Came back from playing in Dreamland all exhausted. Munya, munya. Like that certainly is quieter. Isn't she my kid, though? Well, technically she's both yours. Alright, there you go. So, that is her, reality that way, but how was it? Hand over the silver crystal, I can give you that fate. It's wrong, although technically she's also kind of getting that fate as it is, so it's not going to make a difference either way. Everyone knows want to change, and the people of the Black Moon, for example, were sad and have their fate changed. I see. At any rate, you don't seem intent to hand over the crystal. In that case, there's no choice. Thought we could settle this by talking together, but we can't. Oh, we do care. We're gonna kick your ass to get him back. Yeah, Serena, wake up. Okay, well, we have a reason as far as that. Alright, let's do it. I can feel he's here. He's in the next room. Alright, now we'll fight. This is gonna be the rest of the night. There he is, and here we go. There's Nergal. There's Nabu. Marduk and, of course, Ishtar. And Sin. So yeah, here we go. We have our one-on-one with the Opposito Senshi with the Inner Senshi. So alright. Yeah, the big battle for all the marbles of our kid brother is on right now. With this perspective of all the marbles ready to go. Alright, give him back. Strong as always, Sailor Moon. It's a gathering of everybody. Yeah, we didn't like the illusion that much, even though we showed the life you wished for. Yeah, fate's disgusting. We're not weak like you. Alright, you're not weak after seeing yourself in that illusion. You violated taboo, but changed your destinies the way you wanted. Not too late, though. Turn those destinies back to normal. Yeah, but they are not going to do that without a fight. Yeah, so... Yeah, surrender Opposito Senshi, or... In the name of the moon, I will right wrongs and triumph over evil. And that means you. Alright, yeah, they're not taking that, but yeah, we're gonna fight them. This is gonna be 3 battles in a row, straight. Even with the way I'm leveled, I don't know how this is gonna run. We'll see. They're gonna give you 2 at a time to start. And at the end is Sin. So we got Marduk and Nergal here. Alright, here's what we want to do again, which is... Defend, defend, defend. Actually, start defending. Actually, you know what? Fine. Yeah, get the facial cream. Oh shit, maybe I should have bought more of those. Uh-oh. I might be in trouble on this one. Okay, we'll see. So you know what? Fine, we're not gonna use the facial cream. We're just gonna defend like crazy, and we're gonna run the heal shower. Fine, we'll use one of them. We're gonna use this on, Venus, because, yeah, Venus is going to be our MVP here. Probably should have checked that before we fought, but alright. Yeah, because they have strong, magic. Okay, well, actually, with the levels we have, this might be okay. As long as we have enough, attack to run this. Alright, so, let's go. Same deal as before, run multiple target attacks, and with Venus, make sure we take care of her. And actually, with Sailor Moon, I do want to have... You know, let me see, is there any... Oh, right, I forgot. I want to have healing spray. I forgot about this. Yeah, what this does is it creates a protective barrier on whoever you use it on, so they won't be hurt by status. So for the purpose of this, this is good with Venus, but it also increases her defense. I did not know that until I was doing the test today. So, yeah, I want to use that. Yeah, there's Dark Thunder. Oh, shit! Uh-oh. Okay, fine, there we go. This is what happened at the beginning of, you know, the test stuff, is that... Oh, fortunately, yeah, we healing sprayed a dead body, so yeah, it didn't work. Remember, we don't have time stop. We can't do that. So, okay, so what we're gonna do is I gotta get her back. So actually, it is a good thing that I held those, some of those recovery items for later. So let's give her... Where is it? The life crate. And at this point, I do... Yeah, you know, fine. You hit, you defend, and then you hit as well. Ooh. Remember, that was the damage that Venus was taking even with a defense buff. So, like, okay, yeah. So, what I want to do is... Fine, we're doing 2 things. Where is the healing spray? Yeah, run the healing spray on her again. You can just punch him. Go ahead. You stand back. On top of this, actually, you know, you use cure item, and then you run the facial cream on her. And hopefully, Mars will survive this. Okay, she will. Thank God. So there's the healing spray on her. There's the facial cream on her. Oh, I forgot one part. I forgot the vital part of this. the, what is it? Manicure, and I got tons of these, so I can run that. Okay, perfect. Yeah, you stand back for the time being, and I think I do want to get to a case of running something more. Yeah, I'll wait on the cologne. We'll hit them to start. I was a little bit of a flashing light, I guess, sort of here, but not too bad. Okay, the Fascination's not gonna hit Sailor Venus because of this, and missed it anyway, so yeah, got lucky that way. Fine, got lucky that it missed everybody, but yeah, it is not gonna hit Venus. Alright, so yeah, now Venus is ready to go. Okay, so... we do that, you just punch him, use the Crescent Beam Shower, use the Moon Spiral attack, and you just start. Oh shit, even with that, it still doesn't help much. Crap. Alright, so yeah, Venus is not having a good time. Okay, so fine, I guess it's worth this is happening to Venus now, and this is even with the levels I'm running. Okay, so, alright, well, let's do this. We're gonna bring her back. Yeah, fine, we'll use the red rose, why not? You defend. Give me a full health recovery of everybody, which I have here somewhere. Where is it? Yeah, I have to hold the fragrances. I need to use those for another battle. Life can, where is it? Sometimes I get the sense I'm missing my items, but that's not the case. Alright, that, and then we'll clone. Alright, let's try this again. Yeah, it's one way for Venus not to get hit by the fire. But, yeah, it's not gonna help too much. Yeah, I'm not even getting much of an opportunity to even use my stuff for Venus, so yeah, that's the problem. Okay, fine, I'll use the, where is it? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't even be bothering to use the facial cream that much if it's not gonna help me much. Okay, fine, I'll do one thing. We'll use the healing spray again. You hit them, that's fine. You stay back. You know what? Fine, you know what? We'll use the, healing shower again, because that'll at least cover that element. Alright. Yeah, we should stop using the magic. I don't think they have... I'm not sure if they have infinite magic points. There are times when they just stop using it when I was doing the test. So yeah, get ready with the healing spray. Hopefully this will be enough. Hopefully I won't get into a case where she'll die. Alright, let's try it. Yeah, fine, let's try the blazing damage, why not? And then we'll do the mandala. Hold on, Venus, please! Shit. Yeah, because she's getting one-shotted by all of this. Okay, you know, honestly, I'm gonna say this. I hate to say it. I think Venus might not be of much use now because... Okay, let's get a recovery of her with, yeah, use the life water. Yeah, honestly, I think Jupiter might be who I want to put my focus on right now, honestly. So, honestly, I'll tell you what I'll do. We're gonna give Jupiter some of my, where is that? The flower item, the cereal flower. Just pump into Jupiter. I think that's gonna be how I'm gonna run this. We'll hit the Soul Bird then, and then we'll pump into Jupiter. But bring back Venus, so at least she'll get the level up when we finish this battle. Yeah, nothing else, you're also seeing different attacks. To give that perspective. Alright, so... I don't know why I keep doing this if I know she's gonna die. It was like, well, fine, I don't care. I just want to get them killed. Oh, wait, no. I'm using this. Oh, I don't have enough to run that. Okay, so let me see. Okay, fine. I have Shivan Thunder. Let's run that. Oh, it's only a one target thing. Fine, you know what? I don't care. And then in that case, we'll do a health recovery. Yeah, I'm going to where the bento sets are. Oh, they have an equivalent to that too. Shit. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, she's been, not abused. Alright, fine. Alright, we'll clone. Because I do want to... Actually, you know what I'll also do is... Yeah, do the Jupiter Thunder Crash. I want to try and attack with her, but I don't want to lose her again. Fuck it, I don't care. I have to do it. I have to try, otherwise I'm not going to get anywhere. Yeah, no, okay, we're doing the clone thing anyway, so it's fine. Just hit him, and you hit him as well. Shit, oh no. See, every time I want to do something with Venus, they pull the magic out. So there's Jupiter Thunder Crash. Still does a decent amount. So there's the clone. Yeah, I don't really need it much on Venus because she hasn't been able to be used much. Okay, that's the life can. I don't want to use that now. I got a lot of life water, so we need to use that. And then, at this point... Okay, fine. I'll hit them both with the Sparkling Light, or the Cyclone. And then, now I'll use the Healing Spray on Jupiter. Yeah, sorry, Venus. Something I can hit with... Okay, Spiral Fire, that'll probably have to do. And then... Yeah, just keep doing this. That's basically what this is all about. And it just said, this was if the level ups I did. Imagine what would happen if I went in here less prepared. Even with this is a tough fight. It would be a lot easier if I could get Venus running effectively, but unfortunately I can't so far. Again, I don't want to give up again with that. Because if I can get a hit off, that can help. Fine, you... Okay, you keep hitting, or... Okay, fine, well, you punch him, I don't care. Oh, okay, now Venus is... Or not Venus, Jupiter's gone. Like, fine, I have to use Venus now. If I remember, I think there's one power I have with one of them that is like basically a revival. Like, no, I think it's with I think I have it with Rini or somebody, so I don't think I can use it. Alright, so yeah, she's dead again as usual. Oh, jeez. Yeah, fine. Yeah, let's recover everybody again. Just keep doing clone. Yeah. Sorry if this is like, hey, boring this way. It was like, yeah, unfortunately, this is how this battle's going. Okay, that's not gonna do good because yeah, she moved before we could get her back up. You see, I was tempted to take in Pluto, saying like, oh, I can do this without the time stop. Yeah, maybe not. Stop. Yeah, just defend everybody else. We'll try this again, and then we'll do another health recovery somewhere. No, it's good. Oh, okay. I mean, as I said, if nothing else, I think if with this one, and you know, this might be what Emetics was getting at when we were saying like, hey, it's fine to show like the idea of, you know, this kind of, you know, struggle this way. So basically explaining, I guess, the idea of, okay, what are you going to experience playing this game, or what could you experience playing this game, given how it is, if you haven't played it, or the other thing, which is feasibly, hey, you played this game, you know then exactly what's going on with this. So you understand exactly, like, hey, what's the concern is, okay. I want to get something off of Venus, damn it. I really, really do. I can't... I really want to do that. I mean, this is great. One. You know, fine. We'll try the healing spray again. Okay, good. Thank God. I can finally hit him with something, Venus. Thank you. Please. Hit him, Venus. Enough's enough. Yeah, look at that. That was 5,000 points right there. That's why they didn't want me to get that tack off. Yeah, I don't know if that spray is going to do much. I mean, they must be on a timer for their MP or EP, I think. They have to be, because I'm getting a sense that, you know, sometimes they're just not using it. Or they're just making that decision that, oh, this is how we're going to run it. Yeah, but honestly... Fine. Sit back. Okay, as long as they have the fascination and miss Venus. Okay, they're gonna miss Venus because of the, spray. Uh-oh. Crap. Okay, so, would even you agree the idea of, like, maybe where the philosophy of this really is coming? Because, yeah, I mean, this is a weirdly philosophical video game program in a lot of different ways. Philosophical in terms of the idea of the game we would be playing if it comes to that, which has been the case with Ocarina of Time when we've gone through that, or while we've gone through that one. Where's that rose? Not that one. Wait, do I not have it? Oh, I guess I must be out of it. Alright. Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, it is weirdly philosophical, I guess, to some degree, as far as, like, why to game. And I've mentioned this to people. I've asked them, like, hey, why do you think you like gaming specifically? And so in that case, it's always been a fascination of mine, I guess. So I guess to kind of give that perspective off, too. Okay, yeah, we need to use the clone. Yeah, okay, fine, I have 36 of these. I don't need to be concerned about running out. I just need to be concerned about her dying, because, of course, she's dying all the time. Okay, fine. Maybe they don't have infinite, or maybe they do have infinite, magic. I mean, I guess we could try this. fine, you know, let's do it. You know, as I said, I don't care anymore, just try and hit him, please. Okay, crap, they're gonna die, or they're gonna die, so I can't do that. I was trying to do the all Sailor Scouts attack, but yeah, if any of them are dead on the field, we can't do it. Oh, right, okay, that's what Holy Berry is. Holy Berry is recovery, resurrection for multiple targets, and 100 HP for each. Alright, fine, get her back, and fine, we'll do that. Alright, get the flower on, Jupiter. You know, fine, we'll do the flower on Jupiter as well, because okay, there was the red rose, that's what I was looking for, but I don't want it now. Damn, I'm trying to remember how much health they have, but I told you that it was high. Oh, shit. Alright, yeah, so, right, because, she's, enamored. Yeah, she just sliced, what's her name? She sliced Venus, or fine, Mars sliced Venus, sorta. Okay, fine, yeah, it doesn't matter, just hit him with something, I don't care. Wait, oh no, I'm gonna do that, so let me just give... Wait, no, let me go back. You just punch him, you stay still. Okay, fine. Now we're doing the Sailor Arrow. I don't care. Yeah, everybody defend. Except Mercury. Mercury will live through this. Alright, here we go. So yeah, all 5 of the Sailor Scouts, yeah, we're gonna take care of these guys, hopefully. Gals. Oh, Jesus. Jesus Christ. Alright, let's try this again. She's funny, now I'm not as scared of the status anymore, even though that happened to her. Okay, fine, and yeah, she kicked Mercury in the face and Mercury's dead. Great. Alright, so we need to get her, we need to snap her out of it, because yeah, she'll kill us if we don't do something about that. And she needs to come back. Oh shit! Uh-oh. Alright, so yeah, most of them are dead on the field. Crap. And yeah, so when I'm out of case of being able to use that, okay, yeah, I'm in trouble. Let me see this, hang on. Or I can say, fine, you know what, we're using a life kit. Yeah, we're using this now. Yeah, this is why we're using it, because it recovers everybody. For this. Yeah, punch me in the face, I don't care. Yeah, everybody's back. Awesome. Alright. Whew. Alright. Oh, God. Let me think about this. Because honestly, Mercury's not going to be much use back there. I hate to say it. She's not strong enough with where she is. Fine, you do that. I'm gonna try and hit them with this, damn it. And then I'll... You know, no, I'm not going to. I'm gonna hold back. I'm gonna do the healing shower again. And then, yeah, burning model. Just get through them. We might be in a better shape. I don't have enough for her anymore. Yeah, I'm gonna try this just to make sure I can get something off of her. Okay, and there she goes again. She's dead. I already know the answer to that. Bring her back. Also, feasibly, if I have to get a case where I die and I'll just do this next month. I'll off-screen grind this like crazy, and then we'll destroy them. And you know, one thing I'm also gonna do probably was something I should have done a lot sooner, but I was nervous about using the what was it? Losing some of the stuff I run for the combo attacks. And that is, we're gonna get a Sailor Moon transformed. Oh shit. Before I do that though, actually, no. Yeah, let's do the Rainbow Moon Heartache and then just vent. I just hope that they don't die from this. I don't think they're going to. Yeah, so Mars is dead. Which is ironic, she shouldn't be dying from the fire. She's the one who tosses it out. Yeah, fine, I'll just defend here because I want to get her back. Get that off Sailor Moon, because otherwise I can't do the healing spray. Oh. Fine, alright. I think we almost have them, but we don't. As I said, I'll see what happens to this. Try the cologne. Wait, I can't do that because, alright, I forgot, because I transformed her, I can't do that, so... How many fragrances I only have 2. Fine, alright, I'll use it, I didn't want to. Because I want their attack up more so I can hopefully end this. Like I said, we're not done because we have 2 more fights to do. So we might not get through this. Okay, thank God she survived it. Oh, great. Come on, come on. I think this isn't the final boss. Yeah, I'm gonna off-screen level grind like crazy for that final boss, if this is any indication. Okay, there's one finally dead. Alright. Almost. We almost have him. Well, fine, this parted. This is only the first one, remember that. Alright, fine, bento set for everybody. You just hit him straight on with the sparkling wide. You sit back and do nothing. You hit with that because that's all you've got, and then you snake this dude. Ah. I don't want him to die now, especially with her down on the field. Yeah, she is down. The bento box isn't going to do anything. Okay, so get her back, and then... No, I'm not using the red rose yet. Yeah, everyone stand back. God, I almost have him. Come on. Okay, good. Alright, I think we might have him this time. Her this time. Jesus Christ. And that's the first one. Oh my god. I got a free moon shard, a free fragrance. Jesus Christ. That is worth a couple levels up, though. Thank God. And thank God everybody's alive for this. Yeah, Mercury leveled up. Jupiter leveled up. Venus needed it, but yeah, she's not gonna help defense-wise. Sailor Moon and Mars. Oh my god. Wow, I know. I told you we'd be here almost for an hour, and we're not done. We have another fight. We have two more. Here's a star Nabu. Yeah, we'll see how far we go. You must be tired. Well, we're getting through this, damn it. Or if I don't get through this, I'll take the game over and I'll off-screen level grind and we'll kick their asses next month. Alright, so... yeah, that's the full force of it. So, alright. So everybody else defend out, so we're gonna do the same case. We'll use the, healing shower. Actually, the last one is gonna be the easiest because it's not, two people we're fighting. We're only fighting one. But even then, it's not gonna help me much. Wait, no, back. I want to... Okay, now I'm gonna use the fragrance from somebody else. I'm gonna run... We're gonna do the healing spray on Venus again. I'm gonna try this, because this is the easiest way to run this. Defend on Venus. Healing shower. Oh, no, shit! I didn't mean to do that. Okay, that's Dark Boot. By the way, what that does is that when it hits, it's, cut in half of the health. So, yeah, it's not a good case, but it's better than you'll get one-shotted. So there's your healing spray, and then... yeah, what I meant to do here was... oh no, I meant to do something else. Okay, fine, whatever. You know, fine. Mercury's gonna be my healer. That's fine. I'll give some health. Yeah, give health. And then, yeah, with you... let's fight. Alright, yeah, let's dance. Actually, maybe this is the part I was thinking better, because, like, you know, maybe she can handle it, or maybe Venus can handle these attacks better. Maybe. We'll see. Okay, I think that's what I was wanting to do. I was wanting to hit with, uh-oh. Hell Shower. Okay, she lived through that, except I don't think she's gonna live through this. Okay, so that was... okay, that made more sense. It's the idea that she gets hit by two things, and they don't help much. Okay, so actually this might be a little easier only because I don't think... yeah, I don't think that, they have a one-hit case for them. So, alright, fine, let's do this. This might actually work out. So, yeah, let's life water you. You keep hitting them. It doesn't matter what you do, really. You keep hitting them with that, okay. Because honestly, if I can hold Venus on this, we'll be in better shape. Because she's the one who hits the hardest. But also, as I said, since she's the front, she's also most vulnerable. At this point, oh yeah, we're gonna do two things. Manicure, we're going to facial cream, and then we're gonna, where's it? Oh, no, not you. You stand back. We'll do heal spray, because that probably is what saved her. And then we'll use the Benelux. Alright. Yeah, we're getting through this somehow. So actually, this might potentially run longer than 5 hours just for this very reason. Yeah, but as soon as we're done with this part, or I get a game over, whichever comes first, we're gonna quit for the night. Okay, I don't have enough stuff for that. Okay, fine, then we'll use what is it again, the cologne. Okay, yeah, I'm glad you hit her with that, because it's just like, oh, fine, oh, it's a cut in half, but fine, she's gonna die from this anyway, alright. Okay, it's fine though the cologne misses, Venus, because hey, she's dead on the field, but she has tons of her stuff anyway. Alright, there's the life water again, and this. Yeah, so Venus, or not Venus, Jupiter's probably gonna be my best case here now. Okay, so fine, there. I'll do this, just because I want to get that set during Mabla. Okay, yeah, also the Dark Boot, by the way, does hit through a defense, so yeah, with Venus, she still took half her health away, even though I was defending. Ow. Oh, right, she's still in a state I can't run that. Actually, no, go back then. Hang on, yes. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this. Yeah, defend. Alright. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm gonna do the healing shower again, because I always want to have, Jupiter up to snuff. Okay, well, I survived that, so yeah, if I can kill him with something strong on this... Okay, yeah, I think I'm in better shape, but I just need to make sure that I can get everybody recovered right. Yeah, because, yeah, Venus survived that. But she's not in any position to fight with EP, so I gotta take care of that now. Let's use the cologne. I mean, this is why I have as many as I do. And you, I'm not touching until anything, or not touching anything with you until we get some EP recovered. Enough's enough. Okay, good, hit her. Okay, that's... Oh, wait. Shit. I thought I had her recovered. You know, honestly, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm probably just gonna keep fighting. I'm gonna let myself get a game over, because besides, I got the recovery of that, and then we'll do is I'll off-screen level grind next month, we'll kick their asses. So let's just fight this out. She's like, hey, I reached 5 hours. I don't think I can go further for this just because of it. But nothing else is demonstrating, as I said, pretty much the topic I said at the beginning of the show, which is that how important is level grind in a game like this. Very. Now just see what happens. Just kill him, or try to kill him and just, I guess, get defeated. But we'll come back next month. I'll be leveled up. I will off-screen level grind like crazy. So that, yeah, we'll be able to defeat them probably in one hit. Yeah, you're seeing the full force of what this battle can do, and this is, as I mentioned, not even the last part of it. Yeah, just kill me, guys. I'm doing what I can to, you know, stop you, but I don't think I can do it. Just keep going, I don't care anymore. Alright, so there goes Jupiter. Also, here's the other thing, also, I'll tell you the other reason I'm letting myself get game over is because that means that I go back to the last save point. It also means that all the items that I wasted so far will be back. I can also buy more facial cream, since I think I can buy them from that merchant. Okay, one thing I'll do before we quit out for the night or end for the night, I will definitely take a look at that. Yeah, just keep hitting him. I'm not gonna win, but let him. Yeah, just let Mars pimp slap Sailor Moon. Boom. She's gone, and then me next. Now it's going to take really long because their defense is pretty good. Alright, just keep going. It would be hilarious if I win doing this now, but I really don't want to. I don't want to win on the back of, you know, everybody else dead on the field. I don't think I will because their health is so insanely high. So yeah, Sailor Moon is going to go down. Yeah, we're seeing the defeat of Sailor Moon. We're also going to see the great resurrection of Sailor Moon next month. down she goes, and, yeah, last bear's Amy, and she gets frozen to death. Alright, there you go. That is game over. As mentioned, what that does is it puts you back at the checkpoint, or the last save point, with all the items I had, so... Let me just check that. Okay, so I had the 3 of those. I had all those bath medics. I had the clones. Okay, we are in good shape then. That's why I let myself die. So, yeah, at some point, it's like, okay, get a perspective. Also, I'm gonna do this pause thing, because I don't want to fight right now. Not that I can't handle these little fights. I just want to take one look at one thing, which is... you. There's a wandering, salesman here. Yes, I would. They have facial creams, which are really what I want above anything else. Buy 30 of those, I got enough manicures. I'll buy more bath medics. So we're gonna be all ready when we come in next month for this game. Whether we'll finish it next month, I don't know, but we'll see. Just that, because I can always use the health recovery, and we're set. Okay. So let's go back to the Luna Ball, and yeah, it's going to be in the show for the night. Alright. Yeah, sorry it wasn't as effective, or it wasn't as successful that way as I've wanted. Alright, yeah, we're going to have to bring our A-game even more to this, and you know what, fine. Just to complete this, let me just get them some health set. Fine, glass of water, let's just get them all ready so that when I can just go right in to that fight, and we'll go crazy with it next time. As I said, what I'll do is I'll walk around off-screen on this one. I'll have their levels up extremely high, so that at least this part will be really easy, but when we get to the next part, I'll have to probably do something with that later, but alright. Alright, yeah, I did just throw the controller down. Yeah, that is, the end of Super Old Game Saturday for tonight, yeah. We unfortunately were not successful taking down the Opposito Senshi, but it's that sometimes what happens when it comes to live play. But, yeah, we gave it our all. You saw the full force of what that fight can be. And next month, I promise we will take care of that. And we might finish the game next month. I don't know, but given how that went, I doubt it. So I'm gonna go to my old perspective, what I was saying earlier, which is I think we're gonna be finishing this probably in July. And we'll also start Parasite the same month, so I'll talk to Emetics about that. And if we end up finishing it early next month, I'll have something else lined up for the week we would have had for its finale, because it'll be 5 parts. I know we can do 5 parts of this game. But yeah, alright, that is the case. Dolphin, you're right, as far as being tired. Yeah, of getting my ass kicked, you're right. But yeah, it's like, what happens with the Sailor Scouts? They don't let a defeat like that, you know, bring them down. It's not going to let us down either. Or bring us down, anyway. Okay, but thank you very much for watching the show tonight and watching part 3 of Sailor Moon and the Story. We'll be back next month for part 4. I believe it'll be the 3rd weekend of June or the 4th. I don't know. I'll make a decision on that one. But yeah, that's when we come back to it for part 4 and maybe, but probably not the finale. But we'll see. As far as that, though, for the schedule, I'll go into that before we shut off for the show for tonight. It was a good show, despite everything that happened at the end. But anyway, next week, Proto Rover will be returning to the program for the finale of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. We will be finishing the game next week. It won't be a case like this where I'm failing to get past something. We only have really one part left to go, which is going into Ganon's castle. But then we have to come back out again for reasons you'll see next week, and I also will show off the stuff with the giant's knife, because I promised I would, and I didn't, but I have a file set for that. And we'll have some fun with the Running Man. I think there was maybe one other thing I was going to show off, but we'll do that next month. It will not necessarily be a 5-hour program for that game alone, but I have something planned as an extra little bonus when we're done with Ocarina of Time for the night. It won't be too much, but I talked to Proto Rover. He's okay with doing it. And that'll be the idea of it. And we'll have that for you next week at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, same as it was this week. The week after that is the weekend of Memorial Day. And as is custom for this program, we are looking at a classic compilation. We'll be looking at everything in the game, in the collection. As far as the games that are in it, we got 20 to cover. And also a lot of the extras that are on the disc. This year it will be Midway Arcade Treasures 2. We're going to play the Xbox version. So that means we're going to have a lot of old Midway Arcade games from the 90s, primarily. Stuff like Mortal Kombat 2, Mortal Kombat 3, Primal Rage, Narc, Cyberball, whatever the name of this, I forget the year for the Cyberball game, and some other stuff as well. A lot of well-known and not so well-known games in there, and Rampage World Tour, which is a very fun one as well. So yeah, we'll look through that as far as that on Memorial Day weekend. I'm looking forward to doing that. And into June, the Crochet Nerd is going to be making his glorious debut on the Super Old Game Saturday program. He is looking forward to it for sure. For the first weekend of June, we have the 22nd anniversary show of Space Channel 5 for the Dreamcast. He and I are going to be playing that game. We're going to be switching off at certain intervals for the purpose of that. We're going to be running the oh no, not the PS2 version. It's on the PS2. But we're playing on the Dreamcast. That's the way it was invented, and that's how we're going to play it. And the week after that, we're starting the next Zelda game. We're finishing Ocarina of Time next week. But the week after Space Channel 5, the Crusader and I will be starting The Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask. We'll be using the Nintendo Switch Online Plus expansion pack to play it because of how well it's emulated. I know, they emulate something really well for the Switch Online Plus expansion pack. You take that, you know, always. You're always going to be happy to see that. And hopefully it'll be the case when Kirby 64, the Crystal Shards, which we played back in October, is being added to that, because it's coming out next Friday. But I'll give an indication of that feasibly on next week's show. But yeah, and then for the rest of June, as I said, it's going to be part 4 of this game, and then also the viewer request, which is going to be Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins for the Game Boy. I'll decide at some point what the scheduling is going to be for those last two, but the first 2 weeks of June are set as far as what they are, and in July we feasibly finish this game, and we start Parasite Eve, and we have other stuff lined up for you, as well as the next part of Majora's Mask, as Sheridan and I go through that one. And now that one's going to work, just to give a quick idea of that before I sign off. He's going to be playing the first half of that game for us, and then I will be taking over for the second half. Yeah, that's how that's going to go, and we're looking forward to all those shows, and hopefully you are too. And thank you very much for watching Super Old Game Saturday for tonight, for joining the Sailor Moon extravaganza, and the Sailor Moon beatdown, as it is. But, yeah, that's how it sometimes goes, and, yeah, this is a Sin from Sin and her friends that is not going to go unpunished, I promise you that. Thank you very much, Dolly Finn, and thank you for your kind words. It was such fun. I'm glad you had fun for that, and thank you for adding so much, and so much to this game that I know you asked for. And that was the other thing about this. I want to make sure that, since you wanted to see this game, we're going to give it the full look of it. Is that all the highs, all the lows, and we're going to get the lows going. Or we got the lows going at the end. We're going to get them back to highs again as it is. But not lows. Look, I'll say this. Despite what you saw there, I'm not, you know, upset as far as what was going on. It's not something I'm necessarily embarrassed on. It's just hard. So it's like, I just want to show you the full force. I appreciate it. Well, of course, and I appreciate your viewership, Dolly Finn. I appreciate all of your viewership to everybody in chat land over there and on YouTube land when this is uploaded in a couple of days. But again, thank you very much for watching the show. We'll be back to this next month, and I will see you all next week for the finale of The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time with Protorova and with some other stuff on top of that. It is hard. Yeah, no kidding. Which is why I'm going to be glad with Ocarina of Time, because honestly, I don't even have much practice to it that I have to do for that, so it'll be a little bit of a breather. I guess I've earned it. Good night. Good night to you too, Dolly Finn. Thank you for watching the show tonight. I'll see you next week with Ocarina of Time's finale with Protorova. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night, wonderful rest of your weekend, and wonderful week going forward. Great night. Thank you very much for all of your support, and take care.